Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1. I want to see how beautiful this little vixen is. This was the truest thought in the mind of the boy holding a plastic bag, standing in the house. The boy's name was Lipu, and he was a time traveler. Perhaps because he had been in this parallel world for less than 24 hours, his memory felt a little fuzzy. But one thing was clear: he had now become Philip, the eldest son of the Gallagher family from Shameless. At this moment, he was waiting for a tutoring session. Lip looked around casually. He couldn't help but notice the numerous clown ornaments in the room, more than 10 at a glance. Just as he was about to pick up the nearest one to inspect it, the sound of footsteps, da-da-da, echoed from upstairs. Lip hurriedly withdrew his hand and turned toward the staircase. "Hi." Following a pleasant voice, a petite beauty came into view. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, delicate features, and fair skin. Though she was casually dressed in an orange coat, her youthfulness and beauty shone through effortlessly. Wow, Karen is actually even prettier than in the TV series. Lipu was taken aback, his heartbeat quickening. Is this love at first sight? As a seasoned scholar, he grasped the key detail instantly. The girl was incredibly well-proportioned, with curves that were hard to ignore. Her legs were shapely, her figure mesmerizing. Damn it. What am I even thinking? Lipu shook his head, flustered. Is this some side effect of time travel? But he had to admit, Karen was a natural beauty. "Hi, my name is Karen," she said with a sweet smile. For a moment, Lip felt like she was an angel bathed in light. "Hi, I'm Lip," he replied, snapping out of his daze. "Let's get started on the midterm review." Karen grabbed his hand and led him to a chair at the dining table. Wow, her hands are so soft and warm, Lip thought as they sat down. Karen glanced at the plastic bag containing his shoes, leaned in closer, and explained softly, "Sorry about that. My mom's a bit paranoid, she doesn't want anyone bringing dirt into the house." Seeing Lip's puzzled expression, she added, "It's pollution phobia." Lipu felt a pang of disdain. Only in America, he thought. After a moment, he blurted out, "You mean mysophobia, right?" "Yes, exactly." "Mysophobia," Karen said, leaning even closer. Lip's eyes flickered downward briefly, catching sight of her figure. Her curves were stunning, plump and enticing. A faint, unique scent reached him, and his heartbeat quickened. Is this the scent of a girl? It's so enchanting. But Lip quickly refocused, not daring to stare openly. He was determined not to fall into the same trap as his character from the show. Lip redirected his attention to the tutoring materials. "Alright, if you remember it this way, the formula becomes pretty straightforward," he began explaining. "Okay," Karen said with a smile, listening intently. "How do you know all this?" she asked, her tone curious. "I just like figuring this stuff out," Lip replied, his confidence growing. "Is it a hobby?" "More like a plan," Lip said, glancing at her briefly before looking back at his notes. "Physics?" "Yeah," he nodded. "Have you learned Newton's first law?" "I've got a simple way to remember it. An object remains at rest or in uniform motion unless acted upon by an external force." He began explaining, focused on writing down the formula. But he didn't notice Karen slowly sliding down from her chair until he felt movement under the table. Lip glanced down and froze. His heart pounded wildly. From his angle, the scene was impossible to ignore. Karen was unzipping her jeans and preparing to give him special attention. Damn it. Lip cursed under his breath. Sensing someone's gaze, Lip raised his head and looked to the side. It was Mrs. Sheila. She stood calmly in the kitchen, chopping vegetables, glancing at him with a faint smile before resuming her work. "Wait, Karen, stop," Lip stammered, looking back under the table. "We can't." Karen leaned out slightly, her expression playful. "Why not? Tutoring isn't free, right?" Taking a deep breath, Lip replied firmly, "Yeah, exactly. Tutoring isn't charity." Karen raised an eyebrow. "You're charging me?" Lip's voice steadied. Yes. There's a fee for tutoring. Karen pouted but grinned mischievously. I get it. But science gets me so excited. With a sly smile, she slid back under the table. Chapter 2. Lip stared at Mrs. Sheila, afraid to utter a word, fearing she might turn around and notice something unusual. Is this what it feels like to have a guilty conscience? Lipu thought nervously. Hiss Karen, you'd better stop now. Lipu took a deep breath and hurriedly whispered. What's wrong? Karen emerged from under the dining table, tucking her hair behind her ears. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Lipu nodded. The sensation was indeed unforgettable, painful, even. Then, he felt something trickling from his nose. Ha ha ha, you've got a nosebleed. Karen clutched her stomach, laughing. Lip touched his nose with his fingers, confirming it. Sure enough, it was blood. Quickly, he lowered his head and pinched the soft part of his nose with his thumb and index finger. A drop of blood fell to the floor. Mrs. Sheila noticed the commotion. Turning around, she calmly said, Karen, there's medical cotton in the first aid kit upstairs. Take Lip with you and help him. Okay, Mom. Karen leaned close to Lip, blowing warm air into his ear. Come on, it's not over yet. Lip's heart raced. This little minx really knows how to flirt. Karen zipped up quickly, her movements swift and deliberate. In a short while, Karen led Lip to her bedroom on the second floor. Sit on my bed for a moment, I'll grab the first aid kit, she said. All right. Lip glanced around Karen's room. It was filled with cute plush dolls, noticeably devoid of the clown ornaments from the living room. Karen returned with the first aid kit. Seeing the curiosity on Lip's face, she leaned in close, her eyes meeting his. With a sweet smile, she said, ask me anything you're curious about. Karen, have you always helped others like that? Lip asked hesitantly. Karen stuck out her tongue with an apologetic smile. No, not really. Sorry, I shouldn't have treated you like some kind of experiment earlier. It's fine, Lip replied. Karen rolled a piece of medical cotton into a small ball and gently placed it in Lip's nose. Lip fell silent, his gaze fixed on the girl before him. Karen chuckled softly, her smile as sweet as honey. Aren't you worried your nose might start bleeding again? Not at all, Lip replied confidently. Karen's face lit up with pride at his firm attitude. She stood up and declared, all right then, I need to finish the homework we left behind. Perhaps to ensure no disturbances, Karen turned and closed the door. But Lip simply stared at her, entranced. No matter how I look at her, she's like a pure and beautiful angel. How could someone like her also possess such a devilish, mischievous side? The stark contrast left Lip momentarily dazed. The world is full of mysteries. As a time traveler, Lip couldn't help but find the situation unbelievable. This defies all practical knowledge, he thought. It seems I can't just stick to theory, I need more real-world experience. Suddenly, a soft, feminine voice echoed in his mind, ding ding ding, dear time traveler, congratulations on awakening the many children, many blessings, super family system, many children, many blessings, super family system, like cultivating land and planting crops. This system rewards you for digging, sowing, and harvesting. The system aims to assist you in creating a super family. Digging earns first stage rewards, sowing earns second stage rewards, harvesting earns third stage rewards, first stage reward, second stage reward, third stage reward. The more land you cultivate, the more you sow, the greater your harvest, and the better your rewards. Higher level land produces stronger crops and better outcomes, yielding superior rewards. Wow, this is perfect for building a prosperous future. Lipu was ecstatic. Finally, the cheat I've been waiting for. But then he hesitated. Did this make him a scumbag? No. A scumbag, he reasoned, doesn't take initiative, doesn't refuse, and doesn't take responsibility. I, on the other hand, take initiative, refuse when necessary, and take responsibility. By that standard, I'm the perfect gentleman. The system voice continued, congratulations, traveler. You've received a newbie gift pack and a legendary lottery ticket. Lipu focused his thoughts. Open the gift pack. Congratulations. You've received a Like a Dragon and a Tiger capsule and a space bracelet. Like a Dragon and a Tiger capsule enhances physical fitness and attributes by 100% over 30 days. Space bracelet allows access to stored items via thought, includes an invisibility feature. Lip was overjoyed. Physical strength is the foundation of success and charm. He'd always lamented the original Lip's unimpressive physique in the series, but now he had a chance to fix it. The system chimed again. Would you like to use your legendary lottery ticket? Yes. Congratulations. You've obtained the golden legendary special ability, Lucifer's Gaze. Lucifer's Gaze amplifies the desires of those you focus on, reveals and induces the darkest secrets of their hearts. Haha, I'm unstoppable now. Li Pu celebrated inwardly. With this ability, no beauty can resist me. Feeling ambitious, Li Pu clenched his fists. With the system's help, I'll build the ultimate family, and take down that meddling Merkel while I'm at it. Chapter 3. Karen suddenly stopped what she was doing, swallowed nervously, and asked, "Did I hurt you again?" "No, not at all." Lip smiled warmly, his sincerity evident in his eyes. "In fact, I must say, you're making great progress. You're much more skilled than you were under the dining table earlier." 3 grams of oil, Karen replied with a sweet smile, a playful twinkle in her eyes. She buried her head back into her homework, trying to focus. Yet, despite her apparent concentration, Karen would occasionally glance up, her gaze meeting Lip's. Her eyes, shimmering like spring water, carried a charm that was almost hypnotic. Lip couldn't help but notice how naturally gifted she seemed, her movements fluid and captivating. She really does have innate talent, he thought as a wave of comfort swept over him. However, a sudden question surfaced in his mind. Based on the plot he'd seen in the original timeline, Karen was supposed to be experienced and confident in these matters by now. So why did she seem so unpracticed and unsure? Her every move and expression felt genuine, unpolished. If this is an act, she deserves an Oscar, Lip thought. But if it wasn't? A realization struck him. Is Karen still untouched? This question was crucial. It could not only confirm where he stood in the timeline but also shape the course of his next steps. I need to be tactful about this, he thought, carefully planning how to broach the topic. Before he could decide, he felt himself nearing a critical threshold. "Oh, for F!" Lip exclaimed as he lost control, the built-up tension erupting all at once. In that moment, the soft voice of the system echoed in his mind, "Congratulations, dear host. You've completed the hidden task, being the first, and unlocked the reward, Clear at a Glance." Clear at a Glance allows you to view the core attributes of your target. Targets with a golden exclamation mark visible only to the host indicate inspectable traits. Lip grinned widely. Wow, this system is so considerate. With this ability, he could finally confirm his earlier suspicion. He immediately noticed a golden exclamation mark glowing above Karen's head. Focusing his thoughts, Lip activated his new ability. Core attributes of target, Karen Jackson, grade, red, top quality keywords, contrast queen loyalty, 60 condition, factory new, original, unopened, pregnancy progress, 0% ha ha ha. Lip burst out laughing, equal parts shocked and delighted. His guess had been correct, Karen was still untouched. But this revelation puzzled him. Did my arrival in this timeline trigger a butterfly effect? He wondered. Have key events or personal histories changed drastically for some people? He decided not to dwell too deeply on it for now. Instead, a bold and mischievous thought crept into his mind. If Karen's condition is still brand new, then I must be the one to claim her first. The earlier service wasn't quite satisfactory, he mused, his ambition growing. It's time to push the envelope and go all the way. Lip prepared to use Lucifer's gaze to heighten the moment. But before he could act, Karen suddenly stood up, her expression unreadable. She opened the door and rushed out of the room without warning. Lip sat stunned, still reeling from the moment. Moments later, the sound of retching came from the bathroom next door. Vomit. Vomit. Lip sighed, grabbing some tissues to tidy himself up. Then, the unmistakable sound of high heels clicking against the staircase echoed from downstairs. Mrs. Sheila, Lip realized. He scrambled to compose himself, zipping up his pants and sitting back on the bed as casually as possible. Mrs. Sheila appeared at the door, tilting her head with a curious smile. "Hi, where's Karen?" Lip forced a smile. "She's in the bathroom." Mrs. Sheila nodded and walked toward the bathroom. "Honey," she called through the door, "your dad called. He said he won't be coming home tonight since he's on duty." "Ugh, I don't care about him. He can stay gone forever for all I care." Karen's voice erupted, sharp and filled with rage. Mrs. Sheila sighed softly. "All right. I'll go back downstairs and finish making dinner." On her way back, she glanced at Lip with a faint, tired smile before heading down the stairs. Phew. Lip exhaled in relief once the sound of her footsteps faded. The conflict between Karen and her father seems deeper than I thought, Lip noted. This isn't just a passing issue. Karen returned moments later, closing the door behind her. "Lip," she said, her gaze locking onto his, "I feel like the flame inside me is only burning hotter." Her tone was a mix of sweetness and wickedness, her eyes gleaming with determination. Lip realized there was no need to use Lucifer's gaze anymore. Karen's emotions, her need to express anger and frustration toward her father, would likely drive her next actions. Karen leaned in close, her lips brushing against his ear. "Let's do something even more exciting," she whispered seductively. "Okay," Lip replied, a sly grin spreading across his face as he opened his arms, ready to embrace whatever came next. Chapter 4. Karen pushed Lip down onto the bed, straddling his waist as she slowly began to unbutton her top. Lip's eyes widened, and his breath caught as he gazed at her flawless, porcelain-like skin, smooth and radiant like white jade. His throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. "Does it look good?" Karen teased with a playful smile. Lip nodded vigorously, too captivated to speak. Karen chuckled, her gaze softening as her index finger began to trace lazy circles over his chest. But suddenly, her expression shifted. She leaned in closer, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him intently. "What's wrong?" Lip asked, slightly taken aback. "Lip," Karen began hesitantly, "are you a virgin?" "Wait, what?" Lip blinked, stunned. Then, frustration bubbled up inside him. "Are you seriously asking me this now?" He reached out, tilting her chin up to meet his gaze. His voice dropped into a low, commanding tone. "Karen, whether I am or not doesn't matter," he said firmly. "The point is, I'm going to make you mine tonight." Karen's eyes widened, her cheeks flushing at his bold declaration. "Well. You," she stammered, caught off guard by his sudden assertiveness. Leaning in closer, Lip's voice softened as he whispered in her ear, "What about you, Karen?" Karen's initial surprise melted away, replaced by a mixture of shyness and flirtation. She blushed deeply, biting her lower lip before responding, "I hate it. I asked you first, and now you're turning the question on me?" She playfully pouted, gently punching his chest with her fist. Lip smiled, pulling her into an embrace as he stroked her back soothingly. "Karen, of course I am," he whispered. "Really?" she asked, her eyes searching his face for sincerity. "Absolutely." Karen beamed, her smile as sweet as it was radiant. "That's amazing." "Me too." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her voice grew softer. "Lip, promise me you'll stay with me forever?" "I promise," he replied, holding her tightly. Karen suddenly hesitated, her expression turning conflicted. "But now I'm confused." "About what?" "Should I give myself to you? I read online that boys don't cherish girls who are too easy to win over." Lip couldn't help but chuckle. "Karen, it's your decision to make. I'll support whatever you choose." Karen frowned, her tone turning accusatory. "Humphrey, are you seriously leaving this up to me?" "Of course," Lip replied with a teasing grin. "How about you teach me, Karen? Show me what to do." "You're impossible." Karen huffed, her cheeks puffing out adorably in frustration. Recognizing he'd pushed her enough, Lip decided to change the subject. "Karen, do you like watching movies?" "Of course." "What kind of movies?" "I love romantic ones, things like Titanic, The Time Traveler's Wife, or A Walk to Remember." "Ah, the classic romantic dramas," Lip said, nodding thoughtfully. "I like those too. What about you?" Karen asked curiously. "I prefer movies with vibrant colors and dramatic plots," he replied. "Like The Beautiful Legend of Sicily or Malina." Karen giggled. "You make it sound like I don't watch enough serious movies." Lip grinned. "Don't worry. We can watch them together sometime." As their conversation continued, their laughter filled the room, light and carefree. But before long, their playful banter shifted into more intimate and earnest exploration. For the next half hour, they navigated this new chapter of their relationship together, their awkwardness giving way to genuine connection and mutual learning. Afterward, Lip leaned back against the bed, pulling out a cigarette from his jeans pocket and lighting it. Hiss. He inhaled deeply, letting the smoke swirl in the air before exhaling. Karen, lying beside him, rested her head on his chest. "Lip," she murmured softly. "Yeah? What were you thinking about just now?" "Nothing important," Lip replied with a chuckle. Karen pouted. "You're lying." "I can tell." Lip smiled, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "All right, fine. I was thinking about our future." Karen's face lit up with joy. "Really?" "Of course." Karen traced slow circles on his chest with her finger, her cheeks turning pink. "Lip, do you know why I told you that science makes me feel excited?" "Why?" "Well, a few days ago, my friend sent me a documentary," Karen said, her voice growing quieter. Lip raised an eyebrow. "A documentary?" Karen nodded, her blush deepening. "It was about the mysteries of adolescence. And the connection between men and women." Lip smirked knowingly. "Ah, so that's what's been on your mind." Karen pouted again. "Don't tease me. The documentary said that men and women experience the most happiness when they're together. And ever since I saw you, I felt like you were the one I'd been waiting for." Lip's heart skipped a beat at her confession. "Karen, have you found the happiness you were looking for?" Karen nodded shyly. Instead of replying, she reached over and plucked the cigarette from his fingers, taking a small, hesitant puff. Lip chuckled, pulling her closer. For the first time in a long while, he felt content. Chapter 5. Karen took a slow drag from the cigarette in her hand. His fushi exhaled the smoke in a steady stream, directing it teasingly toward Lip's face. "Fool, what are you doing?" Lip asked, frowning slightly. Karen giggled mischievously. "I'm getting back at you, you bad guy." "For what?" "Take a look for yourself." Lip followed her gaze to the pink bedsheet where a delicate rose of deep crimson had bloomed. Smiling, he quipped, "Well, you've also claimed my first harvest. Fair trade, don't you think?" Karen's cheeks flushed as she playfully shoved him. Just then, a familiar chime echoed in Lip's mind. Ding, ding, ding. Lip immediately recognized the system's alert. His heart raced with anticipation as the gentle, automated female voice spoke. "Congratulations, dear host. You've successfully reclaimed your first piece of land. Your rewards include the skill loyalty and a top-tier lottery." Lip's eyes widened. "No way. This is awesome." The system continued. "Loyalty. Deep cultivation of a target land increases its loyalty by 10 points per session. At 100 points, loyalty is permanently locked, ensuring the land remains completely devoted to the host. Additionally, higher loyalty significantly boosts sowing success rates." Lip couldn't suppress his grin. This is like hitting the jackpot. With the loyalty skill, he could theoretically have as many loyal lands as he wanted, each bound exclusively to him. What man wouldn't be thrilled at such an idea? Lip's mind raced. He wasn't one to entertain nonsense like sharing or green hats. No, his ambition was clear. Every piece of land he claimed would belong to him alone. He glanced at Karen, who lay beside him, savoring the moment with a serene smile on her face. Lip's chest swelled with possessiveness. "She's mine. Every part of her. And she'll only ever look at me." A golden exclamation mark glowed above Karen's head, visible only to him. Intrigued, Lip willed the system to display her core attributes. Name, Karen Jackson. Grade, red tier quality. Keywords, contrast queen, loyalty, 80. Condition, slightly worn. Pregnancy progress, 0 not bad, Lip thought, pleased. A single session increased loyalty by 20 points. Just 2 more times, and she'll be at 100. I should seize the moment tonight and lock it in. Karen turned to face him, her eyes twinkling as she caught his intense gaze. "What is it?" she asked coyly. "I'm admiring something." "Oh? And what might that be?" "You, of course." Karen's cheeks turned pink as she giggled. "What's there to admire about me?" "Everything. You're like a work of art." "And how do I compare to Venus?" "You're far more beautiful," Lip replied earnestly. Karen laughed, clearly charmed. "You're such a smooth talker." Lip wrapped his arms around her, pulling her closer. "Only the truth," he whispered, his lips brushing against hers. Their moment was interrupted by Mrs. Sheila's voice calling from downstairs. "Karen, Lip. Dinner's ready." Karen sighed, breaking the embrace. "Lip, you must be starving." "A little," he admitted with a grin. "Well, let's eat then." Lip smirked. "I'd rather eat you." "Stop it." Karen protested, blushing furiously. "It still hurts down there." Laughing, the two dressed and headed downstairs. At the dining table, Lip, Karen, and Mrs. Sheila shared a delicious meal. As they finished, Mrs. Sheila turned to Lip with a warm smile. "Lip, why don't you stay over tonight?" Lip hesitated. "I'd love to, Mrs. Sheila, but I have things to take care of at home." He noticed Karen's disappointed expression and added, "Although I can stay with Karen a little longer before heading back." Karen's face lit up, her smile as radiant as ever. After dinner, Lip offered to wash the dishes, hoping to leave a good impression on Mrs. Sheila. But Karen had other plans. She grabbed his hand and pulled him back to her room. As Karen's back turned, Lip discreetly swallowed like a dragon and a tiger capsule. Almost immediately, a surge of intense energy coursed through his body, igniting every muscle and nerve. Karen turned back, noticing his flushed face. "Lip, are you okay?" "Never better," Lip replied, trying to keep his composure. Karen tilted her head, studying him curiously. "You seem different." "I can't explain it, but something's changed." Lip smiled slyly. "You'll find out soon enough." He leaned in, pulling her into his arms, and began their second round of exploration. 3 hours later, Karen lay fast asleep, her features soft and peaceful. Lip opened his system interface and locked her loyalty at 100%. As he left the room, Mrs. Sheila handed him his tutoring fee. Lip was surprised to find $50 instead of the usual $10. "Mrs. Sheila, this is a little extra for your hard work tonight," she interrupted with a wink. Lip decided not to overthink it. Who in their right mind complains about more money? Thanking her, he left Karen's house with a spring in his step. Back home, Lip pushed open his bedroom door and froze. Ian was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling with a gloomy expression. Chapter 6. Lip sat down next to Ian and asked first, "Hey, did I miss anything?" "It's nothing too important. Fiona and Vi went to the bar to hang out and borrowed my deodorant." "So, you feel bad?" "How can it be? I'm not that stingy. Did something bad happen to you? Tell me quickly and make me happy." "Screw you." The two brothers fought playfully for a moment before stopping. Looking at Ian, who seemed hesitant to speak, Lip realized that his brother was still embarrassed to share his secret. Lip decided to take the initiative and share his own secret first. "Ian, I'm a real man now," Lip said casually, as though stating an ordinary fact. "Lip, you mean you said goodbye to your virginity?" Ian stared at him in disbelief. Lip nodded. "Tell me what's going on." Ian was clearly excited and eager to know. Lip briefly recounted his experiences from the day. "As expected of my brother." "Excellent." Ian silently gave a thumbs up after listening. "Ian, has anyone played Zhao for you?" Lip asked cautiously, deciding to clarify things directly. "Occasionally." "Man or woman?" "Well." Ian froze at the unexpected question. Lip stood up, walked to the cabinet near Ian's window, reached for a corner, and pulled it slightly. A magazine Ian had hidden fell to the floor with a crisp sound. Lip picked it up, dusted it off, and handed it back to Ian. "Lip, this." Ian stammered, panicking as his hidden secret was revealed. "It's okay. This is normal." "I know and understand," Lip said, raising a hand to stop Ian's attempt to explain. "Whether you choose a man or a woman, that's your own business. I just want to tell you that no matter what you choose, I will support you unconditionally. No matter what kind of troubles you have or what secrets you can't tell others, don't keep it all in your heart and make yourself uncomfortable. You can tell me anything. I don't want you to be unhappy. We're brothers. This will never change." 3 grams of oil, Lip. Ian's eyes grew moist. "Would you like a beer?" "Okay." Lip got up and went to the refrigerator downstairs to grab 2 bottles of beer. Bing, the bottles clinked as the brothers toasted. Ian seemed ready to talk. "Lip, I fell in love with the male owner of the convenience store where I work part-time." Lip knew how much courage it took for Ian to admit that. Because even in the relatively open United States, orientation was still a sensitive topic. Many people hid their true selves out of fear of discrimination. "Well, don't worry. I'll keep your secret," Lip said, taking a sip of beer and joking. "That's not a big problem. The problem is to pay attention to safety." "Safety?" "The group with the highest HIV carrier and prevalence rates in the US is your Attack Alliance." "What?" "You'll learn more about it in senior grade. So, take safety measures. Don't play around with your life. If something happens to you, Fiona, Vi, and hell, the whole family, would be devastated." "Well, I get it." Lip could tell from Ian's expression that he felt less troubled and more at ease. "Lip, 3 grams of oil." Ian opened his arms, hugged Lip, and said seriously, "With your support and encouragement, I feel so much more relaxed now." "Silly boy, there's no need to thank me between brothers." Lip smiled and patted Ian's shoulder. "Okay, I'm going to do the laundry." Lip carried their dirty clothes bags downstairs. Though unsure whether his small actions would ever matter, Lip simply wanted to keep improving things. Lip started loading the dirty clothes into the washing machine, one by one. The old, problematic machine rattled and shook like it was on its last legs. If the family had the money, Lip would have replaced it long ago. "But we should have a new one soon," Lip thought, smiling. After all, by tonight, Jimmy will be tripping over himself to chase after Fiona. After Lip added a few heavier items to the machine, he went upstairs. He didn't want to waste time sitting by the washing machine, he had more important things to consider. Chapter 7. As soon as Lip returned to the room, he saw Ian taking out half a cigarette from his bag. "Lip, do you want to smoke?" "Okay." Lip took the opportunity to sit next to Ian again. "Ian, are you still worried?" Let's talk about it." "Good." Ian started to open up. Ian explained that during history class, he helped a girl in the front row deal with Mr. Banclift's unwanted advances. Later, the girl showed up at the convenience store where Ian worked and called him her Prince Charming. "You sly fox, Ian. You're actually catering to both men and women." Lip teased, pretending to be shocked. "Lip, I don't have any feelings for girls at all," Ian said, clearly distressed. "How would you know if you haven't tried?" Lip, okay, I won't joke anymore." Lip exhaled a puff of smoke. "Why don't you just tell her the truth?" "I did, but she didn't believe me. She thought it was an excuse to reject her. This girl is really persistent, she wants to fix you. She's been really forward lately." "Whose girl is this? So bold." "Milkovich's. Bad boy Mickey Milkovich's?" "Huh, that's Mickey's sister Mandy." "What the hell?" Lip was stunned. "Lip, I know Mandy's not the easiest person to deal with, but don't look at me like that. Ian frowned, annoyed by Lip's reaction. Lip wasn't paying attention to Ian anymore. His mind was racing, thinking about Mandy's story, her struggles and her resilience. She had grown up in a broken family, dealt with violence, and done some reckless things. But despite it all, Mandy had one of the kindest hearts. She loved Lip deeply in her own way. She was willing to do anything to help him escape their rough neighborhood, asking for nothing in return. But Lip in the original timeline had thrown her away like spare change. He pursued Karen, who was all wrong for him, while ignoring the sincerity and love Mandy offered. Years later, when Lip was with Amanda, he ran into Mandy again, working as a waitress. He didn't even have the guts to acknowledge her properly. Not this time, Lip thought to himself. Mandy deserved better. She deserved someone who would truly cherish her. And Lip was determined to be that person. Lip. Ian waved a hand in front of Lip's face. What's up? Lip snapped out of his thoughts. You've got the nerve to ask me what's up? You weren't even listening. Ian rolled his eyes. You were totally spaced out. Ian, I wasn't spacing out. I was trying to figure out how you could handle this situation without revealing your secret or ruining your friendship with Mandy. Got any ideas? Not yet, but tell me more about Mandy. It'll help me analyze things better. Lip, let me figure it out first, and I'll tell you later. Okay, no rush. After taking a few drags of his cigarette, Ian began describing Mandy. Mandy has a bit of a reputation. Even the boys in our class, and some of the older guys, don't mess with her. Her brother Mickey is enough to scare anyone off. Mandy's got a reputation, huh? Lip smirked. Interesting. What? It's nothing, keep going. Even though Mandy's reputation isn't the best, she's got a good heart. She stands up for the timid girls in our class when they're bullied or blackmailed. She's basically the big sister of the group. Not bad. She's got leadership qualities, Lip joked. Yeah. If her grades weren't so bad, she might have become class president. Ian took a sip of beer before continuing. I've seen her feeding stray cats in the park. She looked genuinely happy doing it. That's why I didn't hesitate to help her in history class. I see, Lip said thoughtfully. But a lot of older guys in school are always pestering Mandy. She seems disgusted by it. So, have you thought of a solution yet? Ian asked. Yep, Lip replied confidently. Cool. Ian, if Mandy comes to the convenience store again after school, why don't you walk her home afterward? Walk her home? Why? Don't worry about that, I've got a plan. Lip smiled knowingly. Okay, Lip. I trust you. The sound of something breaking downstairs interrupted their conversation. Chapter 8. Lip overheard Fiona talking with Vi and a strange man downstairs. He realized that tonight was when Fiona met the infamous eldest brother-in-law Steve, just as the plot dictated. Ian, let's head down and see what's going on. Okay. The two brothers headed downstairs together, with Debbie and Carl following close behind. From the staircase, Lip saw Vi sitting on the couch, tending to a wound on the forehead of a shirtless man. Fiona was sitting nearby, laughing and chatting with him. Hi, my name's Steve. Carl. Lip. This is Debbie, Fiona introduced. Hi, Debbie. Your watch is great. Thanks, it's a painter eye? And that's Ian, Fiona added, pointing to Ian behind Steve. Hi, Steve said, turning to greet him. Ian raised a hand in acknowledgement. Yo, Veronica. Kevin called as he walked into the house. You got the key? What's going on? Kevin asked, spotting Steve. This is Steve, Vi explained. He beat the hell out of the security guard at the Purgatory bar, for me. For me, Fiona corrected, smiling brightly. Yeah? Which security guard? Kevin asked, intrigued. Jimmy Clifton, Steve replied. Jimmy Cliff, oh man, you're a legend. I love you already. Kevin exclaimed, shaking Steve's hand eagerly. That guy's always standing there like an idiot. Well, you've probably made his top 5 enemies list now, Kevin joked, plopping down next to Lip, and they exchanged a grin. Fiona quickly stood up to stop Carl from sneaking a drink from a bottle. Okay, it's bedtime. Upstairs, now. She commanded. Lip, Ian, Debbie, and Carl obeyed, heading back to their rooms. Kevin and Vi teased Steve a little before leaving. Once Fiona ensured the younger kids were upstairs, she returned to clean up while chatting with Steve. As they talked, the two grew closer, eventually sparking a battle of their own. I guessed it. Pay up. Lip raised his eyebrows at Ian and Carl, who each handed him $1. Before things could escalate further between Fiona and Steve, a knock came at the back door. Fiona bolted to her room, and Steve hurriedly pulled on his pants. Oh, man. No fun. Carl whined. Tony had arrived, dragging a drunken Frank back home. Steve slipped out the door, still sweaty from the chaos. He nodded at the Gallagher boys watching him from the second-floor window, then hopped into his stolen BMW and drove off into the night. Lip knew the washing machine was secure, for now. "What do you think of him?" Ian asked. "I think he's awesome. He decked Jimmy Clifton, what a hero." Carl replied. "It doesn't matter what we think. It's Fiona's opinion that counts," Lip said with a grin. "Lip, is that guy gonna be our brother-in-law?" Carl asked, tilting his head. "Maybe. Who knows?" Lip replied, still smiling. But in his heart, Lip had already decided to help Fiona make things official with Steve. Life had been brutal for Fiona. For years, she had shouldered the responsibility of raising her 5 younger siblings while working irregular hours and juggling multiple jobs to keep the family afloat. She had sacrificed so much, her opportunities, her youth, her freedom, all to ensure her siblings had a chance. Even when she felt like breaking down, she never showed weakness in front of them. Fiona needed someone who could support her emotionally, even if just to offer a shoulder to lean on. Lip thought Steve was a good match. Compared to the other men Fiona had been involved with, Steve was leagues better. Fiona was amazing at everything, except picking the right guys. If she couldn't see it herself, Lip was determined to step in. "All right, time for bed," Lip said to Ian and Carl. Since becoming involved with Karen, Lip's mind had been working overtime. He had to consider so much: his family's financial struggles, Karen's background, his own goals, and the future of everyone under their roof. Lip wasn't content with just using the system to pursue girls. He wanted to ensure a brighter future for his entire family. To achieve that, he needed to juggle 3 goals: winning over girls, building connections, and eventually creating a stable life. But first, 2 conditions had to be met: a secure home base and financial stability. Lip already had the beginnings of a plan. Chapter 9. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Lip was woken up by the urgent need to pee. As he got out of bed, his entire body felt stiff, with every joint crackling slightly. He didn't pay much attention at first, but as he rushed to the bathroom, he noticed something unusual. Looking down, he was stunned to see his good friend standing at full attention, far more energetic than usual. "What the hell?" Lip stared, shocked. It didn't take him long to realize that it must be the Like a Dragon and the Tiger capsule he'd taken. He quickly put 2 and 2 together. This capsule even affects this? Lip thought with a mix of surprise and amusement. The changes were too significant to ignore. His body felt more powerful than ever, and there was a noticeable boost in his confidence. Karen might not be able to resist now, he thought happily. He glanced in the mirror, and his jaw almost dropped. His face looked sharper, more symmetrical, and his features had a golden proportion to them. The freckles and blemishes he'd always had disappeared, and the reflection vaguely resembled a younger Johnny Depp. "This is insane, it even fixed my face." Lip marveled, running his hands over his now flawless features, his narcissism growing with each passing second. "So handsome." He grinned, thoroughly pleased. With his newfound looks, Lip knew his already decent appeal to women would only improve. But something else struck him as well: he seemed taller. He estimated he was probably over 1.72 meters now, at least 2 centimeters taller than before, and possibly even more. In under 24 hours since taking the capsule, he'd grown nearly 8 centimeters. Lip moved around, testing his body. His speed, strength, and coordination felt significantly improved. "A powerhouse," Lip shouted silently, beaming with joy. "I'm like a fortress now." He wanted to jump around, shout, or run a victory lap, but no one else had gotten up yet. So, he decided to slip on some clothes and go for a run to release his excitement. Before he traveled in time, he had always enjoyed jogging through the park, and today, it felt like the perfect way to burn off all his energy. The early morning air was still chilly. Lip swung his arms and paced out his steps, gradually adjusting to his improved physique. The cold air tingled in his lungs, making him feel more alive than ever. "If I entered a track meet, I'd crush both the long-distance and sprint events," Lip mused, his confidence soaring. His shoes were a bit tight, and his clothes felt too short, but that was something he'd fix later. "I need to buy a new wardrobe soon," he thought as he jogged along, observing the streets and buildings around him. As he ran, Lip mentally mapped the area around his home. The Gallagher house, at 2119 North Wallace Street in South Chicago, was situated near the Cordes station. It was only about 7 or 8 kilometers from Chinatown and less than 10 kilometers from Union Station. All things considered, it was in a decent location. However, the city still hadn't fully recovered from the 2008 financial crisis. Unemployment rates were high, and families like the Gallaghers had to scrape by. The South Side, where they lived, was known for its poverty. The wealthy areas were far to the north or in suburban villas, while the South Side was a mix of immigrants, Mexicans, Hispanics, and even some illegal immigrants. The neighborhood wasn't exactly a slum, but it wasn't far from it either. Many people here struggled with low-paying jobs or had no job at all, resorting to petty crime to survive. Alcohol was sold on every corner, and drug addicts lurked in dark alleys, looking for their next fix. Small gangs controlled the streets, running illegal businesses, which made the area dangerous and lacking in proper security. Just a couple of blocks away from the Gallagher's house was Karen's neighborhood. It was quieter, with families like hers, but still far from affluent. Rumble, the first train of the morning, sped by, rattling the two-story building with gray and white tiles on its exterior. Lip paused, watching as the lights inside the house flicked on. This house was Karen's. He'd been running, and now, he was thinking ahead. The plan he had formulated the night before was to fix things between Karen's parents, Eddie and Sheila. If he could win their trust and favor, it would not only protect him from the chaos that Frank caused, but it would also make Karen's home a stable, supportive environment. A secure home would be the perfect foundation before he could truly build his future with Karen. It would also help in his plan to get her pregnant as soon as possible, which was crucial for his long-term goals. Lip realized that compared to his own family, which was full of chaos and holes, transforming Karen's family would be a more straightforward task. With his goal clear in his mind, Lip turned around and ran back home, eager to begin his next steps. Chapter 10. When Lip returned home, he noticed that sweat had completely soaked through his clothes, pants, and socks. He smelled as though he'd just crawled out of a sewer. Without hesitation, he made his way to the bathroom for a thorough shower. The hot water washed over his body, cleansing the grime. The warmth spread from his skin into his capillaries, making his blood flow faster, and every cell in his body seemed to come alive. His blood and energy flowed freely, relaxing his body and mind. Just as he let out a deep breath, a familiar, gentle female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Dear host, you still have a top-level lottery ticket that you haven't used. Would you like to use it now?" Lip paused, remembering the lottery ticket he'd received from the system. He had completely forgotten about it after being so caught up in his unswerving loyalty. But now that he remembered, he couldn't resist the temptation. "Yes," he answered, eager to see what his luck would bring. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining Bruce Lee's peak martial arts inheritance." Whoa! Lip exclaimed inwardly. He could hardly believe his luck. To win the martial arts inheritance of his idol, Bruce Lee, was beyond anything he had expected. The system had gifted him not just martial arts moves, but a full repertoire of skills and practical knowledge, all in an instant. It was like watching a movie in his mind, and Lip couldn't help but try out a few moves, practicing them in his head as he stood in the shower. Half an hour later, Lip emerged from the bathroom, his head held high and a confident smile on his face. Carl, who was in the middle of peeing, froze when he saw Lip. "What the?" Carl muttered to himself, clearly taken aback. "Why do I feel like Lip suddenly looks taller? And there's something dangerous about him now." Carl shrugged it off, muttering that he must still be half asleep, and went back to his room. Lip didn't think much of it and continued getting dressed. As he put on his clothes, he caught a glimpse of Carl's surprised expression. "Wow," Carl commented, unable to hide his shock. "I can't believe how different you look." Lip just smiled and gave Carl a friendly pat on the head before heading downstairs. Feeling great, Lip started preparing breakfast for the family. The sound of Fiona's loud yawn echoed through the house as she made her way downstairs, rubbing her eyes sleepily. "Are you Lip?" she asked, blinking to focus. Lip rolled his eyes playfully. Who else would it be? Fiona's eyes widened as she took in his new appearance. "Wait. You've gotten taller. And you're way more handsome. What happened?" Lip chuckled at Fiona's excitement, feeling a warm glow inside. "Well, I'm going through adolescence. Growth spurts like this can happen overnight. It's kind of like women's transformation, Fiona nodded thoughtfully, seemingly convinced by his explanation. "Oh, right," Lip said, pulling a $50 bill from his pocket and handing it to her. "Here's my earnings from tutoring yesterday. Use it for the weekend, and I might bring someone over to the house." "A girl?" Fiona asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yeah," Lip confirmed with a grin. "Wow, so many?" Fiona teased, flicking the money before looking at Lip with a smile. "Well, I'll make sure we have plenty of food. But first, I'm going to get you some shoes that actually fit." Lip smiled warmly at her. "Don't worry about it. I've got some pocket money. I can handle it." "All right, I trust you," Fiona said, beaming with a proud smile before pulling Lip into a hug. She turned and headed upstairs to get ready while Lip continued to cook. Knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the back door. Lip raised an eyebrow and opened the door to find Steve standing there. "Hey, Philip." Steve greeted, raising a hand. Lip nodded, acknowledging him. "Hey." You not going to school today? Steve asked, looking a little confused. Lip shrugged. I am. But my tooth's bothering me, so I might head to the doctor after school. Wisdom tooth? Steve asked, raising an eyebrow. Nah, I think it's just a cavity, Lip replied, flipping bacon in the pan. Families like ours usually have to eat cheap, sugary food, so tooth decay is pretty common. Steve leaned in, looking excited. Let me share a little known fact with you. Don't chew on just one side of your mouth, because it'll mess up your jaw, and eventually, even your posture and your butt. Really? Lip raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yep. Proven by osteological research, Steve said with a grin. I didn't know you were such a medical expert. Lip teased, giving Steve a playful wink. Steve froze, feeling like Lip had seen right through him. His heart skipped a beat. He had said too much. Steve stammered, clearly trying to recover. I just wanted to share some knowledge. No worries, Lip replied with a grin. I don't really get it, but I think you're a good guy. Want some breakfast? I'll take a plate, Steve said, relieved. Not long after, the rest of the Gallagher family came downstairs, and the six of them, along with Steve, sat around the dining table. Carl and Debbie were full of questions for Lip, and Steve answered each one with humor and patience. After breakfast, Lip grabbed his bag and headed out to school. Before leaving, he borrowed a pair of scissors from Carl, a strange but necessary item for his day. As he neared the school, he saw a group of notorious gangsters gathered around someone outside the school gate. A crowd had gathered around, watching. Lip's curiosity piqued. Chapter 11 Hey little girl, come with us and have some fun. Hey, a large man, seemingly the leader, leered arrogantly and pointed toward the unfinished building next to the school. No matter what you say, I won't go with you. Karen crossed her arms, her stance defiant as she prepared to push forward. However, a few troublemakers blocked her path, their hands roaming as they took advantage of the situation. A short man with a scruffy haircut stepped forward, his demeanor menacing. Little girl, you'd better be obedient, or we'll leave some marks on your face. With that, he pulled out a butterfly knife from his bag and waved it menacingly. Karen, terrified, quickly stepped back. Lip, upon seeing that Karen was the one being cornered, immediately sprang into action. With quick strides, he dashed toward the scene, pushing past two of the goons and grabbing the knife wielder's wrist. Tom, what are you doing? Lip's voice was steady and calm as he met the little man's gaze directly. With a swift motion, Lip applied pressure, causing the butterfly knife to clatter to the ground. Tom, besides tutoring you in schoolwork, I can also teach you how to properly handle knives. As long as the tuition's paid, I guarantee you'll learn something. Lip said with a teasing grin. He picked up the knife with his right hand, performed a few flawless flourishes, then snapped it shut and tucked it into his hip bag. Turning to Karen, Lip offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I've got this. Karen, feeling the tension lift, cautiously hid behind Lip, gripping the corner of his shirt. Lip. Tom winced in pain, withdrawing his arm as his eyes widened in recognition. A wave of fear washed over him. Tom, if you still want to pass your midterms, you'd better take your crew and get out of here. Lip's voice remained cool and composed. Shut up, brat. The large man, who had been watching, shouted angrily, his voice booming. Tom is my little brother's little brother. Do you think I'll listen to you? His posture was as if he were preparing to start a song or dance performance. And what's your relationship with Karen, huh? He sneered. Who the hell are you? Boy, I'm Pete, the top dog of grade 10. And who the hell are you, huh? The large man's grin was cruel, and he pointed at Lip, his eyes narrowing in hostility. Top dog? Your nickname's unique, but I've never heard of you, Lip responded, his voice dripping with sarcasm. As for Karen, she's my girlfriend. You'd better apologize to her right now, or, ha ha ha. Pete burst into laughter, as if Lip had just told the funniest joke. His lackeys followed suit, laughing until they were nearly rolling on the ground. Lip turned to Karen, raising an eyebrow. Did I say something wrong? No. Karen replied firmly. Then why are they laughing? Lip asked, gesturing to the others. Pete's face twisted in rage. Boy, people apologize to me, not the other way around. The situation grew tense as Pete glared at Lip, a wicked smile creeping up his face. You haven't even heard of me, huh? Well, I'll make sure you remember me after today. Pete raised his hand, signaling his goons to surround Lip and Karen. One of them even pulled out a switchblade from his pants, flicking it open with a satisfying snick. You've got one last chance. Kneel down, call me Grandpa, and get out of here. Otherwise. The thug growled, his knife gleaming in the sunlight. Nigga, you talk too much. Lip's words were sharp and cutting, his patience running thin. Kill him. Pete screamed, his voice full of fury. Lip was ready to leap into action, but he knew that rushing in might leave Karen vulnerable. He decided to block her from harm, preparing for a defensive counterattack. Suddenly, a tall man with a brown afro lunged at him from the left, aiming a powerful kick. Lip dodged it effortlessly, his expression calm and confident. He glanced at Karen and gave her a reassuring smile. Karen, still trembling, felt a sense of relief wash over her, bolstered by Lip's steady presence. But Pete and his crew weren't as calm. Watching Lip's calm reaction to the attack only fueled Pete's rage. Is he some kind of martial arts expert? Pete muttered under his breath, trying to make sense of the situation. One of the goons, still furious, made another move. You think you can dodge me? Now let's see how you handle this. The afro-wearing thug advanced again, swinging a vicious whip kick at Lip. Lip, judging his opponent's strength but slow speed, stepped back to avoid the kick. In a swift motion, he closed the distance and launched his own counterattack, delivering a fast and powerful whip kick. Before the thug could react, Lip's foot connected with his head, sending the man flying back several meters to the ground. The thug groaned in pain, clutching his abdomen, unable to move. Lip wiped his nose with a thumb and looked around. What are you all looking at? Don't tell me you've never seen a fight before. Pete, now trembling with rage, ordered his men to attack. One of Pete's lackeys, Kunt, who had been holding a switchblade, lunged at Lip from the right. With lightning reflexes, Lip delivered a swift kick to Kunt's wrist. There was a sharp crack sound, and Kunt's wrist bent at an unnatural angle. He screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground, clutching his broken arm. Bruce Lee. Someone from the crowd whispered, wide-eyed. He's the descendant of Bruce Lee. Before Pete and his remaining goons could regroup, Lip shouted, hit! And launched into a rapid series of strikes, knocking each of them to the ground in quick succession. Turning his attention back to Pete, who was still trying to rise, Lip grinned. My idol, Brother Zilong, could punch 9 times and kick 6 times in a second. I can only manage 3 punches and 2 kicks, but that's enough for you. He looked at Pete with disdain. I'm targeting your acupuncture points. If you get up, you'll be in for a real mess. Karen's eyes sparkled with admiration as she watched Lip effortlessly take down Pete and his gang. She rushed into his arms, overwhelmed with love and gratitude. You're amazing, Lip. Karen exclaimed, her voice full of affection as she kissed him. Lip kissed her back, proud to show his affection in front of everyone. Pete and his lackeys were left in shock, their faces a mix of fear and awe as they looked at Lip, who seemed almost godlike in their eyes. Lip felt a sense of triumph, both physical and emotional. He had protected Karen, and in doing so, he had gained a sense of heroism and satisfaction. But as the adrenaline began to fade, Lip's mind shifted. He had a plan. He was going to use this victory to his advantage, making a profit from these thugs as a stepping stone for his future business ventures. Chapter 12. Lip walked up to Pete and kicked him on the butt a few times. Do you know who my cousin is? Dare to touch me? He will kill you. Pete looked ferocious and tried to scare Lip. Before Pete could finish speaking, Lip stepped on his face. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll trample you into a pig's head right now. Lip smiled down at Pete. My cousin is Johnson, the school bully. Pete still didn't give up and tried to use his biggest support. Are you talking about Johnson, who's repeated the 11th grade 3 times? Yes, that's him. How about it? Be afraid. Peter thought Lip would be intimidated by his cousin, and his confidence grew. Boy, don't help me up, or my cousin will definitely kill you when he comes. Ha 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 ha, kill me? Lip knelt down and gave Pete a big ear slap. To tell you the truth, Johnson asked me last week to help him pass his midterm and final exams so he can enter 12th grade. What if I tell him now that I've decided not to help because of what you did to me and my girlfriend? Do you think you'll just be disabled or simply disappear? This. I don't know. When Pete thought of his cousin's cruelty and ferocity, he instantly looked like a dead man. It turned out that if Johnson didn't get promoted to grade 12, he would become the person who had repeated the longest grade in the entire South District High School. This wouldn't matter to Johnson, but Johnson's father had quite the reputation in the South District. How humiliating. So Johnson's father had given him a death order. He must pass into the 12th grade this year, no matter what. Brother Lip, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please forgive me, and don't let this affect my cousin's future. Pete begged. Brother Lip, if you don't hold a grudge, just treat me like a fart. Forgive you and let you go, why? Lip said coldly. Brother Lip, how can I make it up? Just tell me, I will do anything. Pete, it's easy to forgive you. Lip smiled at Peter. Your actions today have caused harm to me and my girlfriend, so you have to pay for the mental damages. Compensate, we'll definitely compensate. Pete hurriedly responded. It's not much, $250 for each of the 8 of you, a total of $2,000. What? So much? Too much? I heard you charge hundreds of dollars in protection fees for grades 9 to 11 every day. Are you here crying about poverty? Listen, take out all the money you have right now. If it's not enough, I don't care if you steal it, beg for it, or continue your protection racket. Make up for it within a week. Otherwise, I'll not only tell Johnson about this, but I'll also make sure you all receive disability benefits starting next year. Do you understand? Understood, Peter answered tremblingly, and the rest of the boys nodded. Lip kicked 8 people one by one, kicking each of them a few times. At first, they thought Lip was going to keep torturing them, but after the kicks, they found they weren't in much pain and could still stand. Oh, I forgot to tell you some good news. What? Pete asked, confused. You must have noticed that the kung fu I used just now was Bruce Lee's style. Lip glanced around at everyone. They all nodded. If you want to learn Bruce Lee's kung fu, I wouldn't mind taking on a few apprentices. Wow, really? Pete's eyes lit up, now suddenly full of hope. It's absolutely true, but I'm only accepting 10 apprentices right now. Each one will receive a special tuition price, no more than $500. As for whether you want to learn or not, think about it, but hurry up because there are only 8 spots left. Lip purposely said this loudly, making sure the onlookers could hear. Okay, now hurry up and take out whatever you've got. Brother Lip, these are the 2 Nokia 5230 couple phones I stole yesterday, one black and one white. Do you think this can be used to offset some of the compensation and tuition? Pete handed over the 2 phones. Lip was very pleased. Not only were these phones the new Nokia 5230 models from this year, released in August 2009, but they were also the first phones Lip had ever used when he was in junior high school before his time travel. Lip had originally planned to save up for one, but Pete had delivered them right to his door. It seemed that by acting decisively, he had not only saved a person, but also made a small fortune, 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Lip's face remained neutral, no sign of joy or anger. It can offset the compensation, but not the tuition. Okay, Brother Lip, can you reserve a spot for me? I'll find a way to raise the tuition after school today. Pete pleaded. Sure. Thanks, Brother Lip. The 8 of them searched their pockets and finally handed over $285 in total to Lip. Brother, do you really want to learn Kung Fu from Lip-Pu? One of them asked. You've all seen Lip's skill. He took us down in 1 second. I bet even my cousin Johnson couldn't do that. Besides, it's Bruce Lee's Kung Fu. Not learning it would be a waste of money. Pete's eyes were full of determination. Brother, I want to learn too, but I don't have enough money. I don't know if I can raise the remaining compensation. Can you lend me some? Afro asked. Come on, figure it out yourself. Pete snapped. Lip handed the white Nokia 5230 to Karen. Karen was overjoyed and immediately asked Lip to come to her house after school. Lip took the $285 and the black Nokia 5230, contentedly leading Karen through the school gates, leaving behind 8 sad-faced Pete's gang and the admiring onlookers. Chapter 13. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as the bell rang, school ended. Lip took Karen's hand and they left early. But what neither of them knew was that they were about to become famous at school. Lip's confrontation with the gangster students was filmed by some onlookers and posted on the campus network. This incident made Lip and Karen famous, but that was all later. They were walking happily down the road. By the time the last class started that afternoon, Lip had collected a total of $1,025 in mental damages. However, Peter did not come to Lip to pay the tuition as agreed. Lip didn't take it to heart. Because his mind was focused on another matter, after getting rich, the first thing to do is spend money. When Lip told Karen this and prepared to split the money with her, she immediately refused. She took Lip to a cheap clothing store. After Karen helped Lip pick out a full outfit for him, spending less than $100 in total, she took his arm and walked toward her home. Though the money had come from Lip, he was still very happy. I have to say, clothes really make a difference. After Karen dressed him up, Lip looked completely new and handsome. Is there something on my face? Lip asked. No. Then why do you keep glancing at me? Oops, don't people think you're so plump and handsome that they can't help but look at you more? Karen blushed. Lip felt great at that moment. Her words greatly satisfied his vanity. Karen kissed Lip with a sweet smile on her face. Lip, I dreamed of you last night. Miss me so much? Hee, I don't miss you. Karen's sweet smile turned a little naughty. She reached out and grabbed Lip. Guess who I'm thinking of? It must be said that when a girl who looks as pure and beautiful as an angel turns into a little temptress in front of you, it's impossible for a strong-blooded man to stay calm. At that moment, Lip was completely stunned. Wow, I haven't seen you all night, but little Lip seems to have changed a lot. Karen's face was pink, her eyes starry. Well, let me arrange it tonight so that little Lip and your sister little Karen can have a good discussion. Lip teased. I don't have a sister. Karen obviously didn't understand the deeper meaning of Lip's words. So Lip leaned in and whispered something in her ear. Karen's face and ears immediately turned bright red. Lip, you are so mean. Hee, men are not bad, but women don't love them. Big bad guy, I'm going to hit you. Karen and Lip were laughing and playing on the road. When they passed by the flower shop, Lip bought Karen a large bouquet of roses. When they passed the fruit shop and bakery, Lip bought fruits and pastries as gifts. Soon, they arrived at her home. Mom, Lip and I are back. Karen called out. Honey, you can play for a while, I'm still busy making dinner, came her mom's response. However, Karen, who had been smiling just a moment ago, suddenly became cold when she saw the man sitting in the living room, drinking coffee and reading a newspaper. Haha, you're here too, she said, stiffly. That man was clearly Karen's father, Eddie. After glancing sideways at Karen and Lip, he went back to reading his newspaper. Hi, Uncle, your daughter is greeting you. Lip said cheerfully. Boy, who are you? It's not your turn to speak here, Eddie replied coldly. He's my boyfriend. Karen yelled loudly. Lip, let's go to the room and ignore him. Fool, trust me. Now that I'm here, let me face and solve some people and problems. Lip said as he placed both hands on Karen's shoulders and gazed at her tenderly. Karen smiled, feeling at ease. She nodded firmly. Yes. Hi, Mr. Eddie, my name is Philip Gallagher, but you can call me Lip, Lip said with a smile, not pretending at all. Gallagher? Oh shit. Eddie's disgust was clear. He nearly shouted, get out. Eddie, how could you be so rude? Mrs. Sheila asked, spreading her hands. Eddie's posture suddenly softened. Boy, what are you doing here? Just visiting and playing. Lip said casually, placing the fruits and pastries in front of Eddie and then staring directly at him. Eddie felt like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. The discomfort crawled over him, and he even got goosebumps. Lip pulled up a chair and sat across from Eddie. Eddie looked at Lip, who was still staring at him with a half-smile. His eyes started to dart nervously. Lip couldn't help but think, this Eddie really is something. A coward who desperately wants face, yet full of resentment inside. Because he cares so much about his reputation, Eddie never dares to show anger. Because of his bitterness, he ignores Karen. Because he's timid, he becomes nervous in the face of Lip's confidence. Lip thought to himself, my future father-in-law is really tangled and contradictory. Chapter 14 Hi Mr. Eddie, I want to talk to you. Lip initiated the conversation. What do you want to talk about? Eddie glanced at Lip, his expression still impatient. Let's talk about Karen. What's up? If Karen gets a B or even an A in the midterm exam, would you attend her parent-teacher conference and spend more time with her and Mrs. Sheila? Eddie didn't answer. His eyes remained evasive. Mr. Eddie, don't you even have the courage to answer? Fake squid, brat. How I discipline my daughter is none of your business. Eddie snapped. Mr. Eddie, as Karen's boyfriend, I respect you, but please respect me as well, Lip said calmly. As your daughter, Karen deserves more love and care, instead of indifference and cruelty. Eddie's chest heaved, and his eyes widened as he glared at Lip. But Lip remained unbothered. As a daughter, Karen should listen to what I say. Haha, do you really think children should always obey? They shouldn't be their parents' puppets or carry the weight of their parents' mistakes. Lip responded, his voice firm. The reason humanity progresses is because the next generation doesn't blindly follow the previous one. Brat, I'm going to beat you up. Eddie suddenly stood up from his chair, grabbing the collar of Lip's newly bought denim jacket with his left hand and preparing to punch with his right. Lip remained calm. In a flash, Lip grabbed Eddie's left thumb with his right hand, applying just enough pressure to make Eddie wince in pain. The punch never came. Mr. Eddie, did you feel that? Like a wild beast staring at you? Lip smiled slightly. If I were you, I'd never choose to act in such a situation, because that's your instincts telling you you're in danger. Lip held Eddie's thumb tightly, pressing Eddie's wrist down. Despite Eddie's efforts, he couldn't break free. He was trapped. With a little more force, Lip made Eddie sit back down in his chair. Eddie's hands were trembling from the pain, and his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Lip. Lip smiled wider and locked eyes with Eddie. Eddie, how does it feel? Lip asked. Using a technique he called Lucifer's gaze, Lip focused his intense gaze on Eddie. It was as if Eddie was falling into a trance, his eyes becoming unfocused as he began to speak. I am a face-saving, very conservative Christian. Or perhaps I can say that I am a sexually repressed person. Eddie, what are you talking about? Mrs. Sheila asked, bewildered. Lip, did you cast a spell on my dad? Why is he acting like this? Karen was equally confused. Lip remained silent, continuing to stare at Eddie. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The atmosphere in the room shifted, and Karen and Sheila instinctively closed their eyes, too afraid to speak. I'm just an ordinary civil servant. I've always been honest and proper since I was a child. Eddie mumbled, his voice hollow. What unforgivable sin did I commit? Why did God let me fall in love with Sheila, and why did I marry her? Sheila is a libertine, Eddie continued, his voice heavy with shame. She has a special hobby and likes to master the big asshole. She thought I didn't know, but I did. In fact, I learned about Sheila's secret when Karen was 9, from her notebook. Eddie's voice quivered. I wanted to talk to Sheila about it, but I couldn't. I was too embarrassed. Anal penetration, it's not just uncomfortable, it's often painful. But I never thought knowing about Sheila's secret would be so mentally and emotionally painful. Over time, I grew disgusted with her and lost all interest in her. When Karen turned 10, I chose religion. I knew it was brainwashing, but I thought it would give me peace. But this confusion. It made me think of Sheila when I looked at Karen, and I didn't want to talk to her anymore. Though Karen inherited all the good looks from Sheila and me, her grades were mediocre. She would eventually be criticized in school, and I felt ashamed. That's why I refused to attend the parent-teacher conference. Over time, I grew to resent this family. I just wanted to be left alone. Eddie's eyes cleared as he snapped back to reality. What the hell? Why did I say all that? Eddie exclaimed, his hands covering his face in horror. Now I see why this house feels like a circus, Lip said, his gaze sweeping across the room. These ornaments. They reflect Mr. Eddie's heart. You feel like a clown in your own family, lacking both face and authority, in a place where you can't find peace. Boy, what have you done to me? Eddie asked, his eyes filled with fear, and something else, gratitude. As if he were saying, finally, someone understands my struggles. Mr. Eddie, don't you feel better after saying what you've been holding in for so long? Lip asked. Mr. Eddie, the problems you have with Mrs. Sheila and Karen are nothing compared to the troubles in my own family, Lip continued calmly, smiling. If you want, I can help you resolve these issues. Lip, are you serious? Eddie asked, his voice trembling. Lip nodded seriously. In truth, Eddie in the original story was just an ordinary, pitiful man. Lip decided to help him. It wasn't out of sympathy. Lip felt that rather than letting Eddie spiral further, it was better to help him face the root of his problems. He could become the protector of his family instead of letting it all fall apart. Chapter 15 Lip, just tell me what to do. I'll listen to you. Eddie spoke desperately, like a drowning man clutching at driftwood, his eyes full of hope. Mr. Eddie, take it easy, Lip replied with a calm smile, turning to the two people standing on the side. Karen, Mrs. Sheila, you two should come sit as well. Mrs. Sheila sat next to Eddie and took his hand in hers, her face full of apology. Karen sat next to Lip and leaned her head on his shoulder. Mr. Eddie, Mrs. Sheila, most family problems stem from conflicts between husband and wife, and 80% of those conflicts are caused by disharmony in the relationship, Lip began, his tone serious. Therefore, Mrs. Sheila, your secret is the key to resolving the conflict. Sheila felt embarrassed under Lip's direct gaze. Sheila, listen to Lip, and speak up. Eddie encouraged. Okay, I'll say it. Mrs. Sheila began speaking, her voice shaking. It turned out that when Sheila was 12, she had stumbled upon something between her brother and a male classmate. Thanks to her sharp eyesight, she saw the details clearly, and those images were burned into her mind. They were even recorded in her password-protected notebook. This led Sheila to believe that chrysanthemums blooming was something that would make men happy, and the bigger the bloom, the more satisfied they would be. A week later, the boy came back. Sheila mentioned it to her mother, but her mother was indifferent, dismissing it with a casual response. Without any guidance, Sheila's mother turned a blind eye. From then on, Sheila's thoughts were filled with a desire to master the big anus. Lip finally understood why Sheila had been so permissive with Karen in the version of the story he'd watched. Her mother had been irresponsible, and Sheila, as a mother herself, had turned a blind eye to Karen's behavior. I'm sorry, Eddie. I always assumed you would be happy and never considered how you felt, Sheila said. Sheila's words seemed to lighten the mood. Eddie thought for a moment and replied, I feel better now that you've told your secret. Actually, I wasn't good either. You're so kind, innocent, and true. I should never have manipulated you all these years just to save face, making you think you had some phobia. I've been afraid of you being targeted by men with ulterior motives because you're so beautiful, Eddie added, his voice soft. Eddie, do I really not have those two diseases? Sheila asked nervously. No, absolutely not, Eddie nodded seriously. Ah, great. Sheila jumped up from her chair, excited. I'm going to run in the park, I'm going to the mall to shop, I'm going to buy a tie for Eddie and a skirt for Karen. She suddenly hugged Eddie and kissed him. Eddie blushed, but his happy expression nearly overflowed. Lip and Karen exchanged a look, as if saying to each other, this dog food is delicious. Come on. I'm full, how about you? Honey, you guys talk slowly. I'm going to prepare dinner now and add steak for you. Mrs. Sheila went off to the kitchen, her fingers raised with joy. Karen, go get the notebook from your room, Lip said to Karen with a smile. Okay. Karen ran upstairs with a cheerful smile. Thank you, Lip, Eddie said, standing up and extending his hand. Mr. Eddie, if you trust me, you should take the initiative tonight and try a double-pronged approach with Mrs. Sheila. You might be surprised, Lip leaned in, shaking Eddie's hand and whispering in his ear. Both eyes shine together? Eddie asked quietly, confused. Lip made an H shape with his left thumb and index finger, using the index and middle fingers of his right hand to form two circles. Oh, I get it. Master the daisy and the trail. Eddie suddenly understood. Lip gave him a thumbs up. Lip, thank you so much. Eddie said again, his gratitude apparent. Mr. Eddie, if you really want to thank me, then forget the small things and spend more time with Karen and your wife when you can, Lip said calmly. Well, I'll definitely do it, Eddie promised. Daddy, Lip, what are you two talking about? Karen, holding her laptop, asked as she looked at them whispering. Well, Eddie was at a loss for words. Karen, your dad was asking me when your parent-teacher conference is. He said he would go, Lip responded quickly. Daddy, really? Karen asked, her eyes wide. I promise, Eddie raised 3 fingers in an oath. Wow, I love you, Daddy. Karen put down her laptop, hugged Eddie, and gave him a kiss. Eddie blushed even more, sending a secret thank you look to Lip. Lip was happy. Karen's family issues seemed to be temporarily resolved. Karen sat next to Lip with a notebook in her hands, whispering in his ear, thank you, dear. I've prepared a surprise for you tonight. Lip immediately raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. Karen, this little girl, was simply a natural fairy. Lip was filled with anticipation for the surprise, though there were more pressing matters to attend to. He couldn't wait to see what Karen had prepared. Chapter 16. Lip let out a long breath because Karen's hands were being mischievous. While one hand was counteracting the force beneath him, the other was busy sorting out his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Lip said calmly, Mr. Eddie, I need to ask a small favor. Lip, you've helped our family so much, just ask me for anything. Eddie responded enthusiastically. I need to borrow some money, Mr. Eddie, Lip said. Ah. How much do you need? Eddie was momentarily stunned, but his generosity showed through quickly. It's not much, just $80. I'll pay you back right away, plus $20 in interest, Lip explained, pulling a $100 bill from his bag and handing it over. Lip, you obviously have money. Why would you borrow from me? This is confusing. Eddie said, completely bewildered. Karen, who was playfully teasing Lip with one hand, was also filled with questions. What's going on, Lip? Why the trouble? Here's the deal, Lip began, explaining, I discovered a cryptocurrency I want to invest in. But since I'm underage, I can't open the necessary accounts or conduct transactions. So, you want to use my identity to open the accounts and trade with the $80? Eddie immediately caught on. Yes. That's why I asked Karen to get the laptop ready, Lip confirmed. Got it. Use my identity to set up the account, and I'll transfer $80 from my salary account to the new account later, Eddie said generously. Take the $100 back. Falling in love has its costs. Lip chuckled, impressed by Eddie's straightforwardness. Lip, can you really make money with this cryptocurrency? Karen asked, her sharp mind catching onto the key issue. Lip paused, then started explaining everything he knew. Yes, the cryptocurrency I'm talking about is called Bitcoin. It's not issued by a specific institution, but is generated by an algorithm through lots of calculations. It's very safe and highly limited. It doesn't get printed endlessly like the dollar, he added. Bitcoin was officially born on January 3 this year. As of now, fewer than 800,000 coins have been mined globally. In the next 4 years, only 10.5 million Bitcoin will be mined. After that, the total supply will be capped at 21 million coins forever. How many Bitcoins can you buy for $80? Eddie asked, now intrigued. At the current price, $80 can buy 100,000 units, Lip replied. 100,000? Each coin costs only $0.0008? Karen exclaimed in disbelief. That's practically worthless. Karen, think of it like stocks. It may seem worthless now, but in the future, one coin could be worth hundreds of dollars, Lip explained with a smile. He still didn't tell them that Bitcoin would eventually be worth $20,000 per coin. He feared that Eddie might get carried away, tempted to buy a house or car, and risk everything if the market didn't go as expected. How confident are you about this? Eddie asked. Mr. Eddie, I'd say it's 50-50, Lip said. How about this? I'll transfer $160 to you, and you can buy $80 worth of Bitcoin for Karen, too, Eddie offered. Really? Lip hesitated, unsure. Don't feel pressured, just treat me as an investor, Eddie reassured him. All right. Lip said, now focusing on Karen. I'll go help Sheila. You two can talk, Eddie said, getting up and heading to the kitchen. Why can't I continue? Karen pouted, making her face look even more alluring. I think you're trying to embarrass me. Lip laughed mischievously and pinched Karen's cheek. Hee, you figured it out, Karen giggled, sticking out her tongue playfully. What surprise have you prepared for me? Lip asked. You'll have to guess. Karen teased. Lip thought about it for a moment. Was it when I went to try on clothes by myself? He wondered aloud. It was only for a few minutes. Wait, the clothing store was right next to a lingerie shop. I saw you looking at the designs there, Lip realized. This little girl prepared something for me. Though he had figured it out, Lip continued to act like he didn't understand. Lip, stop guessing. You'll find out if you follow me to your room after dinner, Karen smiled, leading him on. All right, no more guessing. By the way, you mentioned today that you'd be opening a class to recruit apprentices to teach Kung Fu, right? Karen asked. Yeah, that's right, Lip confirmed. Can I join? Why do you want to learn? Lip asked, surprised. Lip, you can't be with me all the time. If someone harasses or tries to trick me when you're not around, I need to be able to protect myself, Karen said, serious now. That makes sense, Lip agreed, nodding thoughtfully. As for the tuition, I don't have money, but I can compensate you in other ways. Karen whispered in Lip's ear. Lip's eyes widened in shock. This girl was incredibly bold. Just the thought of it was exciting, sending a rush of excitement through him. Chapter 17 Karen, Lip is eating. Mrs. Sheila's voice broke through Lip's daydreams, snapping him back to reality. Plates of delicious food were being placed on the table, and Lip could feel his mouth watering. There were steaks, salmon, and a variety of fresh vegetables, far better than the discount convenience meals he was used to at home. It seemed that after today, Fiona would be getting some extra living expenses. The four of them sat down to eat, enjoying a pleasant and lively meal. The conversation was filled with laughter, and Lip learned a lot about Karen's childhood from Sheila and Eddie. It was a warm and happy atmosphere. After the meal, they all moved to the living room to watch TV. Lip, why don't you stay the night? Eddie suddenly suggested. This. Lip hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Don't be polite, stay with us. Sheila chimed in, agreeing with her husband. Lip was touched by their kindness but felt a bit uncomfortable. That might be too much trouble. He nodded in appreciation to both Eddie and Sheila. He hadn't expected them to be so generous, but he also couldn't ignore the openness of American culture. But there was one thing that was puzzling him. Had Sheila told Eddie about what had happened between her and Karen the previous night in the kitchen? It seemed likely. Suddenly, Lip felt a gaze on him. He turned and met Eddie's questioning eyes. Lip understood instantly and gave Eddie a subtle nod of encouragement. Eddie leaned in and whispered something in Sheila's ear. Sheila's face turned bright red. Well, Karen, Lip, take your time and watch the show. Your father and I are going to head upstairs, Sheila announced. Karen was left looking confused. What? What's going on? Lip spread his hands. I have no idea either. A few minutes later, they could hear a joyful shout coming from upstairs. Karen turned toward the stairs, her face full of suspicion. Lip, what did you say to my dad? I didn't say anything. Lip feigned innocence. If you don't tell me, I'll make you sleep on the couch tonight, Karen threatened, crossing her arms. Ah, you little brat. Trying to threaten me? Lip laughed, giving her a playful smack on the backside. All right, I'll tell you. Lip sighed dramatically before telling Karen exactly what he had whispered to Eddie. Karen's eyes widened in surprise. Lip, you're so sweet, she said, jumping into his arms and hugging him tightly. Thank you for everything you've done for me and my family. Fool, you're my woman. Your family will be my family too, Lip replied with a warm smile. Karen grinned. Hee, you're right. She looked at him playfully, then suddenly squatted down in front of him, her face glowing with affection. Lip, I want to reward you right now. Lip instantly recognized the look in her eyes. It was clear tonight would be another night of passion. But for some reason, A nagging feeling tugged at Lip's mind. He suddenly realized there was something important he had forgotten and that he needed to go home. Ah! I just remembered. Lip exclaimed, standing up quickly. Karen looked up at him, confused. What's wrong? I promised Fiona I'd pick up some milk and groceries for the family today. I completely forgot. Lip said with a sheepish expression. Karen's brow furrowed. Huh? You forgot? I was so distracted thinking about you that I didn't even remember it. Lip said, grinning. I guess it's true what philosophers say, love makes the mind fuzzy. And you, little elf, are so good at distracting me. He added with a teasing tone. Karen smiled slyly. Are you sure you don't want to stay a little longer? I could help you relax. She licked her lips teasingly. Lip hesitated for a moment, but the thought of Fiona's wrath drove him to action. I have to go back, or Fiona will tear me apart. He rushed out of the house, calling back to Karen, I'll be back soon, don't wait too long. I know. Go, go. Karen laughed from the doorway. Lip ran to the nearest supermarket, bought everything Fiona had asked for, and hurried home. It was dark by now, and he sprinted through the streets, carrying 2 heavy bags as if he were racing against time. Finally, he spotted the lights of his house in the distance. He pushed himself to run faster, knowing he was almost home. But just as he was about to reach his house, a girl in a navel-bearing t-shirt and a coat in hand came running out from Gallagher's house. Lip couldn't avoid her in time, and they collided, both of them falling to the ground. Are you okay? Lip asked, getting to his feet. The girl seemed fine but began to cry. Lip was immediately drawn to her distressed expression. He looked at her closely and noticed her striking features, bright eyes, bold smoky makeup, and a nose stud. She wore large purple hoop earrings, and her hair was brightly colored. Who is this girl? Lip thought to himself. She's cute, but her style is a bit unconventional. Still, she has a lot of presence. The girl picked herself up and shot him a glare. Don't worry about me. She snapped before running off, still sobbing. Is she that upset? Lip wondered aloud, watching her disappear down the street. He took a moment to admire her as she ran, her toned legs shaking under her miniskirt. Just as he was about to shake off the encounter, Ian burst out of the house. Ian, what's going on? You look like you're in a panic. Ian, have you seen Mandy? Ian asked urgently. Mandy? Lip asked, confused. Mandy Milkovich. The girl I told you about yesterday. Ian explained. Lip froze in surprise. That girl had looked familiar. It was the same girl he had just bumped into. Wait a minute. That was Mandy? Lip thought, his mind racing. She's way more attractive than the Mandy from the show. As Lip filled Ian in on his encounter with Mandy, Ian shared that Mandy had been to his store again, trying to seduce him. Am I going to miss out on this girl again? Lip thought, disappointed. After putting the groceries away, Lip decided to return to Karen's house. Chapter 18. The sunlight sneaked into the room through the cracks in the curtains and gently brushed across Lip's eyelashes. Lip's eyes fluttered open, but he remained in a dreamlike state. In his dream, he had just attended a sorority event with Amanda, a wealthy, top-tier student from college. They had enjoyed a formal dinner at a 24-hour restaurant. As Lip carefully studied the menu, deciding what to order, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Hi, sir. Would you like some more coffee? Lip looked up to see Mandy, dressed in a waitress uniform. Mandy noticed him too. A smile crept onto her face, though it was tinged with a hint of sadness. But after a moment, her expression shifted back to calm, and she finished refilling his coffee before quickly walking away. Lip watched her retreating figure, feeling a mix of emotions. To many, this might seem like an ordinary, even dull moment, far less dramatic than the chaotic or intense scenes often seen in movies. But to Lip, it was a memory he would always hold on to. Because life is short, fleeting, like a passing moment, but some emotions linger, stretching out like an endless landscape. Feeling the weight of his thoughts, Lip excused himself from the table with Amanda, seeking solace at the bar. Mandy, he called softly. More coffee, sir? Mandy asked, her eyes avoiding his. I didn't know you worked here, Lip said, trying to keep the conversation light. Mandy quickly averted her gaze. I'll be right with you. You look good, Lip added, a small smile forming. Do you need anything else? Sugar? She asked, her voice distant. Mandy, it's me, Lip insisted, trying to make her see him. Mandy hesitated, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She looked at him as if silently pleading, please, don't make this harder for me. I said. You're my woman, Lip said, his voice steady but full of emotion. He gently cupped her face, meeting her gaze with a smile, and spoke softly, you're mine. After those words, Lip didn't care about anything else. He simply pulled Mandy into his arms, kissing her deeply. Mandy, unable to hold back any longer, responded to him, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Lip. Amanda's voice cut through the moment, her cry full of desperation. Lip woke with a start, realizing it had all been a dream. Although he had seen these events from a third-person perspective before, the dream felt different. This time, he was inside the moment, feeling every emotion. It dawned on him that he needed to make things right with Mandy, that there was still time to fix the regret he felt. Lip yawned loudly as he glanced at his Nokia 5230, realizing it was already past 8 a.m. Lip. The soft voice of Karen murmured from beside him. Lip turned to see her still asleep, hugging his arm with a peaceful, innocent smile. Karen's little mouth opened slightly, emitting a soft snore. Lip couldn't help but smile. Despite how gentle he'd been with her the night before, Karen had still been thoroughly exhausted. Lip gently stroked her face, running his fingers through her blonde hair. He kissed her forehead tenderly before carefully pulling his arm away. But the movement roused Karen. She blinked up at him, still half asleep. Lip, where are you going? Lip chuckled softly. Fool, I'm heading home. Karen's arms tightened around him in a half-wake, half-dreamy state. No, I don't want you to leave. Lip smiled and rubbed her back. I told you I'd take you to meet my family today. I need to get home and tidy up first. Then come pick me up as soon as you're done, she said, looking up at him with big, hopeful eyes. I'll be back, don't worry. Karen pointed to her lips, a playful glint in her eyes. Kiss me. Lip leaned down and kissed her, the two of them lingering for a moment before Karen reluctantly let him go and snuggled back into the bed. Lip quickly got dressed, went downstairs, and began his morning routine. As he passed by the living room, he noticed Eddie had already gotten up. Lip, why don't you sleep a little longer? Eddie asked, his voice gruff but friendly. Uncle Eddie, I'm taking Karen to my house today to meet my family. I'm just heading back to get things ready, Lip explained. That's a good plan, Eddie nodded approvingly. Then, with a knowing look, he whispered, Youth, huh? You're a great guy. Lip was taken aback for a moment, confused by Eddie's cryptic tone. But when he saw the glint in his eyes, he quickly understood. Hey, Uncle Eddie, do you want to feel young again? Lip teased. Eddie raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? There's a saying, Lip continued with a grin, when a man practices squats, women can't stand it. When women do squats, men can't stand it. But when both do squats together, well, the bed can't stand it. Eddie laughed, clearly amused. Is it really that effective? I promise you, Uncle Eddie, it's not a quick fix. But if you stick with it for 100 days and add some jogging or swimming twice a week, you'll outdo most young guys. Just trust me, Lip said, trying to sound serious. Alright, I'll give it a try. If it works, dinner's on me. Eddie chuckled. Lip smiled, nodded, and waved goodbye before heading out the door. Chapter 19. Lip bought a lot of food, but when he got home, he discovered something unusual. It was almost 9 a.m. and no one had gotten up yet. Even though it was the weekend, this was highly unusual. Fiona? Fiona? Lip called out several times, but there was no answer. What's going on here? Lip wondered as he headed upstairs to his room. Lip, you're back. Carl yawned as he emerged from his room. What happened yesterday? Lip asked, still puzzled. When I came home from school yesterday, I saw Steve, he'd stayed over the night before, and Fiona were pulling each other around. Carl continued nonchalantly, Steve brought a bunch of delicious food and drinks, so we ended up having a little party. Ah, I missed that, huh? Lip chuckled. Yeah, it was a shame you weren't here, Carl shrugged. Fiona asked Steve to stay overnight, though I didn't really pay attention to that part. You foodie. Lip playfully ruffled Carl's hair. Steve hung out for a while, then took a call and left, Ian added, walking in. Oh, I see, Lip nodded. That makes sense. Lip handed Carl and Ian each $10. Wow, Lip. You're rich. Carl exclaimed. Well, I made a little money, Lip smiled. If you're willing to come out with me now, maybe you can make a few $100, Lip teased. I'll do it right now. Carl sprang out of bed excitedly but bumped his head on the frame. Ouch, ha ha ha. Lip and Ian both laughed. I'm dressed. Let's go. Carl jumped up. Don't rush. I'll make breakfast first, so we can all eat together, Lip said, smiling at his little brother. Carl was always so cute. Go wake everyone up, okay? Got it. Carl rushed out of the room, shouting, Fiona. As he ran. After about 10 minutes, Lip finished making breakfast. Fiona, Ian, Carl, and Debbie, who was holding Liam, gathered around the dining table. As Lip placed fried steak, fried cod, grilled hot dogs, vegetable and fruit salad, milk, and bread on the table, everyone stared in awe. Lip, Where did you get the money to buy all this? Fiona asked, surprised but also a little serious. You're not selling flour, are you? I think Lip might have robbed a bank, Carl joked, making a pistol gesture with his hands. I still think Lip's being kept by some rich woman, Ian grinned, stuffing an orange into his mouth. Maybe it's the female teacher? Debbie teased, adding to the fun. Liam also chimed in, his little voice adding to the playful atmosphere. Alright, enough with the jokes. Lip laughed. I've been teaching a few people some stuff lately and made a little money. Teaching? What are you teaching? Fiona asked, still puzzled. Of course, I'm teaching them how to solve problems. Lip grinned. TSK everyone laughed in unison. Bang Lip slammed a stack of money onto the table. Fiona, this is $500. Count it carefully. What? Fiona grabbed the banknotes, eyes wide, and started counting. After a moment, she looked up at her younger siblings and raised her hands in triumph. Long live Lip. It's really $500. Muah. Fiona hugged Lip tightly, a sigh of relief escaping her. Hey, don't get too excited. There's only $150 for you, Lip teased. Eh? Fiona looked at him in confusion. The $150 is for you to use however you want. You haven't bought new clothes or shoes in 2 years, Lip said with a smile. The remaining $350 is for the family's living expenses. You can manage it however you like. But I'd like to make sure Ian, Debbie, and Carl eat better in the future. They're still growing, and I don't want them to be too short. Lip added with a grin. And also, please don't make us live in an ice cave like we did a few days ago, Lip continued with a playful tone. You should also think about falling in love, don't forget about yourself for us, Lip said warmly. Fiona's eyes immediately filled with tears as she fanned her face with the money. Oh, my goodness. Why am I crying? Happiness comes so suddenly. Lip watched Fiona, feeling a warmth in his heart. Sister, he thought, the change has just begun. When I make up for the regrets of you and the older brother-in-law, you'll be so happy. Fiona rushed to hug Lip again. Thank you, Lip. Ian, Carl, and Debbie followed suit, all gathering around Lip for a big group hug. Lip opened his arms and embraced them all. We're family. Don't be so polite, he said, his voice a little thick with emotion. As long as we stick together and stay friendly, the future will definitely get better. Okay, eat quickly, or it'll get cold. I worked hard to make this. Lip said with a laugh. The family returned to their seats and started eating. Lip took a small piece of steak, chewing it slowly and savoring the moment. After finishing the meal, Lip made an excuse to head out with Ian, Carl, and Debbie. Chapter 20. Lip took his 3 younger siblings and walked slowly down the street. They were on their way to confront an old bastard, their father, Frank. It all started a few nights ago when Lip was thinking about how to get some money. But after much deliberation, he couldn't think of anyone who might be able to help. Then, out of nowhere, it hit him. Frank, the shameless father who made a living through cheating, kidnapping, and stealing, was actually the richest man in the Gallagher family. Now that Lip had discovered this, it was time to face him. But where should he even begin? Lip thought through the situation and realized something. Frank had broken Aleb's bar's LCD TV after drinking too much. Then he stole Carl's identity and some of his personal information to apply for a credit card and overdraft it for cash, all for his own gain. Because Fiona was an adult and already had a family to take care of, Frank hadn't targeted her. But the identities of Lip, Ian, Carl, and Debbie had long been stolen by him. And, as if that wasn't enough, Frank even used Liam's credit as a baby. In the US, credit is incredibly important. It's the foundation of a person's ability to live well. The US has a robust and complete credit system, and a person's credit affects everything: bank accounts, loans for houses and cars, student scores, applying to schools, medical insurance, and job hunting. If your credit goes bankrupt, it's as if you no longer exist in the system, or worse. Frank was a complete asshole. He had no hesitation in ruining his children's futures just to fuel his drinking and drunk driving addiction. He acted without boundaries, worse than any animal. Though it was just a few $100s he overdrew on his credit card, it was still a breach of trust, and no one knew what Frank might do next. Only God could predict his next move. Sure enough, most of a family's misfortunes stem from selfish and irresponsible parents. Knowing this, Lip wasn't going to stand by and let it slide. He was determined to honor his bastard father in any way possible. And even though Frank spent his days drunk and dreaming, he was still the one who enjoyed the most in the family. Lip, where are we going to get money? Carl asked, his eyes gleaming with interest. We're not making money, we're taking back what's rightfully ours, Lip explained patiently. Our credit and money have been stolen. What? Ian, Carl, and Debbie asked in unison, surprised. What kind of bastard is he? I'm going to kill him, Carl said, his eyes widening with fury. Frank? Ian asked, piecing it together. Who else could it be? Lip answered. No way. Debbie was still reluctant to believe it, but where did we get the money for him to steal? Well. Carl froze, unsure of what to say. Sure enough, Carl and Debbie were still too young to understand the full extent of Frank's betrayal. Children tend to trust their parents the most, even when those parents didn't show them much care. That's how it is, Lip said, smiling and ruffling Carl and Debbie's hair. If you don't believe me, just follow me and see for yourselves. A little while later, Lip and the others arrived at Kevin and Veronica's bar, Aleb's. Hey, Lip, Ian, Debbie, Carl, what brings you guys here? Kevin, who was behind the bar, asked in surprise, raising his eyebrows. You're not of legal drinking age, but if you want to drink, I can. He trailed off, but Lip cut him off. Kevin, thanks, but we're looking for Frank. Is he here? Kevin tilted his head and nodded toward the bar. Lip and the others made their way around the bar and found Frank passed out on the floor next to the pool table. It seems like this guy's been living well recently, Lip muttered, his eyes growing colder. Lip, how can you say that? Debbie asked, confused. When Frank has money, he'll go out to feed his addiction, Lip explained, looking at Debbie. But when he's broke, he goes out and finds a way to make some cash. The only time he comes home is when he's too drunk or injured to do anything else. I can confirm what Lip said, Kevin chimed in as he walked over. He showed up at 8:30, had a few drinks, and passed out. I can't even count how many times I've had to drag him to this corner. So, what do you want with him? Kevin asked. We're here to take back what's ours, Lip said, kneeling down and starting to rummage through Frank's pockets. Frank was too drunk to resist, making the task easier. Chapter 21. Lip walked directly to Frank, squatted down, took out his wallet from his pocket, and pulled out $70 or $80 along with several credit cards. The credit cards bore the names Lip, Ian, Debbie, and Carl. Seeing the credit cards, Debbie and Carl, who had still harbored some illusions, were completely sobered up. Although young, they understood the importance of personal credit. Oh, Frank. Damn Frank. Even Kevin, who was merely watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but curse when he saw the credit cards issued in their names. Kevin, go get busy. Lip said. Okay. Kevin knew this was Lip's way of asking him to leave, as what came next was clearly a Gallagher family matter. Lip knelt down and slapped Frank twice, but he didn't wake up. Lip originally considered peeing on Frank's face to wake him, but with Carl and Debbie watching, he held back. Instead, he went to the bar, grabbed a cup, and filled it with cold water from the bathroom. Returning, he poured the water cleanly over Frank's face. What the hell? Frank jolted awake, startled. When he saw the four of them standing before him, he rubbed his eyes and then looked extremely annoyed. Oh, great. What do you want now? Did you get into trouble again? I don't have time for your nonsense. Frank struggled to get up from the floor as he grumbled. Lip held up the credit cards and waved them in Frank's face. Frank recognized them instantly. He paused, then reached out to grab them. Lip, how could you steal from me while I was sleeping? Treasonous. Frank started to rant, but Lip's cold stare made him falter. Frank, these credit cards are in our names, Lip said icily. Frank forced a grin and threw an arm around both Debbie and Carl. Surprise. This is my gift to you, he exclaimed. Normally, you have to wait until you're 18 to apply for a credit card, but I went ahead and got them for you. Aren't you going to thank me? Debbie remained indifferent. Carl rolled his eyes. Frank awkwardly withdrew his arms. What about the money you overdrew on the cards? Lip's tone grew even colder. Oh, that's mostly gone. I only have $70 or $80 left, Frank admitted shamelessly. I've raised you all, and you've never repaid me. Not a single gift. Consider this interest on all I've done for you, he added smugly. Ha. You raised us? Lip sneered. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Suddenly, Lip stepped forward and punched Frank in the nose. He held back his strength, just enough to avoid sending Frank to meet God with a single punch. Oh, damn it. Frank cried out, falling to the floor as blood dripped from his nose. Seeing Frank's pathetic state, Lip felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. He had wanted to hit this worthless man ever since watching the show. Frank, you'd better give us the rest of the money right now, Lip warned. Money? Over my dead body. Go ahead, beat me to death if you can. Frank spat, defiant. Fine, Lip said with a smile. He pulled out his phone and played a pre-recorded clip. Hello, this is the Chicago Police Department. How can I help you? I'd like to report identity theft involving 4 minors. Their personal information was used to apply for credit cards without consent for illegal cash withdrawal. This sounds serious. We'll dispatch officers immediately. Can you provide your address? Frank, panicked, scrambled over and clung to Lip's leg. Wait. No, no, no. Don't call them. I'll give you the money. Please hang up. Frank begged, nearly in tears. Oh, there's no need. This is just a recording, Lip said with a grin. Frank froze, realizing he'd been played. But if you try any more tricks, I won't hesitate to call 911 for real, and I'll include details about this and your other secrets. What secrets? How Aunt Ginger died. How you scammed work injury compensation. And more. Stop. Fine, I'll give you the money. Frank exclaimed, breaking down. Honestly, Frank, I'm starting to think sending you to prison for 10 or 20 years would be more satisfying than letting you off lightly, Lip remarked, smiling dangerously. Frank stared at Lip, a chill running down his spine. It felt as though a predator had locked onto him. Fine, fine, I'll pay. Frank cried, visibly shaken. He was terrified, having lived through Chicago's brutality, he had no desire to end up back in that hell. Good. Let's settle the accounts, Lip said calmly. He borrowed a pen and paper from Kevin at the bar. Kevin gave him a thumbs up, while the surrounding patrons applauded in admiration. Chapter 22 Frank, tell me something. Lip said, a cold smile on his face that made Frank squirm. How much did you overdraft from these cards? It was about 1,500 or 1,800, I can't quite remember. But it wasn't 2,000. Frank scratched his head nervously. Oh, and I haven't touched Carl's card yet. Frank, I'll verify that later. If the numbers don't match up, you're going to jail, Lip said sharply. Now tell me, how do you plan to repay the $1,800 you owe? I can't pay that much all at once. Frank was near tears. What if I pay it back in installments? In installments? How? I'll start this month, $200 a month until it's all repaid, Frank suggested timidly. Haha, $200? Lip sneered. Frank, you'd take nearly a year to repay, and you're still lying. Lying? I haven't lied to you. Frank protested indignantly. Yesterday was the 27th, the last Friday in November, Lip said, pulling out an envelope containing a check. I happened to see your disability subsidy check from the Chicago government, it's for $800. Care to explain? I forgot all about that. Frank stammered, looking flustered. Oh, damn it. I knew I was forgetting something important. Frank, you're just upset you couldn't deceive me, Lip said coolly. But I guess someone's bar tab alibi this month will have to go unpaid. Lip, let's split it 50-50, okay? Frank pleaded. Lip shook his head. 300, then? Frank tried again. Lip remained firm. Brat. If I don't sign, you won't get a penny. Frank snapped. I don't care, Lip replied calmly. If it comes to it, I'll report everything. Once it's investigated, our credit will be restored, but you'll face prison time and hefty fines. Panicking, Frank lunged for the check, but Lip kicked him back to the floor. I'll leave you with $200 a month, Lip said, his tone ice cold. Fine. Whatever you say. Frank grumbled sarcastically. Lip opened the envelope, pulled out the check, and placed it on the pool table, leaving only the signature line exposed. He handed Frank a pen. Frank didn't dare resist but still hesitated. Lip and the others remained vigilant, giving him no chance to snatch the check. Left with no choice, Frank leaned over and signed his name. This good enough for you? Frank asked nervously, his tone almost pleading. It'll do, Lip replied. Then he added with a smirk, oh, by the way, your room is mine now. Any objections? No. No. Just go. Get out of my sight, I don't want to see you again. Frank snapped, clutching his chest as though the stress was suffocating him. He stumbled toward the bar. Beer. Get me a beer. Frank shouted. Settle your tab first, Kevin replied, arms crossed. Oh, for crying out loud. Frank groaned. Ignoring Frank's outburst, Lip pocketed the check and credit cards, then left with Ian, Debbie, and Carl without looking back. At the nearest bank, Lip cashed the check, keeping $600 for himself and giving $200 to Frank. Then, he treated his siblings to KFC for a hearty meal. Afterward, he took them to a budget-friendly clothing store Karen had shown him and bought each of them 3 new outfits. I'll hold on to the remaining $432, Lip said. If you need anything, just ask. Understand? Why not split it equally? Carl asked. You little rascal, Lip chuckled, ruffling Carl's hair. If I gave it to you now, you'd blow it all in one night and come crying to me. Hee hee, true. Can you keep my credit card too? Carl grinned. Sure. And mine, Debbie added. All right, I'll keep yours too, Lip agreed. Through the day's events, Lip realized he earned immense respect and trust from his siblings. They looked at him with newfound admiration. Still, let's check the credit card balances, Ian reminded him. Right. The four of them visited the credit card center, where a staff member confirmed the cards were applied for legally by Frank. The limits were relatively low, but the overdrafts were significant. Carl's card had no overdraft. Debbie's card was overdrawn by $300. Ian's card was overdrawn by $600. Lip's card was overdrawn by $1,000. In total, Frank had overdrawn $1,900, nearly 5 months' worth of living expenses for the entire family. Chapter 23. Damn it. Lip kicked the wall in frustration, the thought of Frank's shamelessness making his blood boil. He truly wanted to throttle the man. Debbie, too, had no lingering affection for their disgraceful father. Lip quickly calmed himself, aware that Debbie and Carl were watching him closely. Don't worry, everyone, he said with a smile, masking his anger. We'll get $600 from Frank every month. That's enough to repay the credit cards in just 4 months. He patted their shoulders, attempting to reassure them. I can chip in by working part-time, Ian offered earnestly, trying to lighten Lip's burden. I've saved $56, I can help pay too, Debbie added. Lip smiled warmly, ruffling their hair. Ian, use your money for yourself, it's your pocket money. And Debbie, keep your savings. Trust your brother, I've got this. His tone was gentle but firm. We'll pay off Debbie's card first since the overdraft is the smallest. Then we'll tackle Ian's, and finally mine. Sound good? Lip, we'll do whatever you say, the three of them answered in unison. With that settled, Lip took them back home. Well done, Lip. Fiona greeted them as they walked in, her hands busy preparing lunch while keeping an eye on Liam. Lip immediately understood how she knew. If Kevin had found out, Veronica surely did too, and from there, it was only a matter of time before Fiona was in the loop. Walking to the kitchen, Lip pulled out Debbie and Carl's credit cards and handed them to Fiona. You hold on to these for emergencies, he said. Fiona took the cards and wrapped her arms around Lip tightly. Lip hugged her back, softly saying, I promise, everything will be fine, and it'll only get better. Fiona released him, smiling through the worry in her eyes. She playfully hit him on the shoulder. Lip grinned. Noticing the bags of groceries on the counter, he realized Fiona had gone all out for dinner tonight. As always, she was ready to do anything for the family. Fiona, I'm going to clean out Frank's room, Lip said. Why? Because it's mine now. Does Frank agree? Fiona raised an eyebrow. Lip smirked. Aha, Fiona laughed, giving him a thumbs up. Lip dashed upstairs, his siblings trailing behind. Together, they cleared out Frank's belongings, tossing everything into the utility room. Within half an hour, the room was empty. Another half hour saw it cleaned and the bed neatly made. By the end of an hour and a half, Lip's clothes and belongings were arranged in his new room. Thanks to all your help, my new room is finally done, Lip said, bowing slightly in gratitude. Ian, Debbie, and Carl rushed to hug him tightly. Lip, we're so lucky to have you, they said together. Lip wrapped his arms around them, pulling them close. All right, let's go help Fiona downstairs, he said with a smile, leading the way. In the kitchen, Veronica greeted them cheerfully. Hey there, little darlings. Hi, Veronica, they chorused. Lip, have you grown taller recently? Veronica asked, eyeing him closely. If you look carefully, you'll notice I've also gotten much more handsome, Lip teased. You might be right, Veronica replied, her eyes lighting up. Lip flashed a mischievous smile but then remembered something important. Veronica, can I ask for some advice, just the two of us? Advice? She asked, intrigued. Yes, something specific. All right, wait here, handsome. Let me finish helping out this little cutie, she joked, giving Fiona a playful kiss on the cheek. Go on, Fiona said with a laugh. Lip and Veronica moved to the living room sofa. Okay, handsome. What's your question? Veronica asked with a smirk. Or are you about to ask for my measurements? Haha, Veronica, you're shameless. Lip laughed. Of course. What else? Veronica said, puffing out her chest proudly. Well, I want to know, when is it easiest for a woman to get pregnant? Lip asked, his tone turning serious. What? Veronica's expression changed instantly. Boy, don't tell me you've been fooling around with someone's daughter without using protection, and now you're panicking. She crossed her arms, giving Lip a sharp look that seemed to pierce through him. Chapter 24. Lip was momentarily confused. Afraid? What am I supposed to be afraid of? Afraid of making some girl pregnant, Veronica said bluntly. Lip didn't expect her to jump to that conclusion. Veronica, don't worry about that. Just tell me, when are women most likely to get pregnant? Veronica raised an eyebrow but relented. Alright, but you better think this through carefully, she warned, then began explaining. She outlined the basics. Women of childbearing age typically ovulate once a month, releasing a mature egg that enters the fallopian tube and can survive for about 12 to 24 hours. Pregnancy is most likely if they have sex during the ovulation period, which is roughly 5 days before and 4 days after ovulation. For women with a regular 28 to 30-day cycle, ovulation typically happens around day 14 after menstruation begins. If you want to be more precise, she added, you can use ovulation test strips from a pharmacy. When the result is positive, it means ovulation will occur in the next 24 to 48 hours. Got it. Thanks, Lip replied, nodding. But Veronica wasn't letting him off so easily. After staring at him for a moment, she called out loudly, Fiona, come here. Lip froze, sensing trouble. This was about to cross into Fiona's territory, never a safe place. Coming. Fiona's voice came from the kitchen. She walked in, drying her hands. What's up? This brat, Veronica began, pointing at Lip, was just asking me when women are most likely to get pregnant. What? Fiona's eyes widened in horror. Lip. Do you even know what kind of mess this family is already in? Stop. Stop. Don't jump to conclusions, okay? Lip raised his hands in surrender. That better be all it is, Fiona snapped, crossing her arms. And let me make this clear, the Galagers do not need any more kids right now. Okay. I get it, Lip muttered, pretending to give in. Suddenly, there was a loud, rapid knock at the back door. The three of them turned toward the sound. Carl ran to open it but found no one there. Fiona stepped outside and noticed a man standing by a truck parked on the street. He was bald with a pronounced Mediterranean complexion, leaning against the rear axle. Should I bring it to the front door or the back door? He called out. What? Fiona asked, confused. The Samsung washing machine, where should I put it? Washing machine? I didn't order one. Gallagher, 2119. Paid in full, the man confirmed, holding up a delivery form. Fiona frowned but said, all right, bring it in through the back door. What's going on? Veronica asked as the man carried the washing machine inside. I have no idea who bought this, Fiona replied, following the delivery guy in. Lip, was this you? Everyone turned to Lip. Me? Lip shook his head. I've been wanting to replace that ancient thing, but I didn't buy it. The delivery man placed the machine in the kitchen and turned to Fiona. Ma'am, there's something inside. You might want to take a look. Fiona opened the washing machine and pulled out a large bouquet of roses with a note attached. She brought the flowers to her nose, smiling in surprise. Veronica grabbed the note and read it aloud. Who's this Steve guy? Fiona shrugged, a wide smile spreading across her face. Someone I met at Purgatory Bar the other night. Wait, is he the handsome guy whose wound I patched up? Yep. Girl, you've finally landed someone good. Veronica exclaimed, clearly thrilled. Maybe, Fiona replied coyly, grinning from ear to ear. Alright, spill it, what's going on with you two? Veronica pressed, her curiosity in full force. Fiona started to answer, but Lip's phone interrupted with a loud, raspy ringtone, and I say, hey. I said hey, what's going on? Lip quickly checked his phone and silenced the alarm. Sorry, I've got to go pick up Karen. Be back soon. He called, waving as he headed out the door. Who's Karen? Veronica asked, puzzled. I swear, I've missed so many family dramas lately. She's probably Lip's girlfriend, Fiona explained. Wow. Veronica exclaimed. Lip's completely different these days. I know, Fiona agreed, watching him go. And that ringtone. Veronica added. What's up by four non-blondes, rock, smoky vocals, total queen vibes. It suits him. Really? Fiona laughed. But her attention drifted back to the bouquet in her hands, her smile growing even brighter. Chapter 25 Ding Dong. Lip rang Karen's doorbell. It's Lip. Come in quickly, said Mrs. Sheila, opening the door with her usual warm smile. No need to take off shoes or bag? No, thanks. I've conquered my demons. Congratulations. Karen's upstairs. Go find her yourself. Okay. Lip headed upstairs with ease and gently opened Karen's door. Suddenly, a doll flew straight at him. Lip reacted quickly, dodging it and catching it midair. Karen, sitting on her bed, pouted and turned away, looking unhappy. Karen shot him a glare before turning her back on him entirely. Baby, what's wrong? Lip smiled cheekily, handed the doll back to Karen, and sat beside her. Humphrey. Karen refused to answer, sulking. Lip was puzzled, unable to figure out what was wrong. Lip, You've been gone for 6 hours and didn't even call me. You don't love me at all." Finally, Lip understood the problem. Without a word, he hugged Karen and planted a kiss on her lips. In no time, her sulkiness melted away, replaced with a twinkle in her eyes. So, Lip thought, reasoning doesn't work with women, kiss them until they're weak or love them until they gasp. Simple and effective. Fool, I've been busy cleaning and fixing up our future nest. Look. Lip showed Karen pictures on his phone. Karen's eyes lit up at the sight of a cozy, tidy, romantic room. The photos revealed thoughtful details, a beautiful glass vase, her favorite vinyl record player, and more. Lip, I was wrong, Karen murmured, hugging him tightly. Silly girl, Lip said, gently stroking her back. Hee hee, you know I love you. And I have a surprise for you. Lip's heart raced. Karen's sudden shift in mood caught him off guard. She pulled out 2 packages from under her pillow. Da-da. What's this? Hee hee, look closer. Karen grinned mischievously, flipping the thin, transparent plastic bags to reveal their contents. Lip's heartbeat quickened as he realized what they were: stockings, 1 black, 1 white. Master, do you want black tonight? Or white? Only children make choices. Adults want both. Master's so greedy. I like it. Where's that stylish lingerie set you wore yesterday? Master, you like it? I'll wear it later too. Seeing Karen's teasing look, Lip knew it was going to be another distracting night. Get up, silly. We need to head back, Lip said, patting her gently. Carry me. All right. Though Karen looked curvy and voluptuous, she wasn't heavy, and Lip had no trouble carrying her. She wore a white fur coat that made her look especially cute. As they left the room, they ran into Eddie coming upstairs. Karen, did you twist your ankle? Eddie asked, glancing at her feet. No, Daddy. I just wanted Lip to carry me. Well, you young folks have all sorts of tricks, Eddie remarked. Lip rolled his eyes. Daddy, can I stay out tonight? Karen asked sweetly. Karen, if Lip's bed is big enough, you don't have to come home, Eddie replied with a wink. Lip stared at him in disbelief. Was this the same uptight Eddie he knew? How had he become so laid back overnight? Thanks, Daddy. I won't be back tonight. Eddie winked again, and Lip realized the older man just wanted the house to himself and Mrs. Sheila for some privacy. Carrying Karen downstairs, Lip said goodbye to Mrs. Sheila, and they stepped outside. Once on the street, Karen got down, embarrassed to be carried any further. They walked hand in hand toward the Gallagher house. The snowy Chicago streets were busy, and steam rose visibly from bundled-up pedestrians, like moving chimneys. Inside the Gallagher house, the warmth was stifling. Fiona and Veronica, busy with chores, had taken off their coats, leaving them in tank tops. Hey, Carl, stop staring at Veronica. Fiona teased, noticing Carl's gaze. Veronica's so hot, it's hard to look away. Carl said, shrugging. Veronica and Fiona exchanged glances before Veronica walked over to Carl, grinning, and pushed her chest together playfully. Come here, little man. Take a good look. Ugh. Gangster. Carl blushed and bolted upstairs. Ha ha ha. Fiona and Veronica burst into laughter. The back door squeaked open. Hi, everyone. This is Karen, my girlfriend. Lip announced, walking in hand with Karen. This is Fiona, the best big sister in the world, Lip introduced. And this is Veronica, our amazing neighbor and Fiona's best friend. Hi. Karen greeted with a warm smile. Welcome, Karen. Fiona responded, smiling back. How'd you fall for this little brat? He's a bit of a mess, Karen admitted, but he's so charming. She looked at Lip lovingly. Lip raised his eyebrows smugly and kissed her. My irresistible charm. Sure, kid, Veronica teased. Karen, you've got great taste, your top is stunning. Thanks. Karen laughed. Dinner's going to take a while. You two can hang out upstairs in the meantime, Fiona said. Okay. Laughing, Lip led Karen upstairs. Chapter 26. As soon as they went upstairs, Karen said to Lip, Honey, I want to see your old room. Okay. Lip led Karen to the cramped little room he shared with Ian and Carl. Hi, this is Karen, Lip introduced to Ian and Carl. These are my brothers, Ian and Carl, he said, introducing them to Karen. Hi. Karen smiled and nodded at them. Hi. Ian and Carl waved back. Lip, your brothers are so cute. Who says they aren't? Lip replied, smiling at Karen. Wow, your bed is so small. And it's so close to the ceiling. Karen tightened her grip on Lip's hand. Lip, you've had such a hard time, Karen said, her eyes full of sympathy as she gently touched his face. Hee hee, it's okay, Lip replied, grinning foolishly. Karen suddenly pulled Lip out of the room and hugged him tightly in the hallway. Fool, what's wrong? Karen didn't respond but buried her head in Lip's chest. Lip gently stroked her back. Lip, I think. Karen hesitated, teasing Lip's curiosity. What is it? What do you want to do? Lip asked, stroking her blonde hair. Are you planning something naughty? Oh, stop it. I didn't mean that. Karen protested, though her cheeks flushed a delicate pink. Haha, what a liar. If you weren't thinking about it, why are you blushing? Lip teased, tapping her nose. Oh, I just feel sorry for you, Karen whispered softly into Lip's ear, her face growing even redder. Her sweet voice sent a tremor through Lip's heart. What do you mean? Lip asked with a mischievous smile. Guess. Karen said with a playful grin before running off. This little minx is getting better at teasing me, Lip thought. Karen ran ahead while Lip gave chase. It was hard to tell who was the hunter, who was the prey, and who ultimately couldn't escape. Lip caught Karen and carried her into his new room. Now, tell me, how do you love me? Lip pressed Karen gently against the door, looking into her eyes with intensity. Of course, it's... Karen stood on tiptoes and whispered into Lip's ear. Dong dong dong, a knock suddenly interrupted them. Who is it? Lip shouted. It's me. Fiona says it's time to eat. Carl's voice called from the other side. Got it. Lip looked at Karen helplessly. Karen returned his gaze with wide, innocent eyes. Looks like I'll have to take care of you properly after dinner, Lip said with mock disappointment. Karen nodded obediently. Lip took Karen's hand, and they headed downstairs together. When Lip saw Fiona, Steve, and the others, Veronica, Kevin, Ian, Debbie, Carl, and Liam, already gathered around the table, a thought struck him. Lip was lucky to have so many people around him. They weren't perfect, but they were his family and friends. Even in the original story, Lip was blessed in many ways. Whether it was women who loved him or people who guided him at critical moments, Lip had opportunities to change his life. He was smart and talented, the most likely to escape poverty and enter the middle class. But he inherited Frank's worst traits, criminal tendencies, alcoholism, and self-destructive habits. Time after time, he wasted opportunities and hurt the good people who cared for him. But things were different now. Not only would Lip seize opportunities and cherish the good girls in his life, but he'd also ensure everyone around him could be happy. Hi, Lip, Karen, come sit down. Dinner's ready. Fiona called cheerfully. Wow, Fiona, this looks amazing. Lip gave her a thumbs up. Is there something special we're celebrating today? Kevin asked, looking around. You should ask the last two people who sat down, Ian teased, pointing at Lip and Karen. I know the guy on the left, but who's the pretty girl on the right? Kevin asked with a grin. Hee hee, let me introduce her. Lip announced with a wide smile. This is my girlfriend, Karen Jackson. Wow, everyone cheered loudly. Karen's face turned red with shyness, but her radiant smile showed her joy. As Fiona encouraged everyone to dig in, laughter and chatter filled the table. Karen, do you want to know how ridiculous Lip was as a kid? Fiona asked, grinning. Yes, I'd love to hear it. Karen said enthusiastically. Lip groaned, covering his face. He knew his embarrassing past was about to be exposed. This kid was nicknamed the Little Light Bulb Prince in elementary school, Fiona began. The Little Light Bulb Prince? Karen tilted her head, confused. Whenever Lip ran out of pocket money, he'd bet his classmates he could put a light bulb fully into his mouth and take it out again. If he succeeded, they owed him $1. If he failed, he'd pay them $1. What's wrong with that? Karen asked, shrugging. On the first day, he made $8, but all 8 kids ended up in the hospital. In the hospital? Yeah, to get the light bulbs removed from their mouths. Wow. The next day, over 20 kids across the school tried it and ended up in the hospital too. Oh my god. By the 3rd day, the school banned students from bringing light bulbs. And that's how Lip became the Little Light Bulb Prince, Ian added with a laugh. Is it really that hard to take a light bulb out? Karen asked, looking at Lip. Huh. Even adults struggle. If you don't believe me, ask Carl, he tried it. Don't remind me. Carl groaned. I don't want to relive those days. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Karen learned a lot about Lip's odd childhood adventures and quirks over dinner. After the meal, they cleaned up and gathered in the living room to watch the Gallagher family's favorite show, shrimp fishing. But before long, Karen, her face flushed, pulled Lip upstairs, ignoring the amused stares of everyone in the room. Chapter 27. As soon as Lip entered the room, he turned on the vinyl record player. I sit alone and watch your light. My only friend through teenage nights. Freddie's high, vibrant voice floated through the room. Lip, how did you know that Queen's Radio Gaga is my favorite song? Karen asked, her big, bright eyes wide with surprise. It's my favorite too. Lip pulled Karen gently into his arms. Downstairs, Carl whispered to Ian, "Ian, do you think Lip and Karen are upstairs just listening to music?" "Carl, music is more than entertainment, it's sometimes a cover," Ian explained. "A cover?" Carl asked, puzzled. "You'll understand when you're older," Ian replied, taking a sip of his beer. Carl glanced toward the second floor, then returned to watching TV. Upstairs, Lip stared deeply into Karen's eyes. Karen gazed back lovingly, then closed her eyes. Without a word, Lip leaned in and kissed her. Karen wrapped her arms around Lip's neck. After a long moment, they pulled apart. Karen leaned into Lip's chest, her cheeks flushed red. Suddenly, Karen broke free from Lip's arms and teased with a playful smile, "I want to take a shower first." "Okay, let's go together," Lip declared. "Huh?" Lip grabbed 2 fresh towels, scooped Karen into his arms, and carried her toward the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. After some time, the two returned to the room. Karen smirked and asked, "Did you enjoy the view?" "Absolutely." Lip nodded earnestly. "Sexier and hotter than Marilyn Monroe." Suddenly, Lip remembered something Veronica had mentioned earlier. "Karen, when was your last period?" he asked. "Why do you ask?" Karen looked at him curiously. "Just curious," Lip replied casually. "It was about 2 weeks ago, 16 days, to be exact." Lip quickly calculated in his mind and realized the timing was perfect for conception. "Looks like I've got to work hard," Lip thought to himself. "If you're worried about pregnancy, I can take the pill," Karen offered. "No way. Pills aren't good for you." Lip touched Karen's cheek gently. "Do you like kids?" "I wouldn't say I love them, but I don't dislike them either. I feel neutral about it." "Well. However, Lip, if you want kids, I'm willing to have them with you," Karen added without hesitation. Lip was deeply moved and hugged Karen tightly. Karen hooked her finger under Lip's chin and teased, "Master, don't you want to do something naughty?" "Of course not. I'm a gentleman. I'd never do anything bad," Lip said, feigning innocence. "Oh, really? Is that the truth?" "Of course not," Lip admitted with a grin. "You lied. Now I have to punish you. Didn't you say you'd cherish me? Why punish me now?" "Hee hee, Lip, the game has begun." It wasn't clear how much time had passed. Lip lay back against the headboard, catching his breath. Suddenly, a familiar, gentle female voice echoed in his mind, "Dear host, congratulations on successfully sowing seeds and receiving the second stage reward, wealth of money. Reward, the host receives $100,000 in untraceable cash and a tip that can lead to further wealth." Wow, the system is so generous. Lip thought, thrilled. Hard work truly pays off. Lip's excitement grew as he realized the implications. $100,000 could buy a luxury car or even a small house in the US. "Let's see what the wealth tip is," Lip said eagerly, accessing the information from the system. A flash of green light illuminated his mind as the details unfolded. Within moments, Lip's expression darkened. "What the hell?" he muttered. The scene presented by the system was vivid and unsettling. In a crowded prison yard, a group of inmates gathered around a bald, muscular man. The bald man, shirtless and imposing, stood at the center. He barked an order at a nervous young man with short hair in front of him. "You'd better kneel now, Peaky," the bald man growled. Though reluctant, the young man glanced at the surrounding inmates, realized he had no choice, and dropped to his knees. It turned out the bald man was not just the prison bully but also a predator. Every new inmate was subjected to his twisted initiation ritual. Lip felt sick watching the scene unfold in his mind. The bald man approached the kneeling boy, pulling an old-fashioned razor from behind his back and pressing it to the boy's neck. Only then did Lip get a good look at the boy's face. He was stunned. Isn't his kid from back home? How did he end up here? Something about the scene didn't add up. The bald man sneered, "You'd better cooperate, or you'll regret it." Feeling the sharp blade at his neck, the boy closed his eyes, silently enduring. But just as the bald man leaned in, the boy opened his eyes slightly, focusing on the razor. As the bald man raised his head in arrogant triumph, the boy seized his opportunity. With a burst of courage, he grabbed the man's hand and swung it sharply to the side. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream echoed as the bald man collapsed, clutching himself in agony. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. Seizing the moment, the boy picked up the fallen razor and turned toward his tormentor, his expression fierce and determined. Chapter 28. The bald prison bully was the most ruthless of the ruthless. Even with excruciating pain, he used his strong physique to push the short-haired boy to the ground, strangling his neck. In a life-or-death struggle, the short-haired boy resorted to his unique buttonhole technique. The bald man's eyes bled, and he fell to his knees in agony. The short-haired boy didn't stop there. He moved in and applied a direct naked choke, ending the bald man's life. Still unsatisfied, The short-haired boy grabbed a pair of barbells and placed the bald man's head on the horizontal bar. Lifting a 45-pound iron weight, he smashed it down with brutal force. In moments, ketchup and tofu-like remains splattered across the floor. The surrounding prisoners were stunned. Some of the more timid ones vomited or fainted. The short-haired boy, his face smeared with blood, approached a bearded man who appeared to be second in command. "Any objections?" he asked coldly. "And no." The bearded man stammered. Many prisoners fled, realizing this was no place for small-time criminals like themselves. From that moment on, no one dared to cross the short-haired boy. "Ha!" Lip exhaled deeply, taking several breaths to steady his racing heart. The violent and shocking scene was far from child-friendly. Lip thought to himself, "I never imagined people from the motherland could be so ruthless and fierce." But what did any of this have to do with wealth? Was the system implying he should use his Bruce Lee martial arts inheritance to become a killer and earn rewards? Before Lip could make sense of it, another image flooded his mind. This time, another short-haired man appeared. He was shirtless, getting a tattoo from a punk-style female artist. "Can I admire it just a little longer?" "You're such an artist, Sid," she teased. "Do you mean I'll leave here and never see this masterpiece again?" "Most likely." The man's tone was calm, devoid of emotion. The scene shifted. The short-haired man put on a red shirt and moved from a computer to a wall. The wall was covered with photos, newspapers, documents, and handwritten notes. He studied them intently, as if piecing together a puzzle. The scene changed again, to a bank. Wearing a khaki suit, the short-haired man fired 3 shots into the ceiling with a revolver. Bang. 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 After arguing with the teller, the wailing sirens of federal police cars and the roar of helicopters echoed outside. The man calmly raised his hands, surrendering his weapons. The scene shifted to a courtroom. The short-haired man didn't bother defending himself. In the end, a female judge sentenced him to 5 years in Fox River, a maximum security prison in Chicago. He smiled faintly, as if the outcome had been expected. Meanwhile, the female lawyer beside him looked sorrowful. "Isn't that Michael?" Lip exclaimed at the sight of the familiar, handsome face. "They're giving me Black Eater and Prison Break again. Do they want me to remake them? What's the system trying to tell me?" Before he could question further, a third image appeared. Lip heard a melodious bell chime, leading him to a church that seemed familiar. Everything around moved in a time-lapse blur. When the scene stabilized, Lip recognized the location. "Wait, this is the Rockefeller Chapel," Lip exclaimed. The tallest building on the University of Chicago campus, the chapel was built between 1925 and 1928 by architect Bertram Goodhue. It was donated by John D. Rockefeller, the oil tycoon and the world's first billionaire. Lip's excitement grew. Finally, something related to money. A flash of keys being placed in a box caught Lip's attention. Could these keys be the key? Lip wondered. The scene shifted again, to a massive farm. Cowboys on horseback galloped to a cemetery, laid flowers, and bowed in respect before heading to the mountains. The view changed once more, this time to a warehouse. Lip squinted as a bright light blinded him momentarily. When his vision cleared, he was stunned. Stacks upon stacks of gold bricks, each weighing 12.5 kilograms, filled the warehouse. Lip estimated there were about 80,000 bricks, equating to 1,000 tons of gold. The underground vault of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York held only 8,300 tons. This warehouse contained nearly 1/8 of that amount. "This is insane. The system is too generous." Lip watched a hand stroke the gold bricks, moving toward a dark door. At this point, the images ceased, and Lip's consciousness returned to reality. What's behind that black door? Lip mused, his curiosity piqued. It might be more important than the gold itself. He grinned mischievously. Looks like my space bracelet will finally come in handy. Even one brick would set me for life, but why stop there? Despite his excitement, Lip began strategizing seriously. The system wouldn't provide useless information. He needed to grow stronger and establish a powerful network, including people who could infiltrate prisons. He also had to visit the Rockefeller Chapel soon to investigate further. Maybe I should even enroll early at the University of Chicago, he thought. Lip resolved to process everything methodically, step by step. Lip, why aren't you sleeping? Karen murmured sleepily beside him. Lip realized he was overthinking. The sheer volume of information needed to be digested slowly. More haste, less speed, he reminded himself. Baby, sleep now, he whispered, pulling Karen close. Karen grabbed his hand and placed it over her heart. The night deepened, and the two fell asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 29. It wasn't about self-discipline. Lip had been holding it in for so long he felt like he might explode. He quickly rushed to the bathroom, releasing the swelling pressure with great relief. The sensation was indescribably satisfying. After finishing, Lip stepped out of the bathroom, but something felt off. Even so, he returned to his room. Checking his phone, it read 7 o'clock. Logically, shouldn't Ian be competing with him for the bathroom at this time? Why was there no sign of him today? Suddenly, Lip realized something and hurried to get dressed. Lip, why are you up so early? Karen asked drowsily, her eyes barely open. Go back to sleep, baby. I've got something to do. All right. Karen closed her eyes and dozed off again. After dressing, Lip rushed to his old small room. Sure enough, Ian wasn't there, and the baseball bat usually kept behind the door was also gone. Now Lip was certain, Ian had gone to the Milkovich house to see Mandy, just as Lip had suspected. He couldn't ignore this and had to check on Ian. Lip quickly dashed out. How long has Ian been gone? Lip wondered as he ran. And why haven't I seen anyone yet? Uncertainty about the situation made Lip pick up his pace. Shouldn't Mickey have beaten me up first, and Ian gone to find Mandy after? What's going on? Lip was puzzled. Finally, he reached the street where the Milkovich house was located. From a distance, he saw Ian crouching behind a black trash can, holding a baseball bat. This kid? Lip panted, out of breath. What normally took over 10 minutes to walk had taken him under 3 minutes to run. Lip quietly crept up behind Ian and patted him on the back. Startled, Ian swung the bat reflexively. Hey, it's me. Lip exclaimed. Jesus, Lip. You scared me. Do you have a death wish? What if the Milkovich family catches you? Mickey's been hunting me down like crazy. He even threatened to make me a eunuch. So, what's your plan? Wait for Mickey to come out and give him a good smack. Lip looked at Ian in shock. This kid's ruthless, to his future husband, no less. And what about his brothers? They'll probably kill me. Without a word, Lip picked up a nearby brick. Then we fight together. This is my problem, not yours. What's going on? Remember when Mandy hit you? Of course. The next day, Mickey came to school and cornered me, accusing me of sleeping with Mandy and threatening to kill me. So, you're here to strike first? Exactly. Ian, do you trust me? Of course. Then let me handle this, okay? Okay. Lip and Ian reached an agreement. The morning sun lit up the Milkovich house. The door opened, and Mandy stepped out, her shapely legs catching the light. Ian, stay here and wait for me, Lip instructed. Got it. Lip dropped the brick and ran toward Mandy. Hi, Mandy. Who the hell are you? Do I know you? Mandy, remember the incident in front of the Gallagher house 2 nights ago? Oh, I remember. You're the jerk who blocked my way. Jerk? You bumped into me while I was heading home. Heading home? My name's Philip Gallagher, I'm Ian's brother. So, what do you want? I want to talk about Ian. Nope, not interested. You and your impotent brother can stay out of my life. Mandy snapped. Ian Gallagher is dead to me. She turned to leave, clearly unwilling to talk. Mandy, I think you misunderstood. Ian's not impotent, he's gay. What? I said Ian's gay. He likes guys. Are you two messing with me? Mandy stopped, her interest piqued. I wish I didn't have to admit it, but I caught him reading a gay magazine recently. Seriously? If you don't believe me, I'll call Ian over, and you can see for yourself. Fine. Bring him here. Lip turned and motioned for Ian to come over. Ian jogged over in seconds. Ian, are you gay? Mandy asked directly. Yes, Ian replied bluntly. Great. Let's all have a chat, Mandy said, leading the way. Ian followed, but Lip stood frozen. Just now, Lip had used his at-a-glance ability to check Mandy's core attributes. What he saw left him utterly stunned. Mandy's stats were unbelievable. Name, Mandy Milkovich. Level, Golden Legend. Keywords, Little Tamai, White Tiger Mythical Beast. Loyalty, 0. Current status, Factory New. Pregnancy progress, 0. Reward instructions, 1. Unlock Super Family Genealogy Interface, 2. Be a good wife and mother. Super Family Genealogy Interface enables free selection of family members. The patriarch can adjust members' attributes at will. Good wife and mother grants monthly living expenses based on the number of family members. Family unity plus 20%. Holy crap. I struck gold. Lip thought, overjoyed. Mandy's attributes were out of this world. A golden legend paired with the white tiger beast? Lip felt like the luckiest man alive. Lip, why aren't you moving? Ian asked, noticing Lip was frozen in place. Oh, sorry. Lip snapped out of it and followed them to the wasteland behind the house. Chapter 30. Lip, Ian, and Mandy crossed a slope blocked by a wire fence and stepped onto a narrow path. When did it happen? Mandy asked abruptly. I don't know, maybe I was born gay. Or maybe it started when I listened to Justin Timberlake. No, it must have been Jesse Shields. Lip listened as Mandy and Ian bantered, unable to get a word in. He stayed to the side, observing quietly. Stop kidding, he's definitely gay. No, he's not. Come on, he is. Are you really not just talking nonsense? About Jesse Shields being gay? No, about you being gay. Look at how people treat gays around here. Why would I make that up? Listen, Mandy. Only you and Lip know about this right now, so don't worry. I won't tell anyone else. Triple swear? I just thought you might be lying to get my brother to back off. Maybe. I don't know. Because you think I'm ugly or something. Mandy, you're beautiful. This has nothing to do with your appearance. I'm just not interested in women. Mandy stared at Ian, unconvinced. With no other choice, Ian stepped closer, placed his hand on Mandy's chest, and guided her hand to feel the lack of reaction from little Ian. See? No response. Slowly, a smile crept onto Mandy's face. The three of them walked to an open space with two swings, clearly a children's play area. Mandy and Ian each took a swing while Lip walked off to smoke. He was feeling frustrated, unsure of how to catch Mandy's attention or spark her interest in him. Lip debated whether he should pursue Mandy at all. After all, everyone already knew he had a beautiful girlfriend. If he flirted with Mandy, Mickey might kill him. Ian, I can pretend to be your girlfriend at school or wherever. No one will bother you then, Mandy offered. Mandy, would you really do that for me? Of course. That way, annoying people won't bother me either. And hey, I've never called anyone boyfriend before. Mandy grinned. It doesn't mean you have to be a real boyfriend. Just don't treat me like crap. She smiled, taking Ian's hand. Ian smiled back. Mandy, thank you. I'd love to be a good friend or even a sister to you. But if you really need a fake boyfriend, Lip's the better choice. Lip, smoking nearby, was deeply touched. Man, Ian really has my back. I'm adding an extra drumstick to his dinner tonight. Lip stayed put, letting the moment play out. Ian, why? Mandy asked, puzzled. My brother's handsome, smart, gets great grades, and he's a badass. Did you hear about what happened to Peter at the school gate the other day? You mean that kid who looked like Bruce Lee? That wasn't Lip, was it? Huh? Ian grinned. Oh, wow. I saw that video and thought that guy was so cool. My best friend and I talked about it for days. I didn't know it was Lip. Mandy glanced at Lip smoking in the sunlight and suddenly felt he was really handsome. But would he agree? I mean, I'm the infamous bad girl, after all, Mandy said, feeling a twinge of self-doubt. Mandy, don't put yourself down. Be confident. How will you know unless you try? Ian encouraged her. Plus, as your fake boyfriend, Lip can help you with your studies and homework. It's a win-win. Got it, Ian? Thanks. Gathering her courage, Mandy stood and walked toward Lip. Hi, how was your chat? Lip asked, quickly stubbing out his cigarette with a smile. Ian and I had a great chat, but... But what? Is there a problem? Lip pretended not to know. Lip, would you be my boyfriend? Huh? Lip feigned surprise. Why? Because you're handsome, smart, and great at fighting. Mandy said, her cheeks turning red. Mandy, I need to tell you something first. What? I already have a girlfriend. Oh. Mandy's face fell, but after a moment, she straightened up. I don't mind. I'm willing to share you with your girlfriend. Wait, what? Johnson, the school bully, has 7 girlfriends. They even take turns, one for each day of the week. I'm not that old-fashioned. Mandy grinned. Besides, it's normal for girls to compete for a guy as outstanding as you. Lip was caught off guard by Mandy's boldness. Just moments ago, he'd been agonizing over how to approach her. Now she was practically chasing after him. Mandy's gaze dimmed as she misinterpreted his silence. Forget it if you don't want to, Mandy said, turning to leave. Lip grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. Mandy, think this through, he said, his eyes soft yet intense. I've thought about it, Mandy replied, her voice trembling with excitement. Her eyes were red, on the verge of tears. What's wrong? I thought you found me ugly and didn't want to be my boyfriend, Mandy said, looking hurt. You're beautiful and kind, Mandy. I'd have to be crazy to reject you. If I didn't want you, I'd be throwing away a treasure. Really? You're not just saying that? Absolutely. I swear. Thank you, Lip. You've made me so happy. Mandy hugged Lip tightly. Lip gently stroked her back, comforting her. Clap, clap, clap. Ian's applause broke the moment. Congrats, everyone's happy. Ian said with a grin. Lip patted Ian on the shoulder, silently thanking him. "Mandy," Ian began, "you should think about changing your look. The punk bad girl vibe doesn't really suit you." "Lip, what do you think?" Mandy asked. Lip nodded. "Mandy, how about I help you transform this afternoon?" "Okay." Mandy's smile was radiant. After dropping Mandy off at her best friend's house, Lip and Ian returned home. They hadn't even had breakfast yet. Chapter 31. "Hey, what are you two doing out so early in the morning?" Steve, who was making breakfast, asked as he watched Lip and Ian enter through the back door. "We went for a jog," Lip interjected quickly, cutting off Ian's response, and smiled at Steve. "I'll head up and wash up first," Ian said, darting upstairs. Now it was just Lip and Steve left in the kitchen. "You'd better give Fiona less to worry about," Steve said with a smile, glancing at Lip. "What do you mean?" Lip asked casually. "I haven't seen anyone jogging in a thick coat," Steve replied, raising an eyebrow. "Hey, this is a poor neighborhood. Not everyone can throw together professional gear like you rich second gens. Or should I call you Jimmy?" Lip smiled knowingly, locking eyes with Steve. Steve froze, suddenly feeling exposed. He gripped the plate he was holding so tightly he nearly dropped it. "Lip, I don't understand what you're getting at," Steve said, attempting to sound confused. "Oh, really? A top student at Michigan Medical School? I distinctly remember you talking about wisdom teeth and butts." "Oh, that? I just picked up some medical knowledge from TV." "Sure, Steve. Your lies are impressively creative," Lip said, his smile sharpening. "Lip, what are you implying?" "Steve, or should I say Jimmy, I think I should be the one asking you. Are you a rich kid rebelling against your family? A thrill-seeking car thief? Or just a liar spinning stories?" Lip's smile grew wider, but his tone grew colder. "Lip, I really don't know what you're talking about." Steve feigned ignorance again. "In that case, I guess I'll have to take Fiona to meet Mrs. Lishman and see if she recognizes you," Lip said, his tone even but his intent clear. "Okay, you win." Steve exhaled sharply, throwing the rag in his hand into the sink. Running his fingers through his hair, he leaned against the counter and asked, "What do you want, Lip?" "Money. Name your price." "How much do you think my sister's happiness and future are worth?" Lip asked, his voice calm but pointed. Steve was stunned into silence by the question. "Do you love Fiona, or is she just another thrill for a bored rich kid?" Steve looked up at the ceiling, then buried his face in his hands. "I don't know," he admitted. "All I know is that being with Fiona makes me happy. It's the first time I've felt free, alive, like I belong somewhere. She's different, Lip, real, raw, and genuine. She's everything I didn't know I needed." "So, what's your plan?" Lip asked, breaking Steve's reverie. "I've been working like crazy, trying to save enough money to start fresh with Fiona. I want to take her away from all this," Steve said, spreading his hands. "That's the truth. Believe me or don't." Lip nodded, grabbed a biscuit, and chewed it thoughtfully. "Jimmy," Lip said after swallowing, "let me give you some advice. Take it or leave it." "Go on," Steve said wearily. "First, you need to come clean to Fiona. She's been nothing but honest with you. She deserves the same in return." Steve nodded reluctantly. "Second, discuss everything with her, especially anything involving this family. Fiona cares deeply about them, even Frank. Don't make unilateral decisions." "Got it," Steve murmured. "Lastly, you need to reflect. You're drifting, Jimmy." "Drifting?" Steve repeated, looking confused. "You've grown bored with your privileged life, so you're rebelling, stealing cars, running from your family, chasing thrills. It's like a drug for you, and you're addicted to the high." Steve frowned, but Lip continued. "As a car thief, you're reckless. You don't hide your face or even change license plates. Do you think people are blind, or are you just that arrogant?" "Who noticed me?" Steve asked, alarmed. "People who like Fiona," Lip said with a smirk. "Tony. That cop who brought Frank home? Bingo. Do you think he'll just let it slide? If someone stole the girl I liked and flaunted it in front of me, I'd make their life hell." Steve paled, realizing his mistake. "You know," Lip added, "I think you'd make a great doctor." "Really?" Steve asked, surprised. "Yeah. Careers and hobbies don't have to conflict. You just need balance." Lip leaned in slightly. "Jimmy, for the record, I want you to be my brother-in-law. But if you hurt Fiona, I'll make sure you regret it. Twice as much." Steve stared at Lip, feeling like he was face to face with a tiger. "Hi, what's going on?" Fiona's voice interrupted as she entered the kitchen, followed by Ian, Carl, and Debbie carrying Liam. Just expressing my admiration for Lip," Steve said awkwardly, handing Fiona a plate of bacon. "We had a little heart-to-heart." Fiona glanced at Lip, who gave her a playful salute before heading upstairs. Let's just say Lip gave me some much-needed advice, Steve added with a shy smile. Chapter 32 Wow, this is the first time a man has cooked breakfast for me, Fiona said, smiling happily. Frank never did? Steve asked, raising an eyebrow. Unheard of. Really? Steve glanced around at everyone seated at the table, his question lingering in the air. Everyone nodded in unison. Okay, I clearly underestimated Frank's shamelessness, Steve said with a helpless shrug. After a while, Lip came downstairs, holding Karen's hand. Hey, Lip, Karen, what do you want? Steak or bacon? Fiona asked as she helped Steve with the breakfast. Steak. The two replied in unison. The way you two are in sync is impressive, but not as impressive as Fiona and me, Steve said confidently. Steve's boldness brought a blush to Fiona's face, and she nudged him playfully. Lip, observing the growing closeness between Fiona and Steve, felt content. He believed Jimmy was a good match for Fiona and was happy to see their relationship progressing smoothly. He thought to himself that he'd done what he could to set the stage for them. Now, their future was in their own hands. After breakfast, Karen and I are heading to Chinatown for some Dragon Country food. Anyone want to join us? Lip asked as he took a bite of steak Karen fed him. Pass. I don't want to play third wheel, I'll stick to working at the convenience store, Ian said. I've got work too, Fiona and Steve said at the same time. I'd love to go, but someone has to stay and look after Liam, Debbie said with a resigned shrug. Looks like I'm the only one who can go with Lip, Carl said, grinning with excitement. Alright, go get changed after breakfast, Lip said, ruffling Carl's hair. Okay. Carl exclaimed, running upstairs eagerly. Karen scooped another spoonful of salad and fed it to Lip. Carl is adorable. Lip smiled and nodded in agreement. After breakfast, everyone dispersed. Lip held Carl's left hand while Karen held his right, and the three headed out together. Carl, thrilled to be going out with Lip for the first time, hopped and skipped all the way to the subway station. As they neared the station, Lip spotted some familiar faces, the Milkovich brothers. Hey, Mitch, Lip called out with a smile. Well, the B+ you got me on my English paper was alright, but glad you liked it. Spread the word and help me grow my business, Lip said casually. By the way, I heard Iggy's out of juvie? Yeah, my mom picked him up. She's even planning some crappy party for him this weekend, Mitch replied. So, everything's back to normal? Haha, maybe, Mitch chuckled before his tone shifted. But we've got a problem, Ian hooked up with Mandy. Ian? Lip asked, feigning surprise. Yeah. That's ridiculous, Lip said firmly. You must have it wrong. Mandy told us herself. Mitch retorted. Mickey, trust me, Ian isn't your guy. Then why's he been avoiding us lately? Mitch shot back. He glanced between Lip and Karen. Debts need to be settled, Lip. If Ian won't show, someone else has to take his beating. Let's not resort to that, Lip said calmly. Can't let it slide, Mitch said darkly. Don't bully my brother. Carl suddenly shouted, stepping forward. Lip patted Carl's head and signaled Karen to take him aside. Mickey, if you're so set on this, let's go. Just don't say I didn't give you a chance, Lip said, smiling coolly. You Gallagher's sure have guts. Mitch sneered as he lunged at Lip with a pool cue. Lip caught the stick mid-thrust with ease. Is that all you've got? Didn't have breakfast? Lip mocked as Mitch struggled futilely. Get him. Mitch barked, calling on his brothers. But Lip shifted his stance and struck Bruce Lee's iconic fighting pose. Moments later, the three Milkovich brothers lay groaning on the ground, clutching their stomachs. Wait. You're the guy who took down 8 pit kids online, aren't you? Mitch gasped. Bingo. Lip crouched beside Mitch, smirking. So, Mickey, interested in learning real Bruce Lee Kung Fu? Yeah. Great. But there's a tuition fee. How much? Usually $500, but for neighbors, I'll do $400. Mitch hesitated. I don't have $400 on me right now. Then call me master, and I'll give you some time, Lip said, grinning. After a moment of internal struggle, Mickey muttered, Master. Father. Good boy, Lip said, patting his head. Stick with me, and I'll make you the Southern District's little bully. The Southern District's bully? Mickey's eyes lit up with hope. Thank you, Master. Lip stood and helped the brothers up. All right, see you around. If you need me, you know where to find me, Lip said, turning to leave with Karen and Carl. Brother, that was so cool. Carl gushed, his eyes sparkling. Was that really Bruce Lee Kung Fu? Of course, Lip said. Can you teach me too? No problem. Woo. Long live, bro. Carl cheered, bouncing with joy. Lip and Karen exchanged amused glances, smiling at Carl's enthusiasm. On the subway, Carl couldn't sit still, fidgeting like he was sitting on nails. "Brother, why are we going to Chinatown?" "To scope out some business opportunities," Lip replied. "Huh?" This time, it was Karen's turn to look confused. Chapter 33. Lip smiled at Karen and explained patiently, "When I was surfing the internet recently, I stumbled upon a promising money-making opportunity." "Chinatown?" "Yeah. Specifically, the Armour Square neighborhood in northern Chicago. Centered around Sherman Road and Wentworth Avenue, it's the oldest Chinese community in the United States." "Lip, what does that have to do with getting rich?" "Think about it, there's one particularly profitable business in the mix. It's called smuggling," Lip whispered into Karen's ear. "Wow, that sounds exciting," Karen said, her smile brightening. "Smuggling arms?" Carl interjected loudly. Lip quickly covered Carl's mouth and gave him a playful smack on the butt. "Carl, keep your voice down." "Hee, got it," Carl said, grinning. "We're not smuggling arms, we're smuggling electronics," Lip clarified. "Electronics?" Karen and Carl asked in unison, both looking at Lip with puzzled expressions. Lip nodded. "Specifically, Apple's iPod Classic models, the 160GB one released this September and the 120GB model from last year." "Who would spend $200 or $300 on something like that?" Karen asked skeptically. "Nearly 100 million units of these little gadgets have sold worldwide," Lip explained. "They're especially popular in the Dragon Kingdom across the ocean. So, believe me, these little devices can bring us a big fortune." "Are we going to buy them at the Apple Store and then smuggle them?" Carl asked. "Of course not. If we did that, not only would we fail to make money, but we'd also lose it." "Then where are you getting them from?" "Kid, in today's information age, if you can browse the internet, there's no information you can't find," Lip said, ruffling Carl's hair with a grin. "Cool, bro. You're awesome. Alright, let's drop this topic for now. There are too many people on the subway, and I don't want to cause any trouble." "Understood." Carl nodded. In truth, Lip had already found his source online, a factory in Springfield. Springfield, the capital of Illinois and part of the same state as Chicago, is home to an Apple inspection and labeling facility. This factory conducts the final quality checks on all Apple products. Items that pass inspection head to Apple stores or authorized retailers, while defective products are discarded. Lip discovered through online sleuthing that a large volume of these defective items ends up circulating through Chicago's underground electronics market, particularly in Chinatown. These processed products often sell for a fraction of their retail price, sometimes as little as 1/10 or 1/20. Once smuggled to foreign countries, however, they can fetch prices nearly equivalent to brand new items. Smuggling electronics is an incredibly lucrative trade, and Lip saw the iPod Classic as a low-risk trial run. His ultimate goal was to smuggle the upcoming iPhone 4, set to launch in San Francisco next June. The iPhone 4 was destined to be a game-changer, especially popular in the Dragon Kingdom, and Lip was determined to capitalize on it. While U.S. authorities actively cracked down on high-tech smuggling, electronic goods continued to flow abroad through a well-established black market supply chain. Lip's primary concern now was figuring out how smugglers managed to bypass customs and move such large quantities overseas. Once he understood that crucial step, he could minimize the risks involved. Lip exchanged a smile with Karen, then turned his attention to Carl, who was bouncing with excitement and unable to stay still. Kids Carl's age were naturally lively, it was a trait Lip himself had once shared. Lip didn't scold him, though. He simply watched with a fond smile. Carl was still young, and the infamous Gallagher mischief hadn't fully awakened in him yet. While Carl occasionally displayed some violent tendencies, such as his overzealous care for small animals or destructive tinkering with toys, Lip believed those could still be corrected. Lip didn't want Carl to follow the same troubled path depicted in the series. He wanted a better future for his little brother. This trip to Chinatown wasn't just about researching smuggling. Lip had two additional goals. First, he wanted to broaden Karen and Carl's horizons by exposing them to the ancient culture of the East. Second, he wanted to enjoy some authentic Chinese food and revisit the sites he had read about. After about an hour on the subway's Red Line, the trio finally arrived in Chinatown. Lip's eyes were drawn to the ornate dragon gate at the station, adorned with the phrase "The world is for the public good" in bold Chinese characters. Behind that inscription were 4 more words: propriety, justice, integrity, and honor. Lip knew the calligraphy was attributed to the great Mr. Sun Yat-sen himself. Chapter 34. Lip led Karen and Carl off the platform and to the entrance of Dragon Kingdom City. "Lip, where are we?" Carl asked, still groggy from dozing off during the ride. "We're at the entrance to Chinatown, the largest Chinese community in the Midwest." "Wow. Carl shook his head to clear the sleepiness, his energy returning in an instant. The three of them looked up at the Dragon Kingdom-style gateway at the entrance, its vibrant colors and ornate carvings standing out vividly. Lip, what's written up there? Karen asked, pointing to the 4 large Chinese characters on the archway. Oh, that's the world is for the public good, Lip replied. Wow. Karen nodded, then suddenly turned to Lip with wide, curious eyes. What's up? Lip asked, feeling slightly self-conscious under her gaze. Wow, you actually know Chinese. That's supposed to be one of the most complex and mysterious languages in the world. What can I say? Lip said proudly. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Awesome. Karen hugged Lip and kissed him excitedly. Lip, are you familiar with Dragon Kingdom culture? More than just familiar, I practically have it memorized. Wow, let's visit Dragon Kingdom after we graduate from high school. Do you like it that much? More than just like, it's a dream of mine. Karen said, her enthusiasm unmistakable. Why? Lip asked, genuinely curious. I watched a BBC documentary about the Dragon Kingdom's Forbidden City a couple of days ago, Karen explained. It was so beautiful, ancient, mysterious, colorful, and majestic. It filled me with curiosity and longing. Well, if we ever get the chance, I'll take you to see the breathtaking landscapes and rich history of Dragon Kingdom, Lip promised. Yay. Karen kissed him again. Brother? What is it, Carl? I want to go too. Alright, I'll take you, and the whole family. Yay, long live Lip. Carl cheered, hugging Lip's leg and bouncing with excitement. Hand in hand, the three of them walked through the archway into the bustling streets of Chinatown. They passed restaurants like Da San Yuan, serving Cantonese-style afternoon tea, Old Hunan, and several small supermarkets and tea shops. Across the road stood a large Dragon Kingdom supermarket, a public library, and a paid parking lot. Farther down was Chinatown Plaza, lined with more restaurants, Mingsuan, Cantonese dim sum, Old Sichuan, Old Shanghai, Old Beijing, and barbecue joints selling braised dishes, dim sum shops, Chinese bookstores, and ginseng stores. The streets were crowded with Dragon Kingdom natives and other Asians. Mandarin filled the air, accompanied by dialects from regions like Bashu. The vibrant patterns, decorations, and the bright red hues typical of Dragon Kingdom culture overwhelmed Lip with a wave of nostalgia. A whirlwind of emotions surged through him. Is there another Lip in this parallel world? Is his life smooth sailing in the Dragon Kingdom on the other side of the ocean? Does he still make his father worry all the time? How are his relatives and friends? How is the development of the motherland? Lip, what's wrong? Karen asked, her voice full of concern. Brother, are you okay? Carl added, hugging Lip tightly. Lip blinked, his eyes misty. Shaking off his thoughts, he smiled. I'm fine. Just had something on my mind. Lip, if you're sad, you can always cry in my arms, Karen said softly, leaning her head on his shoulder. Thanks. Lip kissed Karen's forehead gently. The three continued down the street until they reached Huxiajan's Old Sichuan, a restaurant Lip had read about online, renowned for being the most authentic Sichuan spot in Chicago. Lip led them inside. Hi, sir. What can I do for you? Asked a Dragon Kingdom girl with a ponytail. Can you speak Chinese? I can understand and speak it, Lip replied with a smile. Oh, sure, handsome, she answered playfully. Lip was momentarily startled. The girl resembled Jessica Huang from Fresh Off the Boat, but younger, more beautiful, and dressed in a cheongsam with blue and white plum blossom patterns that accentuated her figure. Jessica? Yes, how do you know my name? It's written on your name badge, Lip said, gesturing toward her chest. Oh, Jessica laughed. I'm the manager here. Would you like a table? Yes. Jessica handed over the menu. Jessica, no need to explain. I can read it myself, Lip said. All right. After glancing at the menu, Lip made his choices. We'll have mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, boiled pork slices, stir-fried vegetables, and a 3-delicacy soup. Got it. Your Chinese is so authentic. Jessica praised. Thank you. Please bring 2 spoons and forks as well, my girlfriend and brother might struggle with chopsticks. No problem. Anything else? Suddenly, Lip noticed a suspicious-looking Asian man lurking nearby. His instincts told him the target had appeared. Well, Jessica, could you tell the chef not to rush? It's not yet 11 o'clock, and we'll eat around noon. Ask him to make the dishes as authentic as possible. Sure thing. By the way, can you handle spicy food? I can. As for the other 2, I'll sort them out later. That's all for now. Jessica smiled, nodded, and walked off, her cheongsam swaying as she went. Karen, Carl, stay here at the Sichuan restaurant. I've spotted the target and need to check it out. Brother, I want to come too. Carl insisted. Are you sure? I can't promise the guy doesn't have a gun. Carl hesitated but nodded firmly. Years later, when Carl, known as the King God, reminisced, he often recalled that fateful noon when his brother took him to face a gunfight for the first time. It was the moment he knew the gears of his destiny had begun to turn, when a bullet skimmed past his scalp. Chapter 35. Lip and Carl casually walked toward the alley beside a Sichuan restaurant, feigning nonchalance. Once there, Lip quietly observed the target he had spotted earlier. Across the street, two Asian men and a buzzcut Dragon Kingdom man stood in a corner, speaking in low tones and glancing around warily. One of the Asians pulled a black plastic bag from his jacket and opened it to show the Dragon Kingdom man. In exchange, the Dragon Kingdom man took several ornate knives from the back pocket of his jeans and handed them over. Both parties then dispersed quickly, heading in opposite directions. Carl, follow me, Lip instructed. Okay, Carl replied, trailing close behind. The buzzcut man wound through several alleys before entering a remote parking lot. This isn't going to be easy, Lip thought grimly. The man walked up to a black Ford F-150 and knocked 3 times on the tinted window. The window rolled down, revealing a blonde Asian man whose origin was hard to pinpoint. He gave the buzzcut man a sharp look before walking toward a white minivan, a pistol in hand. Lip, that's an M1911. Carl whispered. The M1911 is a semi-automatic pistol introduced in 1911, designed by John Browning and manufactured by Colt. It's reliable, durable, and easy to maintain. Caliber 0.45 inches, 7-round magazine, highly lethal. Carl, I didn't know you were such a firearms expert. Lip, why don't we back off? Carl suggested nervously. Carl, you know I have skills. I'm not planning to fight them, just to see how they're handling these electronic goods. Lip, bullets don't have eyes. Don't worry. Stay here and wait for me, Lip reassured him. Carl hesitated but eventually nodded. Wealth is found in danger, Lip thought as he crept closer to the white minivan, using the surrounding vehicles as cover. Finally, he got a clear view. The cargo door of the minivan had been converted into a workstation. 2 older Dragon Kingdom men inside were deftly removing phones from the black bag provided by the buzzcut man and disassembling them with practiced efficiency. One phone was a Nokia, the other a Sony Ericsson. The men sorted the disassembled parts into transparent storage boxes in a meticulous order. Lip immediately understood their operation. They're using a break-it-down strategy, he realized. First, they acquire high-end mobile phones from various unofficial channels. Then, they disassemble the devices and categorize the parts. Finally, they smuggle the components out of the country through hidden, mixed, or disguised shipments. It's clever, Lip thought. By smuggling parts instead of complete phones, the risk is drastically reduced. Even if they're caught, authorities can only charge them for transporting phone accessories, not smuggling high-value electronics. Lip remembered a case in Dragon Kingdom where smugglers of Apple products were sentenced to 20 years and fined millions. By contrast, this method was safer and even more profitable. Bold smugglers could even declare these parts as electronic waste and apply for environmental subsidies in the US once the parts reached their destination. A little assembly, cleaning, and refurbishment could turn them into phones sold just below market value, a highly lucrative business. No wonder smuggling operations are so rampant. There's too much profit to resist, Lip thought grimly. Suddenly, a vehicle approached from Lip's right rear. Is someone else coming to trade? Lip wondered, lowering himself to avoid detection. The vehicle passed and stopped near the truck he had just observed. Run! Lip heard someone shout in Chinese. Then another voice barked, if anyone moves, I'll blow their head off. Peering cautiously, Lip saw a bald, scar-faced man and 4 others surrounding the truck, each holding a pistol. The blonde man, now visibly tense, aimed his gun at Scarface. Are you sure you want to rob us, Akin? The blonde man growled. Scarface sneered. Still waiting for your backup from the pickup truck? What did you do to them? Relax, they're just unconscious, Scarface said smugly. Now put the gun down, or my men will fill you with holes. Akin, this is Jessica's territory. If she finds out, you'll be finished. Scarface's grin widened. Don't mention her. Sooner or later, I'll have her crawling at my feet. Ha ha ha. With a sudden move, Scarface slashed the blonde man's wrist with a knife, making him drop his gun. Speak up, or what's the point of this? Scarface taunted, slapping the blonde man's face. Scarface's laughter grew louder, echoed by his lackeys. Suddenly, one of the older men in the truck pulled a pistol from a drawer and fired at Scarface. Scarface ducked instinctively, the bullet narrowly missing him. Damn. The older man cursed, realizing he had missed. Kill them all. Scarface roared, scrambling behind a car for cover. Both sides dove for cover and exchanged gunfire, bullets flying in every direction. Lip, hearing the first shot, ducked behind a nearby car. No telling where these bullets might land, he thought grimly, staying as low as possible. Chapter 36. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, one after another. Lip didn't dare move, crouching behind a Cadillac Escalade. Lip came a loud, childish shout. Lip's heart sank when he heard the sound. It was Carl running toward him. This kid is too unreliable. However, the crackling gunfire was getting louder. It didn't seem to faze Carl. Carl suddenly stopped in front of a concrete pillar, likely noticing the ongoing gunfight. Lip's eyes widened in alarm as his heart raced. Is Carl really going to die? Why is he shouting at a time like this? Doesn't he realize he could be shot to pieces? What should I do? Lip felt panic rising. Without thinking, Lip pulled out his phone, found a siren sound, turned the volume up, and played it. Then, he quickly grabbed a handful of stones from the ground and threw them with all his might. To his surprise, the noise of the stones hitting the car was almost as loud as the gunfire. Damn it, Peaky. Xiao, you fools want to work with the police against me? I'll make you regret it. Scarface shouted, firing twice in the direction of the pickup truck and toward Carl's shouting. Unfortunately, the shots missed. Withdraw. Scarface yelled as he and his men hurried into the car, speeding off in a panic. Hoofafu. Lip let out a relieved breath. He rushed over to Carl and dragged him behind an SUV. Brother, are you okay? What the hell are you doing? Didn't I tell you to stay back? What are you thinking, running toward this? You're looking for death. Lip yelled. What if you got shot? I thought I was worried about you. Carl said, visibly shaken by Lip's anger. Hearing this, Lip's heart softened. He pulled Carl into a hug and rubbed his head. You were scared when you heard the gunfire earlier, weren't you? I was, but I didn't think too much about it. I was just worried about you, so I came running over. Hee hee, brother, that shootout was exciting, wasn't it? Carl smiled innocently. Exciting? Lip was stunned. A bullet just flew over my head. Carl said with wide eyes. Oh my god. Lip exclaimed, surprised and worried. Is this kid fearless or just crazy? At that moment, Lip couldn't help but admire his younger brother's bravery. But he was also terrified. He hasn't even fully grown yet. Meanwhile, on the other side, a Dragon Kingdom uncle who had fired but missed hid behind the cargo compartment door, whispering. Xiao, Havocan and the others left? It's time to go, Huang Mao replied. Haven't the police arrived yet? Not yet. But I just heard police sirens and gunfire. Yeah, I heard it too. Another Dragon Kingdom uncle chimed in. Thank God. Otherwise, I'd be seeing God today. Huang Mao said, relieved. The two men comforted each other, their joy after the danger was palpable. Huang Mao cautiously peeked out from behind the car. He saw no one, just bullet casings and tire tracks on the ground. Suddenly, he raised his head and saw the backs of Lip and Carl running away. Could it be that they saved us? Huang Mao wondered aloud. Lip and Carl ran back toward the store, as if fleeing for their lives. What happened? Karen asked, looking at Carl, who was out of breath. We just had a shootout, Carl replied excitedly, miming a gun with his hands. What? Karen stared at Lip in disbelief. Lip nodded grimly. Holy shit, we're going to die. Karen exclaimed. Keep your voice down. Lip quickly covered Karen's mouth with one hand while signaling for silence with the other. What happened? Karen asked again. Lip briefly explained the situation, filling her in on what had just occurred. If I'd known, I would have gone with you. That sounds so exciting. Karen said, a twinkle in her eye. Well, Lip thought, surprised by Karen's adventurous spirit. Just then, Jessica walked over with a smile. Hi there, I see it's almost 12 o'clock. Do you want me to serve the food? Please, and 2 bowls of boiled water for them as well. Thanks. Lip nodded. You're welcome, that's what we're here for. Jessica smiled before turning to leave. Lip watched her walk away, his mind wandering. Karen kicked Lip in the leg. Hey, why are you kicking me? Lip asked, confused. Humphrey. I think if I don't kick you, your eyes will be glued to Jessica's ass. Karen huffed. Karen, you're mistaken. I wasn't staring at her butt. I was thinking about what that yellow guy said earlier, this area is Jessica's turf. Lip explained patiently, so I was wondering if that Jessica is the same one. Lip, that's impossible. The Jessica you're talking about sounds like a gangster, but this one's just the manager of the restaurant, Karen said, skeptical. Brother, is it just a coincidence? Carl asked. Absolutely not. Lip replied confidently. Why not? Karen and Carl asked in unison. Because I'm sure that this Jessica is the same one Huang Mao mentioned, Lip explained. Ah. Karen and Carl stared at him in shock. I noticed calluses on her hands from years of martial arts training. Even though the marks were almost invisible, you could see them if she applied pressure. That's why you were staring at Jessica's hands while she was serving food? Karen asked, finally understanding. Lip nodded. And after observing how she moved, I'm even more convinced. When she twisted her waist, it wasn't like an ordinary woman's, relying on her legs to move her hips. She had precise control, like jelly moving in rhythmic waves. It was graceful. Now you get it. Lip said. Karen and Carl nodded, understanding now. Lip had more thoughts on his mind, but before he could speak, he noticed someone staring at him. He quickly looked away, trying to remain unnoticed. Chapter 37. It turned out that Huang Mao and Jessica were the ones in the parking lot earlier, watching Lip through the gap in the curtain from the back kitchen. The yellow guy seemed to be reporting to Jessica, speaking very respectfully. Lip calmly withdrew his gaze, silently thinking to himself. After a while, Jessica smiled and swayed her hips as she pushed a dining cart filled with dishes, boiled water, and rice. Handsome, here's your order: mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, boiled pork slices, stir-fried vegetables, and a 3 fresh soup, Jessica said as she served each dish. This is the boiled water you asked for, she added. And here's the rice and pickled radish from our store. Please enjoy it with your friends and family. Jessica gave a slight bow. 3 grams of oil. Lip smiled, responding in Longwen, we don't need any service for now, so you can go back to your work. Okay, enjoy your meal, Jessica said, turning to leave. But as she moved, her high heels seemed unstable, and she suddenly stumbled backward. Lip knew this was likely a deliberate move to test him. He feigned surprise and prepared to step in. However, in an instant, Lip saw the golden exclamation mark above Jessica's head. At that moment, he no longer wanted to intervene. After all, she was the target given by the system. His reflexes kicked in like a dragon striking with lightning speed. He caught Jessica's slender waist. So thin and soft. He thought as he helped steady her and helped her regain her balance. Are you okay? Thank you so much, handsome, Jessica said, bowing deeply and flashing Lip her sweetest smile. It was nothing, Lip replied with a grin, quickly withdrawing his hand and returning to his meal. Lip couldn't openly check Jessica's attributes, so he decided to let it go for now. Jessica continued her work, neatly pushing the cart back to the kitchen. How are you, miss? Huang Mao asked, approaching. I just tested it out. That guy's skills are not inferior to mine. He probably saved you through trickery, Jessica replied. Let me look into this further. You can go ahead and rest now, she instructed. Understood. Huang Mao clasped his fists and bowed before leaving. Jessica watched Lip through the kitchen's curtain gap, filled with curiosity. Who is this handsome guy? His skills are impressive. Lip could feel her gaze but pretended not to notice. He continued eating and chatting with Karen and Carl. Both Karen and Carl were new to Chinatown and found everything here fascinating. At Lip's suggestion, they washed their food with boiled water before eating. Even so, they both found it incredibly spicy. His shuhu Karen and Carl fanned their mouths frantically and breathed heavily. But when they saw Lip eating without boiling the water, they were stunned. Awesome, they both said, giving Lip a thumbs up. Eventually, after a few tries, both Karen and Carl not only got used to the spiciness but also began to enjoy it. Especially Carl, who, after mimicking Lip and eating without boiling the water, ended up with a runny nose and tears from the heat. But despite the pain, the kid refused to give up, determined to push through until his face was as red as a tomato. Lip, please help me. My mouth feels like it's on fire. Carl groaned. Ha ha ha! Lip and Karen burst into laughter at Carl's funny appearance. At that moment, Jessica walked out of the back kitchen and made her way toward Lip. She passed by him and the others, sat at a table, and then moved to the front bar. It looked like she was either keeping accounts or doing something else. This created an opportunity for Lip. He immediately used his clear-at-a-glance skill to check Jessica's core attributes. Name, Jessica Wang. Level, Purple Epic. Keywords, Big Sister. Loyalty, 0. Current status, Factory New. Pregnancy progress, 0. Hidden reward, clear-at-a-glance can be upgraded to Comprehensive Insight. Comprehensive Insight, the attributes of all members of the opposite sex within the host's field of vision can be viewed at will, with no time or frequency restrictions. Not limited to the target persons prompted by the system. Damn, Comprehensive Insight is amazing. Lip exclaimed in his mind, thrilled. With this skill, how can I not go all out? He thought. This skill would let him cast a wide net, whether in a fish pond or the open sea. And with Comprehensive Insight, I can pick only the best. Lip's imagination ran wild. Thinking about the attributes of Karen, Mandy, and Jessica, Lip felt that for the future of himself and his family, he should aim for a high-level girl. What if? As long as the level was guaranteed, of course, the more soldiers Hanzin commands, the better when it came to girls targeting him. In his days, Lip began to understand the purpose of the system. Do you want me to take in all the girls who had a deep connection with Lip? Lip thought. That seems to be the case. Suddenly, Lip felt someone's gaze on him. He scanned the area covertly, until his eyes met Jessica's at the front desk. He realized she was the one watching him. What does this little girl want? Lip was puzzled. Unexpectedly, Jessica stood up from her high chair and walked toward him, a smile on her face. Her eyes were locked on Lip, as though she wanted to see right through him. Chapter 38. Jessica approached the dining table, looked directly at Lip with a smile, and asked, "Handsome guy, how's the food? Are you satisfied? The taste is quite authentic, but the doubanjiang and Szechuan pepper seem a bit off, probably not from Pixian County," Lip replied casually. Jessica's eyes flickered with surprise. She hadn't expected Lip's sharp palate to uncover the restaurant's only flaw so effortlessly. "Handsome guy, you really are an expert. We've run out of Pixian doubanjiang in stock, so please forgive us. It's fine." Despite that, the meal was still enjoyable, and my girlfriend and brother liked it too, Lip said with a smile. Karen and Carl nodded in agreement. "Oh, that's good to hear," Jessica replied, nodding politely to Karen and Carl before turning back to Lip. "Handsome guy, your meal today is on the house." Jessica's smile brightened even more. "Free? There's no need for that. After all, no reward for no merit," Lip politely declined with a grin. "Handsome guy, this is just a token of gratitude from the restaurant for your help. I hope you'll accept it." "Well, in that case, thank you very much." "You're welcome. If anything, I should be the one thanking you. May I ask, what's your surname?" "Philip Gallagher, but you can call me Lip," he answered. "Hello, Mr. Lip. It's a pleasure to meet you. Are you free right now?" "I am. The second floor is ready with some tea I prepared. I wonder if Mr. Lip would like to have a chat with me alone. I believe I have some information that might interest you. Karen, Carl, wait here for me." "I won't be long," Lip said, smiling softly at the two. Karen and Carl nodded obediently. "Please, this way." Lip gestured politely with his right hand. Jessica mirrored the gesture before leading the way, keeping a short distance of less than a meter ahead of Lip. The sound of her high heels echoed crisply on the wooden stairs. Lip's gaze drifted to Jessica's swaying figure as she walked ahead, and he felt a subtle heat rise within him. "Mr. Lip, please sit down," Jessica said, motioning toward a tank-style armchair. "Thank you," Lip replied as he took his seat. Jessica gracefully positioned herself across from him. She began to wash the tea utensils and prepare the tea, her movements precise and fluid. The process of brewing kung fu tea unfolded elegantly under her skilled fingertips. It was a captivating display, both refined and mesmerizing. "Miss Jessica, your tea-making skills must have over a decade of practice behind them," Lip remarked. Jessica's eyes sparkled as she replied with a slight smile, "Mr. Lip, you're incredible. I've been studying the art of kung fu tea since I was 7. It's been over 12 years now." "Ah," indirectly revealing her age, "just 3 years older than me," Lip mused. As the saying goes, a female senior holds a gold brick. This gold brick seems quite tempting. No wonder your tea-making is both a feast for the eyes and a delight to the senses." Lip praised sincerely. Jessica's smile deepened. "Mr. Lip, do you also study tea?" "I wouldn't call it studying. I've just sampled various types, green tea, white lotus, coffee, and so on." "I didn't expect Mr. Lip to have such a broad range of knowledge." "Not at all, just a surface-level understanding," Lip replied modestly. Mr. Lip is being humble. "I do have a question I've been pondering, though I'm unsure if I should ask." "Feel free." Jessica hesitated briefly before saying, "If I judged only by our conversation, I'd think you were a native of the Dragon Kingdom. How do you know so much about it?" "Because of love," Lip replied with a twinkle in his eye. "It's my dream homeland." "Wow!" Jessica exclaimed, covering her mouth in amazement. Then, "What do you think of the current Dragon Kingdom?" "It's in a bottleneck period, facing a woe-long situation." "What do you mean?" Jessica asked curiously. 5,000 years ago, the Dragon Kingdom and the ancient Egyptians faced the floods together. 4,000 years ago, it played with bronze alongside the Babylonians. 3,000 years ago, it shared philosophical thoughts with the Greeks. 2,000 years ago, it rivaled Rome in global influence. 1,000 years ago, it prospered like the Arabs. But now, the people of the Dragon Kingdom compete with the Milesians. Over thousands of years, its opponents have changed, yet none have remained a match for long. The Dragon Kingdom is the only civilization that has stood tall in the Forest of Nations. Once it shakes off the turmoil of the past century, it will reclaim its position, dominating the East and perhaps leading the world into a new era. Jessica's eyes widened as she listened, her heart racing. As the eldest daughter of Hongmen, the largest gang in Chicago's Chinatown, she had seen countless impressive people, but none had ever left her feeling this way. Lip radiated a charisma and momentum that seemed to transcend time and culture. No matter the cost, I must have this man, Jessica thought, her heart burning with determination. Her gaze grew intense, hungry, almost predatory. Unable to hold back, Jessica abruptly stood up and approached Lip. She leaned in close, her left hand gripping the armrest of Lip's chair, her right hand gently resting on his chest. Lip, would you mind having another girlfriend? What? Lip stammered, caught off guard. I want you to be my man, Jessica declared, her voice direct and commanding. Otherwise. Lip's mind raced. This Jessica is way too bold. Jessica pressed her knees against Lip's thighs, closing the remaining distance between them. She leaned even closer, her warm breath brushing against Lip's skin. Lip could feel his throat tighten, and he instinctively swallowed as her delicate fragrance filled the air. Chapter 39. The corners of Lip's mouth gradually curved into a smile. Otherwise. What would you do? Otherwise, I'll take you. Jessica suddenly let out a scream and jumped up from her chair because Lip had unexpectedly slapped her on the butt. Lip's smile widened even further. Jessica, I think you've got it wrong. I'm not the type of man who gives in easily. I've got a pretty good appetite, I can chew up even the hardest rice and swallow it down. So, I think what you're suggesting? I just can't do it. Jessica was both embarrassed and furious. Yet, the unusual sensation made her face flush bright red. She stormed to a nearby table, pulled a pistol out of the drawer, and aimed it at Lip. Lip, I'm going to kill you. Jessica shouted. Why does this woman flip moods faster than turning a page? Lip thought to himself. One moment, she wants me to be her man, the next, she's ready to kill me. Women are truly unpredictable creatures, Lip muttered aloud before asking, why? Since I was a child, no one other than my dad has dared to so much as raise their voice at me. And you, Jessica's tone turned sharp. Not only did you hit me, but you hit me there. And then refused me after doing so. I swear, I'm going to kill you. You'd better not try it, Lip said calmly, raising his hands in surrender. Within 7 steps, I'll bet your aim isn't as good as you think. Jessica's grip tightened on the gun. Before you pull that trigger, Jessica, can I make one request? Speak. Let's make a bet. A bet? Yes. I bet there are no bullets in your gun. The moment Lip finished speaking, he turned into a blur, lunging toward Jessica. In a split second, Lip grabbed her throat with one hand and her gun hand with the other. With practiced ease, he flicked the safety off, removed the magazine, and disarmed her entirely. What about me? What am I? Lip snapped coldly, showing no trace of the earlier playfulness. You're insane. Who points a gun at people like this? You've got a serious problem. Jessica tried to wriggle free from his grip, but her efforts were futile. I'd recommend you stop moving. All it takes is a little more pressure on your throat, and I'll crush your windpipe. You'll suffocate in less than a minute, Lip warned with a chilling tone. And trust me, your face will look hideous when you die struggling. Hearing this, Jessica froze, not daring to move a muscle. Slap. Lip raised his hand and slapped her again. You don't like being hit? Well, I do. Lip's voice dripped with sarcasm as he applied just enough pressure on her throat to make her breathing labored. Jessica's face began to redden as she struggled to breathe. Lip eased his grip slightly. Jessica, you have 2 choices now, Lip whispered into her ear. First, be my woman. Second, die. Choose wisely, you only get 1 chance. Jessica's emotions were in turmoil, embarrassment, anger, and a strange sense of excitement all swirled within her. This man. Finally, she stammered, I choose. The first one. Smart girl. Lip smirked, raising his hand to deliver another slap. Jessica's face burned red, but she realized she didn't hate the feeling. Lip noticed her reaction and thought, looks like I've got some training to do with this wild one. Jessica tossed the gun aside, threw her arms around Lip, and murmured, Lip, you're so domineering and tough. I like it. Without hesitation, Lip tilted her chin up and kissed her deeply. After more than 10 minutes, Jessica collapsed into Lip's arms, utterly breathless. All right, now that the hugging and kissing are out of the way, let's get down to business, Lip said. Jessica's voice was soft, her cheeks glowing with warmth. Jessica, what's your Dragon Kingdom name? Wang Yongxi. A beautiful name, Lip remarked, stroking her back gently. Now, tell me about your smuggling operation. Huh? Jessica blinked in confusion. That's what you want to talk about? Of course. Why else? Jessica glared at him, her face still flushed. Humphrey. Am I really so unattractive that you'd rather talk about smuggling? Not at all, Jessica. You're stunning, and I find you incredibly appealing, Lip replied patiently. But everything has its time and place. For men, career comes first. If a man is strong enough, he can have any woman he wants. Without strength, even the most beautiful woman is out of reach. Jessica stared at Lip, her eyes shining as though she had discovered something new. Lip, how about I take care of you? What? Lip was caught off guard. Just tell me how much money you need. Lip couldn't believe his ears. The rich woman he had been searching for before his travels through time was now sitting right in front of him. Jessica, are you serious? Of course, Jessica replied with a nod. Well, I don't talk for anything less than $100 million a month, Lip said, taking a casual sip of tea. Huh? Jessica blinked, stunned once again. If you can't afford that, don't waste my time. Jessica pouted. Fine. I'm going to talk to my dad. Lip burst into laughter. So you're just a little princess after all, running to daddy for everything. Stop laughing, Lip. Jessica pounded on his chest in frustration, still seated in his arms. You're such a tease, Jessica muttered. Fine, I'll support you from now on. Happy? Good, Lip said, his tone shifting back to seriousness. Now, let's talk about the smuggling operation. All right, Jessica replied with a resigned sigh. Jessica began detailing her business, explaining the intricacies of her smuggling operation to Lip. Chapter 40 Lip, I am the eldest daughter of Hongman Zigong Dang, and my great-grandfather is Sichu Matang, Jessica said calmly. Oh, Hongman. Lip began, then suddenly reacted. Wait a minute, what did you say? You're the eldest daughter of the Hongman Zigong Dang? Yeah, and your great-grandfather is Sichu Matang? Yes. Lip swallowed hard. He had always known Jessica wasn't simple, but he hadn't expected her to be this extraordinary. Sichu Matang. That name was a legend among legends in Chinese history. Fragments of information Lip had read in history books flashed through his mind. Sichu Matang had connections with President Roosevelt, helped rescue Mr. Sun Yat-sen, became his sworn brother, was warmly received by Zhou Enlai, climbed the Tiananmen Tower with Mao Zedong, and was grandly buried in a prestigious cemetery after his death. Oh my God. Lip's face showed rare shock. Jessica, seeing his expression, guessed he understood the significance of her great-grandfather. A subtle pride and confidence appeared on her face. Didn't you say your surname was Wang? Lip asked. My surname is from my mother's side. Oh. Oh. My family's influence in Chicago has continued to grow. We've become one of the 3 major dragon forces. Shouldn't one family dominate? I think so, but it's not that easy. The King Gang and the Bamboo Union Gang aren't pushovers. That makes sense. Initially, the 3 of us focused on different industries and mostly coexisted peacefully. Since 2000, aside from smuggling and gambling, Hongman has abandoned most illegal activities and transitioned into legitimate businesses. With technological advancement, the items we smuggle have shifted, from meat and arms to cars and electronics. As electronic devices have become necessities, smuggling them has become increasingly lucrative. That's why Akin from the Bamboo Union Gang tried to steal our business today. The profit from smuggling just 1 truck of mobile phones is no less than $100,000. I assume each truck carries only 700 or 800 units? Exactly. Even though the unit price is only $200 to $300, the profit margin is massive. We earn nearly half per unit. That's impressive. Lip, how much do you know about smuggling? Not much, just the basics. You must have noticed our team breaks electronic products into parts, smuggling them in batches. That's just one method. Makes sense, putting all your eggs in one basket is risky. Our main strategy now is acquisition, purchasing high-value electronics at low prices through informal channels. Only extremely valuable products are disassembled and transported piece by piece. Ah, I see. That's intensive cost control and profit optimization. Exactly. But, Lip, this method has significant fluctuations. Sometimes we secure 6 months' supply in 1 month, while other times, we go months without receiving anything substantial. Fluctuations are expected in this kind of business. Our most stable source of electronic products now comes from OEMs and direct production factories of major brands. Wait, you're not stealing directly from factories, are you? Of course not. Besides, how often can you steal? That's unsustainable. Then what's the method? This is our ultimate smuggling secret. Insiders call it magic. Magic? Yes, we take something good, label it as bad, and then relocate it to turn it back into something good. That sounds complicated. We partner with factory quality inspectors and managers. You mean falsifying defects? Exactly. Lip, you're sharp. Our partners classify fully functional products as defective within the permissible defect rate set by the brand. These defective products are then disposed of. And the defects are usually on core components, right? That way, the brand doesn't bother with costly repairs or recalls. Exactly. We purchase these so-called defective products at a fraction of their actual value, less than 1/30th of their market price. The price is that low? Do your partners agree to this? Absolutely. Take the 160GB iPod Classic released by Apple this September as an example. It retails for $249, but our partners earn $8 per unit they label as defective. For those $8, all they have to do is fill out a form and sign it. Additionally, for long-term collaborations, we give them a cut of the sales. On average, they earn another $5 per unit. Our data shows that even the partner with the lowest income can earn $70 to $80 a day just from this. Wow! Lip immediately grasped how lucrative and terrifying this operation was. Earning $70 to $80 a day, over $2,000 a month, and $20,000 to $30,000 a year for essentially doing nothing? Jessica had effectively bound these so-called partners to her operation through irresistible financial incentives. Suddenly, Lip was reminded of similar schemes from his past life. During special periods or in certain industries, he'd seen similar tactics used by others: cafeteria workers taking home leftovers, charitable organizations distributing old clothes, or recycling expired materials. Sure enough, wherever people exist, so do interests, and where there are interests, there's business. Human nature, after all, is about seeking benefits and avoiding losses. In that moment, Lip felt as though he'd gained profound insight into the workings of human behavior. Chapter 41. Jessica, I think I've heard enough about smuggling. If there's nothing else, I'll head out. Lip smiled as he prepared to leave. Lip, you bastard. Jessica's eyes instantly reddened. What's wrong? You asked me to be your woman, and I agreed. You wanted to know the secrets of smuggling, and I told you everything. But now you're just slapping me on the butt and leaving? That doesn't seem fair, Lip admitted, an awkward smile on his face. Who cares? He thought. We kissed her until even the cashier couldn't get mad. Lip pulled Jessica into his arms and kissed her passionately. After a few minutes, Jessica collapsed in Lip's embrace, her face flushed. Now, are you satisfied? Jessica nodded shyly. Lip, I'm willing to share you with the girl downstairs and be your second wife. Jessica, you'd actually be the third. What? You already have a girlfriend? Believe it or not, I'll kill them both. Jessica's eyes blazed with anger as she glared at Lip. I believe you, Lip said calmly. But even if you did, you'd never get me, neither my body nor my soul. Jessica's face fell, and her tone softened. Men especially hate women who think they're too smart or self-righteous, Lip added. So, what kind of woman do you like? One that attracts me, inside and out. Jessica looked thoughtful. Lip, can't you stay a little longer? She asked, her tone suddenly coquettish. Woman, don't push your luck, Lip warned. Humphrey. Frustrated, Jessica broke free from Lip's arms and stamped her foot. I'm leaving, Lip said, standing up. He began walking downstairs. But as he reached the door, Jessica hugged him from behind. When will you come see me again? Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, or maybe one day when you're least expecting it. If you behave, I might just show up out of nowhere. Do you think I'm a child who'll believe that? Believe it or not, I really have to go. Lip gently pried Jessica's hands off him. Fine, you can go, but give me your contact info first. Deal. Lip handed Jessica his phone number, gave her a polite fist salute, and left. Downstairs, Lip rejoined Karen and Carl and escorted them home. Jessica stood on the second floor, staring dreamily after him until his figure disappeared at the end of the street. After dropping off Karen and Carl, it was nearly 2 p.m. Lip decided to head to the Milkovich house, this time to see Mandy. He'd been thinking about Mandy for a while now. On the way, he stopped by a flower shop and a convenience store, picking up a bouquet of sunflowers and an armful of snacks. Knock, knock, knock. Lip rapped on Mandy's door. Creak. The door opened, and Mandy, dressed in a casual yet cool outfit, peeked out. When she saw Lip, her eyes widened in surprise. Oh my god. Lip, what are you doing here? Didn't I say I'd come by and take you out? Hee hee, so you were serious. Mandy's cheeks turned pink. Of course. When a man makes a promise to his woman, he keeps it. Lip handed Mandy the sunflowers and snacks. Thank you. Do you want to come in and sit for a while? Better not, I don't want to make Mickey and the others uncomfortable. Wait here for a bit, Mandy said happily, shutting the door. Sure. Lip sat down on the steps and pulled a cigarette from his pocket. Hiss. Puff. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, watching it drift lazily into the cold winter sky. About 10 minutes later, Mandy reappeared, her face glowing. When Lip turned around, his eyes were immediately drawn to her legs, pale as snow and impossibly smooth. "Does it look good?" Mandy asked playfully. "It looks amazing. Want to touch?" "I do." Mandy giggled, sat next to Lip, and grabbed his hand, placing it on her thigh. "How does it feel?" "At first, it's a bit cold, but now it's smooth, soft, and warm." Lip stroked her thigh for a moment, then withdrew his hand. "Why'd you stop?" "Fool, let's get going. If I come back late, Mickey might shoot me." "He wouldn't dare. No one messes with my boyfriend." Hearing Mandy's fierce defense, Lip felt like he'd struck gold. He stood, took her hand, and they started walking down the street together. "Lip, what are we doing first?" "First, we'll get your hair done. Then we'll buy you some new clothes, and finally, we'll grab something delicious to eat. And after that? Well, then it'll be time to take you home." "I don't need to go home." "Mandy, what do you mean?" "Don't tell me." Lip trailed off, staring at her flushed cheeks. If he didn't understand what she meant by now, he'd have to be a fool. Hee. "Mandy, are you sure you don't want to go home tonight?" Mandy nodded shyly. Lip grinned, and Mandy hugged his arm tightly. The two walked down the street, wrapped in each other's warmth. Chapter 42. Lip and Mandy held hands, walking side by side until they arrived at a barbershop called Totem, located near Kevin and Veronica's alley bar. "Hi, Joe." Lip greeted enthusiastically as he spotted a long-haired Indian man cutting the hair of a handsome boy, who looked about 11 or 12. "Hi, Lip." Joe paused his work, walked over, and bumped fists with Lip. "Lip, it's been a while since you've stopped by." "Yeah, I've been busy these days." "Busy dating, huh?" "Of course." "Oh, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend, Mandy." "Hi, Mandy." "Hi, Joe." Mandy smiled brightly as Lip introduced her as his girlfriend, the happiness evident on her face. As Joe returned to focus on his client, Lip leaned toward Mandy and whispered, "I think Joe's the coolest barber around here." A great barber isn't just skilled, they're also good listeners, open to their clients' ideas, and patient when communicating. "Before you get your hair cut, remember to talk to Joe," he added. Mandy nodded, then asked, "Lip, what kind of hairstyle would you like me to have?" "I like simple, natural styles, something that makes you feel comfortable." "Lip, your standards aren't exactly low." Joe chimed in with a chuckle as he turned to glance at them. "Joe, this is easy work for you." Lip teased. "You little flatterer. Just don't forget to pay." "I may not want a tip, but I don't work for free." "Ha ha ha." Lip and Mandy laughed at Joe's humor. "Joe, why do you think Lip's standards are high?" Mandy asked curiously. Joe paused for a moment to consider his response. What Lip calls simple isn't really simple. It might look easy, but achieving that look requires precision, length, texture, and density of the hair all need to be carefully managed. And natural, well, that's a whole other challenge. To look natural means highlighting who you are without making you resemble someone else. It takes into account your facial features, proportions, and even your temperament. In the end, making you feel comfortable means adjusting everything to suit your unique qualities, enhancing your best features, like fitting Cinderella with her glass slipper. Wow, Joe, just hearing you describe it has me so excited. Mandy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lip gave Joe a thumbs up. Lip, aren't you cutting your hair today? There's a discount for couples. Alright, I'll cut mine too, Lip agreed with a smile. Nora, can you wash Lip and Mandy's hair? I'll be ready soon. Joe called out. Got it. A pleasant voice answered from the back room. Nora? What happened to Katie? Did you get new help? Lip asked curiously. Nora's my sister. Katie had something come up at home, so Nora's helping out today. Gotcha. Bro, I know you love when Katie washes your hair, but let me tell you, Nora's even better. Not something I'd say to just anyone. Really? I guess I'll find out soon, Lip replied skeptically. Just then, a tall, stunning woman stepped out from the back room. She looked to be in her early 20s, with flowing brown waves, sun-kissed skin, and strikingly defined features. She was finishing off the last bite of a chocolate pie as she asked, Alright, who's up first? Mandy looked at Lip and smiled. I'll go first. Okay, Lip nodded, watching her follow Nora into the back room. As he waited, Lip found himself deep in thought. I feel like I've seen this girl somewhere before. But where? My sister's pretty, huh? Joe's sudden comment startled Lip out of his thoughts. Huh? Come on, angel face, devil's body, you were staring. Yeah, Sure, Lip stammered, recovering quickly. So, you must have inherited all your parents' shortcomings? Joe laughed. You punk. How about I send all the women who want me to your house, huh? Hey, I was just kidding. Lip laughed along. But seriously, why haven't I ever seen you with a girlfriend? Because I'm into men. Oh, wow. I didn't expect that. Life's full of surprises. I never thought I'd end up this way either. Who knows? Maybe you'll bend someday too. Not likely. Lip retorted, though the idea made him cringe inwardly. Jerry, you're all set. What do you think? Joe turned to his client. Joe, you're awesome. The boy exclaimed, grinning as he checked his haircut in the mirror. All right, let me wash it for you and blow dry it, Joe offered. No, I want that pretty lady to do it. Joe glanced at Lip, and they both smirked. Okay, but you'll have to wait a bit. Fine by me. Moments later, Mandy came back with her hair wet, looking radiant. Lip couldn't take his eyes off her, and Mandy, noticing his gaze, blushed deeply. Chapter 43. Lip looked at Mandy with a smile, his eyes full of tenderness and affection. Mandy felt Lip's gaze and smiled happily. What are you looking at? Mandy asked knowingly. My girlfriend is beautiful, why shouldn't I take a second look? Hearing Lip's bold proclamation, Mandy blushed so hard that even her ears turned red. Keep your voice down. Mandy whispered shyly, tugging on Lip's shirt. Hee hee, alright. Lip grinned. The reason behind Lip's antics was to help Mandy grow comfortable with being the center of attention and to remind her that someone deeply cared for her. Mandy had always struggled with insecurity, whether it was doubting Ian's excuses for avoiding her or her lack of confidence while working as a waitress. Mandy, Lip's right, you're beautiful. Joe chimed in with a smile. Come on, have a seat. Thank you. Mandy said as she sat in the barber chair. Mandy, do you have any ideas about your hairstyle? Joe asked, guiding her to share her thoughts. Well, not really. Since Lip says you're the best, I'll trust you. Alright, Mandy. First off, I wouldn't recommend dyeing your hair. Your natural dark brown color, often called dark blonde, is textured and rare. It's perfect as it is. Mandy smiled and nodded. Joe got to work, carefully creating Mandy's hairstyle. Lip stood nearby, watching intently, unwilling to miss even a single moment of Mandy's transformation. To him, this was true appreciation of beauty. An hour later, Joe stepped back and exclaimed, Lip, come here and check out your girlfriend's new style. Wow, it's even more stunning than I imagined. Lip said, marveling at Mandy's slightly curled long hair, which now cascaded effortlessly over her shoulders. Her bangs, trimmed just above her eyebrows, emphasized her natural charm with an added hint of playfulness. The transformation made Mandy look both elegant and irresistibly cute. Wait, Lip, look at this. Joe said, tying Mandy's hair into a bun with a black rubber band. Mandy's new look was adorable, drawing another round of compliments. Joe, this is amazing. Lip said, giving him a thumbs up. Hee hee, as long as you're satisfied. Joe replied happily. This hairstyle suits Mandy perfectly, it's long-lasting, easy to manage, and highlights her best features. Mandy repeatedly thanked Joe, echoing her gratitude with cheerful enthusiasm. Joe, how much is it? Lip, aren't you cutting your hair too? Joe asked, a little surprised. It's past 3 o'clock, and I still need to take Mandy shopping for clothes. I'll come by later when I have time. In truth, Lip had another reason for skipping his haircut. He didn't want Mandy to misunderstand if she saw him chatting and laughing with Nor during the Washington. The haircut was originally $30, but just give me $25, Joe said. Here you go. Lip handed Joe $35, then took Mandy's hand, waved goodbye to Joe and Nora, and left the barber shop. As the couple exited, Nora turned to Joe and said, Brother, Lip's a good guy. Yeah, I really like him. It'd be great if he were my brother-in-law. But alas, he has a girlfriend, what a shame. Humphrey. Nora huffed, tossing the towel she'd been holding onto a chair before retreating to the back room. Meanwhile, Lip and Mandy strolled through the streets, browsing various clothing stores. As they searched from shop to shop, nothing seemed to satisfy Lip. It wasn't Mandy's figure that was the problem, quite the opposite. Mandy's incredible figure made ordinary clothes seem underwhelming, especially with her long, perfectly proportioned legs. Unintentionally, Lip wandered into a store Karen had once taken him to. Lip, this is a men's clothing store. Mandy said, stopping him at the entrance. Is it strange for a man to go into a men's clothing store? Lip teased. Mandy hesitated, realizing her mistake. Relax, Lip said with a chuckle. I'm not here to buy men's clothes. I just want to ask the owner if she knows a good women's clothing store nearby. Oh. Sorry, I misunderstood. It's alright. I should have explained myself better, Lip said, leading Mandy into the shop. Lip, back again to buy clothes? The shop owner greeted with a warm smile. Not this time, Lip replied. I wanted to ask if you know of any good women's clothing stores nearby. Ah, are you buying clothes for this lovely lady? Yes, for my girlfriend, Lip said proudly. Well, you're in luck. The shop right next door is a women's clothing store I own, too. My sister's taking care of it. You'll definitely find something great there. Really? Of course. The last time I saw you, the lady with you also bought something from that shop. Perfect, thank you. Lip took Mandy's hand and headed next door to the other shop owned by the cheerful proprietress. Chapter 44. The landlady wasn't lying. As Mandy stood at the entrance of the store, Lip's eyes immediately locked onto a black coat with large white lapels. Lip and Mandy walked directly toward the coat. Do you like this one? Lip asked. Yeah, Mandy replied with a bright smile, nodding. Just then, the shop assistant approached them with a warm smile. Lip, hello. My sister called and told me to take good care of you. Thank you. Lip said cheerfully. This is one of our latest designs this season, the assistant continued. If you like it, the lady can try it on. Then let's give it a try, Lip said, gesturing toward Mandy. As Mandy put on the coat, Lip carefully observed her. The coat looked fantastic on her, but he quickly noticed that her other clothes, pants and shoes, didn't quite match the coat's elegance. Not wanting to stop there, Lip encouraged Mandy to browse the store a little longer. Eventually, Mandy picked out a white t-shirt with black pinstripes, a pair of dark blue denim shorts, and a pair of khaki leather boots. When Mandy stepped out of the dressing room in her new outfit, Lip's eyes lit up. Wow, you look stunning, he exclaimed. Thank you. Mandy giggled. As Lip admired her, an idea suddenly struck him. With a mischievous smile, he said, Mandy, stay here and look around a bit. I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, Mandy replied curiously. Lip dashed out of the store and hurried to a nearby women's underwear shop. When he returned, he held 2 small packages in his hand. Mandy, put these on too, he said with excitement. What's this? Mandy asked, slightly puzzled. Black winter tights. I figured your legs might get cold if they're bare, so I got these for you, Lip explained with a grin. Mandy laughed. Thank you, Lip. I've never worn tights before, but since you bought them, I'll give them a try. A short while later, Mandy reappeared wearing the tights along with her new outfit. Perfect? Mandy, you're absolutely gorgeous, Lip exclaimed, completely captivated by her beauty. Mandy couldn't help but smile sweetly at Lip's admiration. How much is everything? Lip asked the assistant. The total is $225. Hearing this, Mandy quickly stepped forward, gently pushing Lip aside. Lip, $225 is way too expensive. I'll just take the coat, she said, starting to take off the clothes. Silly girl, keep everything on, Lip said firmly. It's perfectly normal for a man to spend money on his woman. I have the money, and I'm more than happy to spend it on you. No one's ever been so kind to me, Mandy said, her eyes welling up with tears. Lip pulled her into a tight hug. Fool, you're my girlfriend. If I don't treat you well, who will? Don't cry, it won't look good. Mandy sniffled and nodded obediently. Then, with a bright smile, she kissed Lip on the cheek. Mwah. Lip handed over $300 to the assistant. After a moment, the assistant returned with $75 in change and a small box. Here's your change, and this is a complimentary pair of women's sunglasses, she said with a smile. Thank you, Lip replied, taking the box and placing it in Mandy's hands. The two left the store, walking closely together and laughing as they made their way home. When they passed by an iron bridge, the setting winter sun cast a golden glow on the Kyoshan River. Lip couldn't help but admire the breathtaking view. Turning to Mandy, he thought she looked even more beautiful. Mandy, let me take a picture of you, he said excitedly. Sure. Mandy agreed. Following Lip's direction, Mandy put on the sunglasses and posed on the red slant of the iron bridge. Click, click, click. Lip snapped several photos with his Nokia 5230. He showed the photos to Mandy. Wow, they look amazing, Mandy said, her eyes sparkling with love for the pictures, and for Lip. She suddenly wrapped her arms around him and kissed him passionately. After a few minutes, Mandy leaned against Lip's chest, looking up at him with admiration. Lip, the woman the shop assistant accidentally mentioned earlier, was that Karen? Mandy asked softly. Yeah, Lip admitted honestly, not wanting to hide anything. Well, I'm not angry, Mandy said, her voice tinged with jealousy. I'm just a little sad. Why couldn't I have met you first and been your first girlfriend? Does it really matter? Lip asked, confused. Of course it does. Why? I don't want to possess you, Mandy said sincerely. I just wish I'd known you sooner so I could have experienced the happiness of being loved and pampered by you earlier. Lip smiled, patting her gently on the back. Silly girl, you'll always be happy from now on. I promise. Really? Absolutely, Lip replied. Hee hee, Lip, you're the best. Mandy said, beaming. Then, as if remembering something, she suddenly raised her head. What is it? Lip asked. I need you to answer me honestly, Mandy said seriously. Okay, ask away. Did you and Karen hold hands? Hug? Yeah, Lip admitted. Did you kiss? Yeah. And? What about? You know? Silly girl, Lip said with a chuckle, tapping her nose gently. Karen and I did everything we should and shouldn't have done. What? How did things progress so quickly? Mandy exclaimed, pouting. Lip nodded sheepishly. That won't do. I have to make up for the things Karen has done with you, and more, Mandy declared boldly. Wait, what? I don't want to fall behind Karen. Mandy said, her competitive streak showing. I'm staying at your place tonight. Lip was stunned. This girl is too wild, he thought. Too competitive. Yet, deep down, he couldn't help but feel a mix of jealousy, amusement, and anticipation for what lay ahead. Chapter 45 Lip, are you okay? Mandy noticed Lip staring at her blankly and shook his hand, pouting playfully. Yeah, I'm fine, it's all up to you. Lip snapped out of his daze, gazing at Mandy with tenderness. He placed both hands on her shoulders. Hee hee, I'm so happy. Mandy said, hugging Lip tightly. Alright, let's get home quickly, Lip urged. Yo, it seems you're eager. What kind of international joke is that? How can I feel at ease with such a beautiful and delicious girlfriend by my side? Then let's go wild. Mandy teased, holding Lip's right hand as she carried the bag containing her old clothes. Together, they strolled home cheerfully. Under the setting sun, their shadows stretched long across the road. Pedestrians couldn't help but glance at them as they passed by. Mandy's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lip, why are all these people staring at us? Maybe they think you're a celebrity, Lip replied with a smirk. Are you sure it's not because I'm wearing sunglasses in winter? Could be that too, Lip admitted. Hee hee, it's my first time experiencing this kind of attention. The two chatted and laughed as they continued their walk. Half an hour later, they arrived on the street leading to Gallagher's house. Knock, knock, knock. Lip knocked on the door. Recently, he had been so focused on Mandy that he kept forgetting his house keys. I'm coming. Ian's voice called out. Creak. The door opened. Bro, who's this beauty? Ian asked, eyes wide. Take a guess. Lip grinned. I can't guess. Ian shook his head. Ha ha ha, you don't even recognize me? Mandy's voice rang out like a sweet silver bell. Mandy? Hee hee, that's me. Mandy said, taking off her sunglasses. Wow, Mandy, you look stunning. Thanks. It's all because of Lip, Mandy replied with a giggle. Huh? He's the one who picked everything for me, from head to toe. Mandy explained proudly. You two are so sweet it's sickening, Ian said, shaking his head. I'm convinced. Don't worry, Ian, you'll be dishing out the same level of sweetness soon enough, Lip teased, patting Ian on the shoulder as they all entered the house. Wow, it smells amazing. Lip exclaimed, sniffing the air. What's for dinner? Grilled chicken and steak, Fiona called from the kitchen. Awesome. I haven't had that in ages. Lip, Mandy, and Ian made their way to the kitchen. Hi. Are you a celebrity? Fiona asked, taken aback by Mandy's beauty. No, Mandy answered shyly. She's my classmate, Mandy, Ian clarified. Mandy, you're gorgeous. Fiona exclaimed. Thank you. Mandy said with a smile. She's also my new girlfriend, Mandy Milkovich, Lip declared confidently. What? Fiona froze, knife in hand. Lip, what's going on with you lately? Don't worry, Fiona. I'm doing what's best for myself and the Gallagher family, Lip replied nonchalantly. But what about Karen? Fiona asked, glancing at Mandy. Karen is still my girlfriend, Lip explained. And Mandy is also my girlfriend. What? Are you joking? Nope, Mandy interjected with a smile. I know about Karen, but I'm fine being Lip's second girlfriend. Oh my god, what kind of magical world are you young people living in? Fiona sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. Lip and Mandy exchanged amused smiles. Ian rolled his eyes, frustrated that his attempt to deflect attention had failed. Lip, just to be clear, this family can't handle another child, Fiona warned. Lip didn't answer, just nodded with a small sigh, glancing at Mandy. A moment later, Carl and Debbie came downstairs, Liam in tow. Their eyes immediately locked on Mandy. "Wow, what a babe!" Carl exclaimed, his jaw dropping. "Fiona, is this your sister?" Debbie asked, wide-eyed. Fiona rolled her eyes but didn't respond. "This is Mandy, my girlfriend," Lip explained proudly. "Oh my god." Debbie and Carl gasped in unison, giving Lip enthusiastic thumbs-ups. Lip smirked and flashed them a victorious hand gesture. Knock, knock, knock. Steve entered the house, his expression one of exaggerated curiosity. "Alright, who's hosting their friends tonight?" Steve teased. Fiona rolled her eyes so hard they practically disappeared. "Steve, my brother brought his new girlfriend over," Carl announced excitedly. "Wait, what? Didn't you just bring Karen here for dinner yesterday? Did you two break up already?" Steve asked, throwing his hands up in mock confusion. "Karen and I didn't break up," Lip said casually. "But Mandy is definitely my girlfriend too." Steve stared at them in shock before silently giving Lip a thumbs up. His face practically screamed, "Brother, you're a legend." Lip couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, a vanity greater than earning $10,000 in one go. Meanwhile, Mandy's face was burning red, her ears just as flushed. All right, let's eat," Fiona said, trying to steer the conversation back to dinner. The family gathered at the table, still in a mix of shock and awe. All eyes kept darting between Lip and Mandy as they shared their meal in stunned silence. Chapter 46. The whole family finally started to cook seriously. During the dinner, everyone was still talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. But there was a hint of worry and loss in Fiona's brows. Lip looked at it and naturally understood what was going on. On the one hand, the eldest sister was afraid of having more children at home. On the one hand, what he did made the eldest sister feel strange, and his outlook on life was also greatly affected. In addition, the prestige he showed in the family today made the eldest sister, who is the head of the family, feel uncomfortable unintentionally. Being kind of ignored. "It seems that I need to help the eldest sister find and build her own career as soon as possible. But where to find a job?" Lip suddenly remembered what Steve said about his eldest sister when he spoke his true feelings that day. As a second-generation rich man, Steve should have seen many beauties of all kinds, but he had a special liking for Fiona. It has to be said that Fiona's external conditions are still extremely high. Then why not let the eldest sister break through the circle with her charming appearance? First, she posted photos online to attract attention, then signed a contract to become a model, and then became a star in filming. Lip immediately outlined Fiona's development path. "But where can I find the camera? Wait, there are a lot of electronic product smugglers in Jessica. It seems that I have to sacrifice my appearance on my own." Lip couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It took about an hour to finish the dinner. Everyone has a certain understanding through chatting. Lip felt that his whole family still liked Mandy very much. After eating, the whole family sat around the living room again and started watching fishing programs. Lip deliberately used at a glance to look at Mandy. You don't know this, but Lip is very happy. Name, Mandy Milkovich. Level, Golden Legend. Keywords, Little Tamai, White Tiger Mythical Beast. Loyalty, 90. Current status, Factory New. Pregnancy progress, 0. Reward instructions, 1. Open the Super Family Genealogy Interface, 2. Be a good wife and mother. Super Family Genealogy Interface, you can freely select family members. The patriarch can freely adjust the attributes of members. Good wife and good mother, you can get monthly living expenses according to the number of family members. Family unity plus 20%, because Mandy's loyalty has actually reached 90. This means that Lip only needs to take Mandy's first blood to lock in her loyalty. Lip was so excited that he pulled Mandy back to the room before the show started. Why does this scene seem so familiar? Carl was scratching his head in confusion. Carl, are you stupid? Didn't this just happen yesterday? Debbie couldn't help complaining. After a while, rock music came from the room again. But this time it seemed a little gentler. Sweet dreams are made off this. This is a sweet dream, who might disagree? Who should I deny? I've traveled the world and the seven seas. Closing parenthesis tilde 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 everybody's look for something. Closing parenthesis tilde 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 hold your head up. Keep your head up, move on, keep your head up, move on. Closing parenthesis tilde 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 Ian, what song is this? It sounds pretty good. Carl asked as he sat next to Ian. I think you should ask Lip tomorrow, I don't know either. Ian shook his head. This should be Sweet Dreams by the rock band Eurythmics. Steve added. At this time, in the room upstairs, with music, Lip and Mandy also began to study. Lip discovered that even though Mandy looked like a little girl all day long, she actually lacked knowledge in this area and was very unfamiliar. It could be said that she basically had no foundation. But fortunately, Mandy trusted Lip very much, so she gave herself completely to Lip. As you focus on studying, time always flies by. Half an hour later, after Lip's gentle and meticulous guidance, Mandy began to meditate and summarize alone. Lip is pouring water heavily. Ding ding ding. In an instant, the familiar system prompt sounded in Lip's mind. Lip reacted instantly. He should have completed the first stage of the task again, and the system reward has arrived. The gentle female voice also came one after another. Dear host, congratulations on your successful land reclamation again. Get reward, Super Family Genealogy Interface, a good wife and a good mother and a legendary lottery. Super Family Genealogy Interface, you can freely select family members. The patriarch can freely adjust the attributes of the members. Good wife and good mother, you can get monthly living expenses according to the number of family members. Family unity plus 20%. Dear host, would you like to open the Super Family Genealogy Interface immediately? Yes. Li Pu confirmed it with his consciousness in his mind. For a moment, Li Pu saw a huge family tree in his mind like a mind map. It was like the roots of a big tree, intertwined and stretching downward. Gallagher, South Chicago, family level, level 1, better than nothing, patriarch, Philip Gallagher, direct line, wife, 2, Karen Jackson, Mandy Milkovich, children, 1, Karen's pregnant child. Hey, what's going on? Why are there so few family members? Lip was puzzled. Then if Fiona, Ian, Carl, Debbie and Liam are not considered family members, and he can only receive living expenses for 4 people from the system every month, then what? Part-time job is a waste. No, there must be something I didn't notice, or maybe I didn't understand completely. Lip began to study the various details on the page carefully again. Suddenly, the familiar gentle female voice sounded in Lip's mind again. Dear host, congratulations on your successful sowing crops and receiving the second stage reward, 1,000 colors of color, 1,000 purple reds, 1. The host obtains 100 family attribute points and can freely increase the attributes of family members. 2. Family luck plus 20%, what? Li Pu was filled with surprise and doubt. Is it possible that my marksmanship is so good? Did you really get into the spirit this time? The 2 rewards of 1,000 colors of color both looked very good. Lip felt that his luck was incredible. But where to add these attribute points? Lip quickly recovered from the shock and began to carefully consider the Super Family Genealogy Interface. Suddenly, he found a small triangle in the upper right corner of Karen and Mandy's names. Lip clicked Mandy's with his consciousness. He saw a brand new interface. Name, Mandy, level, Golden Legend, Constitution, 10, Spirit, 10, Strength, 10, Wisdom, 10, Luck, 10, Special Attribute, Dragon and Phoenix present auspiciousness. Dragon and Phoenix are auspicious. After pregnancy, there is a 50% chance of giving birth to a dragon and a phoenix, and the level of the dragon and phoenix is not lower than red best. I'll be a good boy. Make a lot of money this time. Li Pu was shocked and stunned, and he was only extremely lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't let Mandy, the goddess of luck, go, otherwise he would have suffered a big loss. Chapter 47 Tons. Lip poured a large glass of water. Replenishing the body with water after exercise always feels great. At that moment, Lip felt refreshed and invigorated. He turned around and looked at the panting figure of Mandy. The more he stared, the more satisfied he became. This girl was perfect, the mythical white tiger was indeed well deserved. Ever since he discovered he had entered her soul, Lip no longer smoked after workouts. After all, it wasn't good for the child, and he didn't want to risk having multiple deformed children. Just as Lip was about to go to bed and cuddle Mandy, the familiar gentle female voice sounded in his mind again. Dear host, would you like to conduct the legendary lottery now? Yes. Congratulations on receiving the golden legendary special item, 12 family expansion cards. Family expansion card, any designated person can be added to the family as a member. Members who use this card to join the family will provide an additional 10% unity. Haha, I'm simply the Emperor of Europe. Lip was overjoyed. With the family expansion card, the tangled problems Lip had been facing were instantly solved. Fiona, Ian, Carl, Debbie, and Liam could now become part of the family. Without hesitation, Lip used 5 family expansion cards. In fact, Lip had briefly thought about binding 12 super bosses to his side, but he reconsidered. It would be like playing a game for the sake of speed, rather than enjoying the experience. Besides, Lip didn't want to abandon his brothers and sisters. They were his true family. Lip opened the Super Family Genealogy Interface. Gallagher, South Chicago, family level, level 1, better than nothing, patriarch, Philip Gallagher, direct line, wives, 2, Karen Jackson, Mandy Milkovich, children, 3, Karen's unborn child, twins from Mandy, collateral, brothers and sisters, 5, Fiona, Ian, Debbie, Carl, and Liam. Technically, a family should have parents, but with parents like Frank and Monica, it was better off without them. Lip opened the attribute interfaces for his 5 siblings. He wanted to adjust their attributes. Because if one person cheats and benefits, then everyone cheats and enjoys it. Fiona's other attributes are fine, but why is her wisdom only 3? Lip complained. No wonder after Jimmy disappeared, her judgment worsened, and her mind became more confused. Forget it, this family will still rely on Fiona for a while until I grow up. Let's add some points to her first. As Lip added points, Fiona's wisdom increased from 3 to 6. Next, Lip opened Ian's attribute interface. No wonder this kid has bipolar disorder, his mental attributes are so low. Lip added points without hesitation. Ian's spirit increased from 1 to 6. Lip then opened Carl's attributes and laughed aloud. This is why people say Carl didn't do well in school and looks like a fool. Lip added points without saying a word. Carl's spirit rose from 2 to 6, and his wisdom went from 1 to 6. Next, Lip examined Debbie's attributes. Each of Debbie's attributes was 5. To put it nicely, her talents were balanced, but to be blunt, she lacked any real strengths. Unlike others with 6 diverse attributes, she was a hexagonal omnipotent waste, just above average in everything. Hey, Lip muttered, then proceeded to add points to each of Debbie's attributes. Finally, Lip opened Liam's attribute interface. Within moments, he was stunned. Liam, still a baby, had attributes ranging from 6 to 7. It was amazing. But Lip soon felt reassured, knowing Liam's potential. Lip decided not to add points for now. When Liam grew up, he would naturally realize his weaknesses. Besides, the background data modifier was in Lip's hands, he could change at any time. Suddenly, Lip thought about checking his own attributes. But after searching for a while, he couldn't find the small triangle next to his name. Fark. Lip cursed aloud. Damn it, the attributes of family members can be adjusted, but the patriarchs cannot. It makes no sense. Lip was furious. This damn broken system is targeting me. Looking at the remaining 78 attribute points, Lip felt a huge loss. It felt like having a huge sum of money that anyone could use, but as the owner, he couldn't access it without approval. The more Lip thought about it, the angrier he became. Suddenly, the system's familiar prompt sounded again. Dear host, would you like to receive the reward of good wife and mother now? Needless to say, is this system brain dead? Lip muttered in his mind, embarrassed. Congratulations, host, you have successfully received $5,000 per person per month, totaling $55,000 in living expenses. The student fee has been distributed to your space bracelet. Wow! So much. The anger in Lip's heart vanished, replaced by a sense of pleasure. System, I sincerely apologize for what I just said. Lip thought to himself. Could this mean I've turned a corner? It's not because you gave me too much. Lip looked at Mandy again. She was still a little girl, but clearly, a phoenix that could lay golden eggs. Lip, Mandy called softly. Hearing this, Lip climbed into bed gently, thinking, does this girl still want it? I want to sleep with you in my arms. Mandy said delicately. Lip gently pulled Mandy into his arms, and the two fell asleep hugging each other. As the night deepened, dreams gradually descended. Chapter 48. At midnight, only the streetlights remained in the darkness. As the sounds of joy faded away, the light in Fiona's room was finally turned off for the last time. For some reason, Lip, who had fallen asleep holding Mandy in his arms, felt more stable and calm than ever before, and soon drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he held Mandy in his arms as they rode a black horse across an endless farm. It took him a while, but they finally returned to their country villa. A group of children ran over, calling Mom and Dad, eager to be hugged and lifted up. Both he and Mandy wore happy smiles on their faces. Suddenly, a loud, violent noise, bang, 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 splutter, splutter, echoed through the entire Gallagher house. Lip was immediately awakened. He knew exactly what the sound was. It wasn't horse hooves but gunfire. The slight vibrations on the house and window glass confirmed it. Literally everyone in the house woke up. Mandy immediately clung to Lip, and the two of them hid at the foot of the bed against the wall. Glass shards and fragments fell all over the bed. Lip, has your family's enemy come to your door? Mandy asked nervously. Our family only has a few neighbors, and we don't have a bad relationship with them, so this shouldn't be happening. Lip explained patiently. The gunshots lasted only a few seconds before the roar of an engine filled the air. More than 10 minutes later, after confirming no further sounds, Lip told Mandy to hide in the closet. Then, he quietly left the room. Lip first returned to his own room to grab the baseball bat from behind the door. After whispering some comforting words to Ian and Carl, he carefully made his way downstairs in the dark. Using the dim light from the street lamp, He felt his way along the walls, trying to find the light switch. But there was no sign of anyone from the back door to the front door on the first floor. Strange. Did they come here at midnight just to stare at the house for a while? Lip wondered aloud. What is the other side planning? He slowly and carefully approached the window, observing for a moment to make sure everything was safe before heading back upstairs. He knocked on the doors to call out to the family. After a while, everyone was gathered in the living room, wrapped in sheets or blankets. This is the first time this has happened since I moved here, Fiona, usually steady, trembled in Steve's arms. What happened? Can anyone tell me? Fiona spread her hands and covered her head, looking on the verge of collapse. Ian, Carl, Debbie, and Liam huddled together tightly. Mandy clung to Lip. But Lip, though shocked, said nothing. He was deep in thought. This style of operation didn't feel like the local hoods or gangs. They wouldn't dare to be so bold. Shooting at midnight, only to leave afterward, was a clear message. It felt like a warning, something akin to an ultimatum directed at his house. Lip wanted to test his theory, but as soon as he stood up, everyone turned to look at him. Lip, what are you doing? Fiona asked in surprise. There should be something outside the door. I'll go check, he replied. You want to get yourself killed? What if there are gunmen lying in wait outside? Fiona said, serious and angry. Stay here, don't go anywhere. I've called Tony, and he'll be here in a minute. Fiona lowered her head, covering her face. More than 10 minutes later, a dong-dong-dong knock echoed through the house. Everyone tensed, nervous and fearful. Who is it? Fiona called out, her voice trembling. It's me, Fiona, Tony's voice answered from outside the door. Steve quickly got up and opened the door. Tony entered, holding an envelope. I found this envelope outside my door, Tony said, handing it to Fiona. Fiona took the envelope, looking at Lip and the others. Don't look at me like that. Lip surrendered. Okay, I'll explain. Lip shared his reasoning with the family in detail. Lip, you're so smart. You should be a detective or a cop. Tony praised. 3 grams of oil, let's talk later. Lip joked. Lip, open the letter. Fiona urged, looking apologetic. Sorry, I was a little impatient just now. It's okay. Lip smiled, scratching his head. Now that Tony's here, everyone doesn't have to be so nervous. Ian, can you turn on the lights now? And who's going to make some coffee? I'll do it. Mandy smiled and walked toward the kitchen. Let's drink some coffee to calm the nerves before opening this letter. I'm afraid no one will sleep after seeing what's inside. Lip, did you think of something? Steve asked. If my judgment is right, this should be related to the gunfight I was in yesterday in Longo City, Lip said calmly, leaving everyone stunned. Wait, what? Everyone asked in unison. Just as Lip was about to explain, music suddenly blared from upstairs. A domineering female voice with a rock and smoky tone filled the air, and I say, hey, I said hey, what's going on? Excuse me, that's my ringtone. Lip put the letter on the table and hurried upstairs. He had a feeling that the person calling was Jessica. Chapter 49. Lip went upstairs to his room, picked up his phone, and saw an unfamiliar number. Hello? Lip, are you okay? Jessica's voice came through, full of worry and anxiety. How do you know if I'm okay? I heard about it from an insider placed in the Bamboo Alliance gang. What's going on? Lip's voice had an unusual edge of anger. Again, the guy you saw in the parking lot, is dead. He was an official member of the King Gang's 40th generation and led the 20th and 30th subgroups. So how many times did the King Gang come to my house, and why didn't they just kill everyone? The ones who came were from the Bamboo Alliance gang. I see. The waters are muddied. The Bamboo Union can fish in troubled waters, right? I think this move by the Bamboo Alliance gang is to use you to provoke a conflict between Hongman and the King Gang, letting the Bamboo Union benefit from the chaos. Jessica, do you think the Bamboo Union gang is stupid? Or am I the one who's stupid? Lip's words were blunt, and there was obvious disgust in his tone. Ah. What do you mean, Lip? I don't understand. Do you really not understand, or are you pretending? Of course, I don't understand. If you review the information you gave me carefully, you'll notice at least 5 basic logical inconsistencies and holes. You said it was a message from your insider in the Bamboo Union. Let me ask you, when did I become a member of your Hongman? Do you really need an insider to give you info about me? Also, your insider in the Bamboo Union has a powerful position. He didn't know about this operation in advance but managed to report it to you right after. Doesn't add up. Besides, I didn't kill Iken. I believe King Gang, one of the 3 big forces, wouldn't miss something this big. Or, let's assume the King Gang, who has a direct interest, didn't do anything, But the Bamboo Union was able to track me, find my house, and carry out an attack in less than 10 hours. If the Bamboo Union were really that powerful, you and the King Gang would be living in fear. Finally, if it was really the Bamboo Union, they wouldn't just shoot but not kill. That's like pulling down your pants and farting. On the other end of the phone, Jessica was calming down. She realized Lip's analysis made sense. Lip, I didn't lie. I just got a call from my cousin Wang Teng, and maybe I was too anxious. Wang Teng? The name reminded Lip of a character from a novel he'd read before time traveling. Jessica, what's Wang Teng's position in your hangman? Why are you asking this suddenly? Tell me now. In our generation, he's second only to me. Lip, why do you ask? Yes, everything tonight was probably Wang Teng's plan to kill two birds with one stone. Now that you mention it, I remember Wang Teng was supposed to visit me but didn't show up until after you left. It seems Ukin's sudden appearance in your territory that day was probably related to Wang Teng. Lip, are you sure? Could we be wrong? Wang Teng seems so honest. Jessica still couldn't fully believe it. Silly girl, you almost got killed, and you're still defending him? Please tell me more. Jessica urged. Lip started explaining further. Silly girl, first of all, if Ukin is dead, it has nothing to do with me. I didn't kill him, and it's not your hangman's fault. I'm not involved with you three. But now someone is pushing me into the situation, trying to make me the scapegoat. Why? Because that person could have been at the Sichuan restaurant or had people there who knew what happened between us on the second floor that day. They knew we were building an important relationship. Lip, I get it, they're trying to drag me down through you. It seems you're not completely stupid. Lip said, continuing. You're stupid. Jessica retorted playfully. This person then tracked down my home address, and that's when the shooting happened, Lip explained patiently. One reason they didn't kill me was due to the risks involved. A family wipeout would draw too much attention, both legally and morally. The second reason is that person's ego. They enjoy playing with others and think they can kill me anytime. Such people like to drag things out, like a cat playing with a mouse, not killing it immediately. Lip took a sip of water and went on, so they let me live, hoping I'd drag you in, and you'd drag me in. They think I'm just a martial artist with a simple mind. That's why Wang Teng gave me misleading information, hoping I'd make wrong moves and pit hangman against the King Gang and the Bamboo Union. He'd just sit back and watch. If I lose, he gets to replace me. Silly girl, you're overestimating him. Wang Teng's greed is far worse than you think. He'll try to seize the three gangs if you lose. If you win, he might act loyal, but he'll eventually use everything for his own benefit. Eventually, you'll realize keeping tigers is dangerous. Now, with Ukin dead, conflict between your three forces is inevitable. Lip, are you saying the game began the moment Ukin entered my territory? Silly girl, seems like you're starting to get it. Lip, how did you figure all this out? It's because Wang Teng was too eager to push things forward. He thought this was a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity and rushed in. He forced me, an outsider, into the game, thinking I'd die. Wang Teng's strategy is good, but his patience is terrible. He doesn't realize taking big risks requires control. Screw you. Jessica finally smiled. So, how do we break this? Simple. As soon as I take charge, he has to surrender, Lip said confidently. But since he's brought me into this, I'll play his game. After all, he disturbed my family, so it's only fair I return the favor. Jessica felt a shiver from Lip's words. For some reason, she also sensed that her cousin Wang Teng would meet a tragic end this time. When she looked at Lip, she saw something beast-like in his eyes, someone who could tear another to pieces in an instant. Jessica recalled her grandfather's family motto, he who humiliates others will always be humiliated. Those who play with others will always be played with. I'll contact you tomorrow with a plan. Yeah. Good night. Good night. Don't forget about me. Before Jessica could finish, the phone clicked off. Humphrey, he hung up on me. I must. Jessica seethed, about to slam the cordless phone down, but she stopped, thinking about what Lip had said. Why is he so powerful? I'm getting more and more obsessed with him. Jessica pressed the phone to her chest, her expression one of infatuation. On the other side, Lip was about to go downstairs but didn't know how to explain everything to his family. He couldn't exactly say, a big sister is chasing me, and now I'm caught in Hangman's turbulent currents. Who would believe it? Chapter 50. Lip went downstairs and saw everyone staring at him with wide eyes. He truly didn't know what to say. After thinking it over, he decided not to tell his family about it. After all, sometimes the more you know, the quicker you might die. Nothing happened. A classmate called to ask about taking the exam for him. Upon hearing Lip's words, everyone relaxed a little. Lip, look at that letter. Fiona's eyes lingered near the letter. Didn't you open it? Fiona shook her head. All right. Lip picked up the letter and opened the seal. Lip's pupils widened in shock. This was completely different from what he had expected. What on earth was going on? Lip carefully looked at the contents of the envelope, several photos. They were the very scene where Wang Tang killed Iken. Different angles, clear and undeniable. It could be said that if just one photo were presented, Wang Tang would never leave prison. Lip thought for a moment, his mind racing. He realized he still lacked information. He had originally thought he was at the top, but someone had already outplayed him. It seemed that he would have to see Jessica again as soon as possible. Lip resealed the envelope, sending it swiftly to the blind spot under the table. He then used the space bracelet to instantly store all the photos in the bracelet's space, taking out 10 photos worth $155,000 as the system had issued, and stuffed the $100 bill back into the envelope. Hey, listen to me. Lip said, and everyone, drawn to his actions, focused their attention on him. The things here are a bit exciting, so brace yourselves. Dang, dang, dang. Lip slapped the money on the table. Oh my god. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Lip, is that money in this envelope? Fiona asked. Yeah. Lip took out the envelope and turned it upside down. What's going on? Someone shot up our house and then gave us so much money in an envelope. Lip looked at everyone with doubt, pretending not to know anything. Tony, have you ever seen this happen? Fiona looked at Tony. I haven't seen it either. Tony shook his head. But my former colleague had an incident where a gang accidentally smashed into a restaurant and ended up losing money. I don't think someone just looked in the wrong place and destroyed your house. Who knows? But I've got money. Fiona picked up the small wad of bills, counting them with a smile on her face. If anyone wants to give us money, I welcome him to came to Tuta every day. Wow, making a fortune. There's actually a full $1,000. Fiona said happily, holding the money in her hand and waving it in front of everyone. Now I've almost got half of my winter funds. Ian, Debbie, and Carl's expressions changed from nervous and fearful to joyful. Okay, everyone go back to sleep. Fiona urged with a smile. Ian, that was really exciting just now, just like riding a roller coaster in a movie. Carl was still talking with Ian, drinking and discussing. Carl, you're such a fool. Debbie, holding Liam, couldn't help but complain. Seeing her younger siblings no longer afraid, but walking upstairs laughing, Lip smiled with peace of mind. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that for the Galagers, no fear is greater than the desire for money. Lip had to admire his own wit for a moment. Then, he went to the kitchen to find Mandy, who was still making coffee. Fool, it was a false alarm, no need to cook. Let's go back to sleep. Oh, fine. Mandy turned off the switch. Lip took Mandy's hand and was about to return to the room. Fiona and Steve were also sending Tony out. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, the door was knocked again. Everyone looked at each other, and the relief they had just felt quickly turned into unease. It's me, your great daddy, Frank. A few people exchanged glances and smiled, their expressions turning helpless. Fiona continued to send Tony out. Hey, as a police officer, don't you know how to respect the elderly and care for the young? Frank squeezed in as soon as the door opened. But when he saw Lip staring at him with a smile and a sneer, he instantly became timid. Okay, I'm not here to argue about the room, nor to discuss the rights and wrongs. Frank calmed down. It's cold, I just came to grab some clothes and pants, and then... Then what? Lip looked at Frank coldly. Then spend the night on the couch. I've put all your stuff in the basement. I also put a single bed and quilt down there. I suggest you sleep in the basement. No, the couch is better than the basement. Frank, if I were you, I'd take the advice and live in the basement. All the glass on the first floor is broken. If you don't mind freezing to death in the middle of the night, I don't mind either. Okay, I'll sleep in the basement. Frank walked toward the back door, opened it, walked down the stairs, and opened the basement door. Lip, isn't his too much? Mandy, compared to what Frank did to us, this is a huge act of kindness. Don't give him the slightest chance to get close to you, or he'll become more terrifying than a leech. Well. Okay, let's go back to the room. Lip took Mandy back to the room, and they slept in each other's arms. Chapter 51. In the winter morning, it was still so dark. Lip naturally woke up at this time. He quietly got out of bed, dressed, and prepared to go for a run. But when he went downstairs, he found that someone had woken up earlier than him. Steve was already busy in the kitchen. Are you ready to join the Galagers? To love someone is to love everything about them. Since Fiona can't let go, I have no choice but to share the burden with her. Thank you. I hope you fall in love with this chaotic life soon. Maybe. Who knows? Steve smiled. Lip made a dismissive gesture, then left through the back door. He hadn't gone far when he saw a man standing in the open space beside him, burning a pile of firewood. The man had a cigarette in his mouth and stared blankly at the Gallagher house. "Frank?" "Hi, Lip. What are you doing?" The basement was like an ice cellar. I couldn't take it anymore, so I got up to warm myself. "Okay, you bake slowly while I go for a run." "Lip, wait, can I talk to you?" "What about?" "Just a casual chat between father and son." Lip immediately thought this old bastard couldn't be up to anything good, but then he decided to play along and see what bad ideas Frank had in store. "Alright." Lip walked over and stood 2 meters from Frank. "I might leave the South Side, or even Chicago, for a while." Lip stared at Frank in disbelief, trying to detect any sign of insincerity, but Frank's expression was flawless. This meant Frank was serious. But why would this old bastard suddenly leave his comfort zone? Lip was puzzled. "I'm going to be a chef." "Frank, are you out of your mind? Why would you want to be a chef? With your cooking skills?" Lip, still wanting to complain, suddenly realized Frank wasn't talking about the type of chef he thought. He meant a chemical chef like Lao Bei. "Do you want to be a Heisenberg?" Frank didn't answer but stared at the fire and smiled. Lip didn't know what to say at that moment. "Don't worry, I have good news for you." Frank was full of confidence. After some hesitation, Lip asked the question on his mind. "Frank, what have you been through? Why did you turn into the bad guy you are today?" "Me? Let me think about what went wrong." Frank became lost in thought, then slowly said, Maybe it started when I became Peggy's child." "Why are you still talking about Grandma?" Lip was very confused. Frank sneered and spoke calmly. "Lip, you should know that your mother is a violent mad woman, and so is my mother." "What? Really?" Frank nodded and began his story. "I was born in the 1960s. My father was of Irish descent, Peggy was of Mexican descent, and my ancestors were part Native American. My father came from a small middle-class family. When I was a child, our conditions were decent. I had enough food and clothing. I went to a missionary school and studied art. I played the piano pretty well. Peggy barely acted like a mother, but when she got sick, she turned into a devil. Since I was 9, I've often suffered domestic violence, especially from Peggy." "Did she do this to her other 2 sons?" "No, only me." Frank said hopelessly. "If there are multiple children in a family, the mother will always have one she likes the most, and of course, one she hates the most. Unfortunately, I was the one she hated. In all the years I was abused, I never saw the other 2 beaten, not once." Frank was clearly enraged. Anyone who endured such a childhood would feel despair and anger. Lip thought. But Frank's next words left him speechless. "When I was 13, I had my first visit with my great-uncle. When Peggy found a sheet with a map on it, she was furious. After beating me, she brutally and mercilessly violated me." "Oh my God." Lip was stunned with shock. "To this day, I still don't know why Peggy disliked or even hated me so much," Frank said calmly, though Lip saw deep sadness in his eyes. "I never thought that I might not be my father's biological child." Frank continued. "After Peggy had an affair with my elementary school teacher, my father found out, and their relationship became strained. My father disappeared not long after. I don't even dare to wonder if he might have died at Peggy's hands." "This isn't possible." "Not so? When I was 14, Peggy became a well-known chef, and she was the one responsible for my drug addiction." "A generous gift, huh?" Lip's scalp tingled with shock. What a perverted and evil bitch Peggy was. She could do such things to her own son. Most people only have a gray childhood, but Frank had a dark childhood. No, his was the kind of dark that could taint the soul. Lip knew he couldn't run this morning. Because he had to be baptized in front of Frank, a refreshment of his entire worldview. "Frank, are you making up stories to trick me?" The shock was too severe for Lip to believe it. "Lip, just think of me as drunk and talking nonsense. But please remember my words, when fate's rape comes suddenly, no one can escape unscathed." Frank laughed bitterly. Lip didn't say anything, just handed over a flower with a solemn expression. Chapter 52. "Thank you, Lip." Frank smiled and took the flower from him. "Come on." Lip lit the lighter and held it out to Frank. Frank leaned forward, cupping his hands around the lighter to block the wind. Frank exhaled a long stream of smoke into the cold wind. "The next person to come to you for debt collection should be Monica." Lip felt it was strange to mention Monica in front of Frank. That feeling was still hard to explain, and it was actually the most troubling thing. "Yes, Monica." Frank's pupils dilated as he lost himself in thought. "Lip, you're right. Monica is here to collect debts." Lip felt there were only 2 women who had a significant impact on Frank's life. One was his mother, Peggy, and the other was his true love, Monica. Unfortunately, Both of them were crazy women. So Lip summed it up: cherish life, and stay away from mad women. Lip, I was more handsome than you when I was young. I had a big body and a good job. I know. Just 3 eggs, look at you, old bastard. Hee hee, I had excellent grades, a bright mind, and a sweet mouth. I was a well-known master of seducing girls. I think you were more like a walking humanoid teddy. Lip teased. Haha, it means the same thing. The girls who were willing to sleep with me could be arranged from school to home, Frank said proudly. But I don't know why I fell in love with Monica. I couldn't help myself. Still thinking about it now. Frank nodded. Lip remembered 2 things. 1, evil people will have their own troubles. The other, every cause has its effect, and your retribution will come. It fit Frank and Monica perfectly. I sometimes feel like Monica and I are a bitch paired with a dog, forever and ever, Frank smiled to himself. Lip smiled too. I have to say, Frank is so self-deprecating. Lip, you have a girlfriend too. You should understand one of the characteristics of our Galagers. So fierce. Cough, 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 don't be shy, alcoholism and lust are hereditary in the Galagers. Frank glanced at Lip and added, this is called extraordinary talent. Frank, you weren't like this when you were young, wallowing in the quagmire of alcohol, flour, and promiscuity all day long. Are you kidding me? I was a hippie when I was young. I was one of the sacred beat generation in people's mouths. I advocated instant gratification. I'm still a Vietnam War soldier. What? Although I was afraid of death and escaped military service in the end, I can't deny my great contribution to the United States. What a mouthful you have. You'd be ashamed not to run for Congress and president. I think if I had successfully graduated from college back then, I might actually be a state legislator now. You actually went to college? Lip looked at him in disbelief. I was well known as an academic back then, everyone at Northwestern University knew me. If I hadn't hit a naked Monica with my car during junior year, causing things to spiral out of control, I would have graduated without a problem. Hey, what a nostalgic college life. Countless free time, countless beautiful women, countless novel gadgets. Frank looked full of recollection and enjoyment. Suddenly, Frank looked at Lip with wide eyes and said very sincerely, Lip, don't waste your precious youth procrastinating in 12th grade just to make a little money. You must go to school and get into a good university to start your new life. Hey, don't be like me, trapped in women and liquor, wasting years in vain. Frank forced a smile. Lip looked at Frank quietly, feeling a little dazed for a moment. He couldn't tell whether he felt pity or resentment for the man in front of him, who had such a special relationship with him. Sorry, Lip. To some of you, I'm indeed not a good father. Frank actually had some guilt in his eyes. I once forgot Fiona, Ian, and you in the park one night in winter. This caused deep hurt to Fiona and you. I've never apologized for it, but I still feel guilty and self-blame. Lip believed him. Because when Frank was unconscious after his liver transplant, he had deeply confessed to the little girl he thought was Fiona. I also thought about selling baby Debbie, but unfortunately, she had a hernia and couldn't. Ha 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 ha. Lip paused for a moment, horrified. Were these really Frank's only children? Frank, tell me honestly, how many children have you sold? Lip's expression was cold and serious. Not a single one. Frank smiled and said, I wish I were that cold and heartless. Then I could be like Monica and leave you all behind, regardless of life or death. So what happened to Aunt Ginger? Did you kill her to take over this house? Lip pointed to Frank's feet as he spoke. Frank sighed. I'm sorry for Ginger too. I took refuge in Ginger after ruining my future. She was tolerant, understanding, and even encouraged me to get back on my feet. But just when I was about to take the last of my drugs and start over, she killed me. This old bastard's acting skills are so good. He was about to cry as he spoke. Lip thought as he looked at Frank, who seemed on the verge of tears. Ginger had a heart disease and couldn't take drugs. But I was high that day, so I let her take a little too. Who would have thought that just a little would? After she passed, I buried her in the yard, probably right where you're standing now. Fark. Lip cursed and jumped away from where he stood. Frank, how have you gotten through all these years? This is a long story. Frank reached out to Lip. Give me another one. Lip handed Frank another cracker and lit the fire. Chapter 53. His few life is like smoking again, it makes you addicted when it makes you miserable, Frank said with emotion. But we Galagers are like cockroaches. We just can't be beaten to death or blown away, and we keep on surviving. Since ruining my own future, I've occupied Ginger's house and made a living by stealing, defrauding, collecting insurance, drinking, taking drugs, and having promiscuous sex. He like a walking corpse. I originally thought it was because I was so lazy by nature, But when I saw the various so-called laws and regulations in the United States, I resolutely chose to be lazy. Why? I've seen through the employment system, welfare system, and tax system in the US not working, not paying taxes, and cheating on subsidies by changing the law. This is the easiest and most effortless way to survive. Frank looked like it was the most natural thing. Life is heading toward death. If I die, I'll die happy. Why do I have to live so hard every day, even though I'm half dead already? Wherever there are people, there will be class. So why bother yourself and make others happy? It won't matter if I take advantage of the country like this. Besides, I'm robbing the rich and giving to the poor. Lip wanted to laugh when he saw Frank speaking so righteously. Lao Ma and Lao En are right. The country and society are used by a few people to enslave and exploit the rest. Only when the vast majority bear the burden and move forward can the few live in peace. Lip was surprised. He never thought these wise words, which he had heard before traveling, would come from the mouth of this most shameless old bastard. But he had to admit, these were the harsh truths. I was actually very happy from the start of self-destruction. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a happy alcoholic. I'm the first believer in alcohol and would love to be with it for life. What about women? When it comes to drinking and debauchery, women will only slow me down. Please wait a little longer. Lip suddenly remembered that after Frank died, his body would explode when thrown into the incinerator by the workers, due to the alcohol concentration in his cells being too high, causing the workers' faces to turn black. When he saw this, Lip laughed until he cried. Frank, the old bastard, seemed to be living in pain. All his hobbies were based on destroying his body and facing death on the streets. All of it left his body riddled with holes, but he seemed to enjoy it endlessly. Lip thought for a while, could it be that mental destruction was more desperate than physical pain, so Frank chose to live in a drunken state? Frank sucked down the last of his cigarette and flicked the butt into the fire. Lip, now I'm like a train that has braked but is still moving forward. The inertia of life has made it impossible for me to stop, let alone deviate from the original track and choose a new direction. But I hope you seize the opportunity, choose wisely, and never become the second shameless Frank. Frank patted Lip on the shoulder, turned, and walked toward the basement. After a while, he walked out carrying a green canvas bag. This is a little thought-provoking letter from Fiona and you guys, bye. Frank pulled a pink envelope from his jacket and handed it to Lip. Then he smiled and walked toward the end of the street without hesitation. Lip took the envelope, staring blankly at Frank. He felt a little lonely, but his steps remained firm and steady. After a while, Frank's figure completely disappeared down the street. It was still some time before dawn, and the sky was pitch black. Lip didn't know what was going on, but he felt as if a huge sadness was gripping him tightly. Even his heart hurt. Fark. What the hell is going on, and why do I feel a little sorry for this old bastard? Lip pulled his gaze from the street and looked at the pink envelope in his hand. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he felt a strange sense of loss. At that moment, the first hint of deep blue appeared in the sky. Back home, Fiona had woken up and was making breakfast with Steve. Lip, aren't you going for a run? Why are you back so soon? Fiona asked, licking her fingers covered in cream. Frank is gone, and this is what he left for you. Lip handed the pink envelope to Fiona. Fiona took it in surprise, opened it, and paused. Lip was also shocked when he saw the wad of bills in Fiona's hand. He was stunned. Fiona immediately unfolded the white letter inside. There were only a few sentences on it. My dearest daughter Fiona, please allow me to say thank you for all your hard work over the years. Please allow me to apologize to you, to Lip, Ian, Debbie, Carl, and Liam. I'm gone now and may never come back. Please don't come looking for me. I wish you more and more joy and happiness. Love you forever. Fiona burst into tears. Lip quickly pulled out the letter and read it too. Suddenly, Lip remembered the original scene when Frank treated him to a big dinner and went skating after he graduated from high school, but ended up falling on the ice. Thinking of this, Lip rushed out the back door like a madman, running toward the basement quickly. Lip! Fiona shouted from behind. Ian, Carl, and Debbie, who had just come downstairs, saw this. Lip hoped the truth wasn't what he feared. But when he opened the basement door, the smell hit his face. The fishy odor confirmed it. Da Fiona and the others followed closely behind, coming to the basement. In the dim light, they saw Lip standing alone, head lowered, seemingly lost in thought. As they approached, they too lowered their heads. Everyone stood frozen. There was a large pool of bright red blood on the ground. It was slightly frozen, like a flower blooming from the other side, under the ice. Lip suddenly snapped back to reality. He pushed through the crowd and ran frantically toward the corner where Frank had disappeared. But after running for a long time, he found no trace of Frank. Frank! Frank! Lip screamed hysterically, his eyes wet with tears. At the same time, on a bus bound for the U.S. Mexico border, Frank quietly stared at the address on the note. He closed his eyes. He wanted to get a good night's sleep. Chapter 54. Lip walked back dejectedly from the deserted street. How could this old bastard walk away so easily? I still want to deal with this Chi later to make up for the debts I've incurred over the years. Fark. Lip kicked a plastic bottle on the road, and 2 tears escaped from the corners of his eyes. More than 10 minutes later, Lip returned home. The whole family was gathered around the kitchen, each with a sad or troubled expression. Fiona and Debbie's eyes were even red from crying. Don't worry. Good people don't live long, but harm lasts for thousands of years. Frank just changed places and continued to cause harm to the world. Lip's words made everyone look up at him in surprise. Why are you looking at me? In the past, when he was caught stealing and beaten, we all thought he wouldn't survive another day, but in the end, he's still alive and kicking. Then why are you chasing after him like crazy? Fiona asked. Hey, everyone has seen what this old bastard has done over the years. Don't tell me that Frank is gone, and you don't want revenge? Lip's eyes swept over his brothers and sisters. Yes. Fark. Fiona wiped away her tears, slamming the table. It's too easy to just let this bastard go. He deserves a good beating. Fark. Everyone shouted in unison, and the Gallagher family was instantly revived, their spirits restored. I'll get Mandy, Lip said and walked upstairs. This girl really sleeps deeply. With all this noise, there's no way she wouldn't wake up. Lip shook his head. But as soon as he entered the room and turned on the light, he saw Mandy curled up in a ball on the bed like a frightened little rabbit. Lip, Mandy called softly. Lip quickly stepped forward and hugged her. Little fool, what's wrong with you? I dreamt about you, Mandy said, looking distressed. You were running wildly, chasing someone. But you didn't catch me in the end. You cursed loudly, kicked things on the roadside, and then shed tears. I felt so distressed, but you didn't answer me no matter how I called. I wanted to hug you, but I suddenly woke up. I turned on the light, but you weren't here. I felt so empty inside. Lip was shocked. Mandy's dream was exactly what he had done while chasing Frank. It seemed that this girl really cared deeply for him, or else she wouldn't have dreamt about things so closely related to him. Little fool, if I'm gone for a while, you have nightmares? Lip gently stroked Mandy's back. After a few moments, he lifted her chin and kissed her. More than 10 minutes passed before Mandy's face turned pink, cute and beautiful. Come on, let's go downstairs for breakfast, Lip said softly. So early? You little fool, the early bird catches the worm. I think the early bird gets eaten by the early bird. Mandy gently hit Lip with a smile. Lip, I don't want to be eaten just yet. It still hurts down there. Fool, I know. After you finish your meal early, do I have to give you tutoring lessons too? Tuition? What's up? Are elementary school scumbags scared? Humphrey, I wasn't afraid of learning last night, let alone these things. Come on, let's go. But why did you suddenly decide to tutor me? Because I'm going to the University of Chicago next year, and I won't be able to tutor you anytime after I leave, so I'm going to seize the time. Oh, fine. A hint of disappointment flashed in Mandy's voice. Fool, if I help you catch up, you'll get into the University of Chicago. Then you'll be my junior high school girl. Lip said with a mischievous smile. Senior, you can't escape the clutches of your senior. The senior wants to stay and live with you. Oops, ha ha, Lip, stop it. Let's go downstairs quickly, so everyone doesn't have to wait anxiously, Mandy said with a happy smile. In fact, it was only on the way home that Lip decided to let Mandy go to the University of Chicago with him. Not only Mandy, but also Karen, and any other girls he might be with before going to college. Lip planned to buy a house near the University of Chicago as his base. After a while, Mandy and Lip went downstairs after getting dressed. The family sat around the table, enjoying a fragrant, hot breakfast together. After a glass of hot milk, Lip felt all his gloom and negativity vanish. He ate the steak Mandy had cut for him in one bite. Lip felt very happy. Just as he cut off a small piece of steak and offered it to Mandy, his phone rang. Lip chose to ignore it and didn't touch the phone after Mandy blushed and ate the steak. But the caller seemed persistent and kept calling. Lip impatiently picked up the phone and clicked to answer, his tone cold. Hello? Lee Poo. Jessica noticed Lip's cold tone and got scared. She only managed to call his name and didn't dare continue. Jessica, what do you want from me? I missed you as soon as I woke up, so. Jessica's voice was a little shy. Jessica, I think your ass hasn't been spanked enough. Huh, then come and take care of me. Jessica snapped, losing her temper, and hung up immediately. Damn Lip, stinky Lip, you're such a bastard, ignoring my feelings like this. Jessica pounded her pillow angrily. But Lip frowned slightly, thinking, I must teach this little girl a lesson today, or she'll think she's in charge in front of me. Lip, who is Jessica? Mandy asked, looking at Lip with wide, innocent eyes. The maid will be under your control from now on. Lip teased. He originally planned to have Mandy, a good wife and mother, take care of his back garden in the future. After breakfast, Lip took Mandy to a quiet cafe for tutoring. After tutoring until noon, he took Mandy to eat something delicious and then sent her home. Lip set off directly for Longo City. But as he got on the subway, Lip realized he should get a car. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to go anywhere. Chapter 55. After walking and taking the subway for more than an hour, Lip arrived at Longo City's Chinatown. It took another 10 minutes to walk to the old Szechuan restaurant Husiajun where Jessica was. Jessica! Lip shouted loudly the moment he walked in. Jessica poked her head out of the kitchen and looked at Lip with wide eyes in surprise. Lip, you finally came to see me. Jessica happily ran all the way to Lip. Lip took Jessica's hand and walked to the second floor. Lip, there's no need to be in such a hurry, right? Jessica whispered with a blushing face. Little bitch, were you more eager than this when you called me this morning? Lip looked at Jessica with a wicked smile. The male and female waiters around them exchanged surprised and confused glances. Who is this? So fierce. Dragging the eldest lady to the second floor. Look at the eldest lady's face, she's probably looking forward to it. Look, that white guy is actually quite handsome. Could he be my future uncle? It should be the guy who came to the museum yesterday and went up to the second floor. I stayed with the eldest lady for a while before coming down. Wow, I had the day off yesterday, but I didn't expect to get such big gossip today. Everyone was talking in whispers, sharing the gossip. As soon as he entered the tea room on the second floor, Lip closed the door behind him. Lip, can't you wait a bit longer? Jessica's face was flushed, and she spoke delicately. Yes, I can't wait. Lip pulled Jessica into his arms and looked down at her with intense eyes. Jessica felt her heart pounding loudly in her chest, like a drum being hammered, strong and rhythmic dong dong dong. Jessica gazed at Lip lovingly. Suddenly, Lip held her waist and turned her so her back was against him. Lip, you. Why are you so direct? Lip knew that Jessica, the little prodigal, must have thought he was eager to do something bad. But what he was about to do didn't seem like a good thing at all. Lip's lips curled into a mischievous smile, clearly preparing for a prank. Right then, when Jessica was feeling anxious, Lip finished gathering his strength with his right hand and slapped her firmly on her plump buttocks. In an instant, Jessica's scream of pain echoed throughout the restaurant. Everyone glanced up toward the second floor. This future uncle is so fierce. Looking at this posture, the eldest lady is probably going to get drunk. You two are asking for trouble. Is the eldest lady someone you, two hairless kids, can handle? Go back to work. My eldest lady, if the master finds out. Hey. Lip, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. Jessica turned around, holding her butt, her face flushed with both shame and anger. Even her ears were red. She stared at Lip, wide-eyed. You actually hit me. Didn't I tell you I couldn't wait? I thought. What did you think? That's what you said. Humphrey. Jessica stomped her foot in frustration. I thought you couldn't wait to get married. In the end, I didn't think you were just eager to spank someone. You. What's wrong with me? You're really stupid and worse than a beast. Jessica pointed at Lip and cursed. Oh, you little prodigal. You're so angry, yet blame me. Lip's tone remained defiant. Do you know how annoying it is when people call early in the morning? I miss you. The more Jessica spoke, the softer her voice became. Oh, you're the eldest lady, so beautiful and great, that I have to be on call 24/7 to listen to your orders? Sorry, I'm not your servant. Even if I were, I wouldn't be that kind. Let me tell you one last time, don't bother me with calls when you have nothing to do. I'm leaving. Lip turned around and started walking away. Lip, you bastard. You only know how to bully me. Lip stopped, turned around, and gave her a wicked smile. Little girl, I just bullied you. What can you do about it? Lip walked closer to Jessica with fierce eyes. Lip, what do you want to do? Jessica backed away in shame and fear, her back touching the tea table. What do I want to do? You're asking knowingly. Of course, I'm doing what you want to do. Lip suddenly stepped forward, blocking her path so she couldn't move. Little girl, don't you want me to do something bad? Today, I'll do what you want, do bad things, and bully you completely. Lip's acting was top-notch. Jessica was already frightened, tears welling in her eyes. Lip lifted her chin and said, Jessica, Just wait to be bullied by me. I won't just bully you today. I'll bully you every day, every month, every year, for the rest of my life. Jessica looked at Lip shyly with her beautiful almond eyes. She had already figured out that Lip was just pretending to be a villain to tease her. How could Lip care about all that? He just took her and kissed her directly. After more than 10 minutes, Jessica collapsed weakly in Lip's arms. You are a bad person. You only know how to bully others. Jessica said coquettishly. Hee, Jessica, from the day I asked you to be mine, I've planned to bully you for the rest of my life. So, are you willing to be bullied by me? Hate. Jessica gently punched Lip's chest with her pink fist and nodded shyly. Her face flushed. Jessica stood on tiptoe, whispered something in Lip's ear, and then stared at him ecstatically. Without saying a word, Lip picked Jessica up in a princess carry and walked to the back room where they were talking. An hour later, the weak Jessica watched as Lip put on his clothes and pants. She decided that she would never act unruly or make the eldest lady angry in front of Lip again. Because she really couldn't control this man. Chapter 56. Lip was sitting quietly, admiring Jessica's figure, which rivaled that of top Victoria's Secret supermodels. At the same time, Lip used at a glance to view Jessica's attributes. Name, Jessica Wang. Level, Purple Epic. Keywords, Big Sister, Loyalty, 70. Current status, Factory New. Pregnancy progress, 0. Hidden reward, clear at a glance can be upgraded to Comprehensive Insight. Comprehensive Insight, the attributes of all members of the opposite sex in the host's field of vision can be viewed at will, with no time or frequency restrictions, not limited to the target persons prompted by the system. It seems this little girl has more love for herself than loyalty to a man, Lip thought. Looks like I'll have to work overtime tonight to lock in this unruly little wild horse's loyalty as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows what advice I might need to give her one day. Ding ding ding. Instantly, the familiar gentle female voice sounded in Lip's mind again. Lip reacted immediately. He must have successfully completed the first stage of the task, and the system reward had arrived. Dear host, congratulations on your successful land reclamation again. You've earned the reward, complete insights and an epic draw, comprehensive insight. The attributes of all members of the opposite sex in the host's field of vision can be viewed at will, with no time or frequency restrictions, and not limited to the target persons prompted by the system. Dear host, would you like to conduct the lottery now? Yes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic special ability Supernatural Body. Supernatural Body can be completely immune to physical attacks with an energy limit of no more than 100 megajoules for a limited number of times and limited duration. 3 days, 24 hours, 10 seconds, 100 megajoules. That means, except for nuclear-level weapons, any other physical kinetic energy weapon will be harmless within the duration of the Supernatural Body ability. Lip was overjoyed. Fuck. This is a lifesaver. With this magical skill, Lip, who had been shaken from his personal experience just 2 days ago, felt as though he had taken a calming pill. But then he thought, this skill must not be exposed or used unless absolutely necessary. Because once people find out, he'll be secretly arrested every minute and used for research as a specimen for study. After all, it can only be used 3 times every 24 hours, and each time lasts only 10 seconds. After that, he would be no different from an ordinary person, unable to resist bullets. But still, this reward was amazing. Seeing Lip staring at her in a daze, with a smile on his face, Jessica thought it was because of her charm that he was so captivated. So she asked coquettishly, Lipu, do I look good? Nice. Lipu nodded. Jessica saw that Lip had already put on his clothes. Lip, do you have to leave in such a hurry? Sister, if I don't leave now, I'll miss the subway. Can you give me a ride home? It's not impossible. Forget it, you should focus on getting out of bed first. Humphrey, it's not your fault, you have to take responsibility. Fool, of course I'll take responsibility. Lipu gently scratched Jessica's little nose. But I really need to go home. Lip, can you drive? Yes, I got my driver's license when I was 16. Then if you stay with me a little longer, I'll give you a car. Jessica, why are you trying to support me now? Am I that kind of person? That car is a black Hummer H2. Jessica smiled coquettishly. Sister, you're really good at judging people. Hee, I knew no man could resist a Hummer. Jessica clung to Lip like a koala. Jessica, why don't you come home with me? Okay. Why don't you get dressed quickly? Don't worry, brother, sister wants to hug you. Half an hour later, a Hummer H2 parked next to the Szechuan restaurant, roaring like a black stallion after the engine burst into life. Another half hour passed before Lip saw his house in front of him. He slowly applied the brakes, stopped, shifted into park, pulled the handbrake, and removed the key in one smooth motion. Lip, do you live here? Jessica's face was filled with doubt. She didn't believe that Lip, who she thought was both civilized and military, intelligent and brave, could possibly live in such a poor area. Yes. Any questions? Li Pu smiled. Jessica held back her true thoughts, afraid of hurting Lip's face and pride. Nothing, it's just very different from what I imagined. But it's interesting to see. Lip got out of the car first and walked to the passenger side to open the door for Jessica. As soon as Lip locked the car and took Jessica's hand, they were about to walk toward the house when Fiona walked out with Steve and the younger siblings. At a glance, everyone saw the massive black car and Lip, who was being hugged by a beautiful woman while locking the car next to him. Everyone was instantly shocked and dumbfounded. Hi, Lip. Fiona waved her hand in greeting. Lip took Jessica's hand and quickly walked forward to join the family. Lip, this can't be your third girlfriend. Yes. Oh my god. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Their tone no longer held surprise or confusion, but rather admiration and awe. Chapter 57 Fiona, what are you going to do? Lip asked doubtfully. Kevin and Veronica said they had something big to announce and invited us to the alibi bar. Kevin and Veronica? What big thing could happen between them? Lip was a little confused. But when he saw Fiona's happy face and the "you should understand" expression, Lip instantly understood. What the hell? Li Pu touched his head. Have these two finally decided to get married? Yes. Absolutely true. Fiona smiled, happier than if it were her own wedding. A smile instantly appeared on Lip's face. Because he was also very happy. As Kevin's little brother, he had received a lot of care and help from his big brother. Although he often complained about the Gallagher family trying to steal their money, they were always honest whenever they helped. As Fiona's good sister and best friend, Veronica had been taking good care of the Gallaghers since they moved in as neighbors. Not only did she often cooperate with Ian to make extra money, but she also helped Fiona with Liam and even lent her things. Kevin was often very annoyed by this. In fact, to Lip and Fiona, as well as the younger generation of the Gallaghers, Kevin and Veronica were not just relatives, but more like family. So when they heard that Kevin and Veronica were getting married, everyone was happy for them from the bottom of their hearts. Lip, where are we going? Aren't you going home? Jessica asked, slightly confused. A pair of close friends are announcing their marriage. Let's go to the bar they run first, then go home later. Oh, I understand, I'll listen to you. Jessica looked content like a little bird. Lip opened the car, and the family got in, sitting in the back row. Steve held Fiona, Ian held Carl, and Debbie sat in the middle, holding Liam. Don't tell me, even though this car has only 5 doors and 5 seats, it's really spacious. Fiona said, touching the car's interior. Lip, how much does this car cost? Fiona, this is a gift from me and Jessica, free of charge. Lip looked proud. Wow, the Gallagher family in the back row exclaimed in unison. Lip introduced his family to Jessica, and the Gallagher family introduced Jessica in turn. This car is probably a smuggled car. Steve said, touching the window. Oh, I forgot we have a knowledgeable person in the car. Lip smiled and introduced Jessica, my future brother-in-law Steve. Maybe he'll be in charge of the formalities for your smuggling car. Wow, hello. Jessica waved from the back seat. Lip was very skilled at driving, and in less than 20 minutes, the Hummer was parked smoothly at the entrance of Alibi Bar. Kevin, who usually wore hip-hop style, was rare in a crisp suit, warmly receiving friends and old customers at the door. Dee after honking the horn, Lip unlocked the safety lock and let the family get out of the car. Holy shit. Steve, where did you get this awesome car? Kevin's eyes shone. Sell it to me at the lowest price. I'd love to sell it to you, but it was given to Lip by his girlfriend, so you'll have to ask him. Steve looked at Lip with amusement. Lip smiled and touched his nose. What the hell? I think God's got a peach. Maybe she fell for my big ego, that's why she gave me such good luck. Ha 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 hey, I heard from Fiona. Are you marrying Veronica? What's going on? So fierce. Well, it's a long story. I'll talk to you later. Kevin hesitated. Can you lend me this car for a couple of days just for fun? Of course, no problem. Lip gave Kevin a hug. Brothers. Kevin, eyes wide, stared like bells when he saw Jessica getting out of the passenger seat. Lip, don't tell me that sexy and sweet-looking beauty from the Dragon Kingdom is your girlfriend, or I'll be jealous to death. Seeing Kevin's intense gaze, Lip's vanity as a man swelled. He smiled and nodded. Yes, that's my girlfriend. Holy shit. What kind of luck have you had recently? Steve looked shocked. Hi, I'm Lip's girlfriend, Jessica. Jessica walked up to Lip, smiling warmly, and stretched out her right hand. Hi, I'm Lip's good buddy, Kevin. Kevin shook Jessica's hand lightly with a gentlemanly gesture before letting it go. Then he led the Gallagher family into the bar. "Vi, look who's here!" Kevin shouted loudly as soon as they entered the bar. "Oh, Fiona. Congratulations, Veronica." The two sisters hugged each other tightly. "Hi, Lip." Veronica had originally intended to tease Lip, as she saw him as a younger brother. But when she saw Jessica next to him, Veronica's face turned into a black question mark. She asked in surprise, "Lip, have you changed your girlfriend again?" "Veronica, it's not a replacement. It's an addition." "What does that mean?" Lip didn't even know how to explain. "Forget it. I can't understand the world of you young people, and I don't want to. Just be happy." Veronica changed the subject. "But please, don't hurt a good girl at will." "I know." Lip nodded. Veronica pulled Fiona aside and began sharing her joy with her best friend. Lip took Jessica to a wine table and started drinking. "How about it? Never been to a ghetto bar before?" "Sorry, I used to go there often with my sisters when I was in high school. The bars in Long Run District are definitely different from here, but they're all the same, old and shabby." Jessica looked around, then smiled. "I actually like it here." This was something Lip hadn't expected. It seemed that Jessica's past was more colorful than he had thought. After a while, the theme of the night officially began. Kevin stood in the center of the bar and solemnly announced that he and Veronica would hold their wedding next week. Instantly, everyone in the bar cheered. Everyone drank, danced, and celebrated this rare and joyful night together. Chapter 58. Just when Lip and Jessica were chatting happily, Kevin came over with a bottle of beer in hand. "Brother, you're getting married soon. How do you feel? Are you happy?" Lip asked with a smile. "Well, I'm very happy, very excited, very excited." Kevin kept talking. But Lip felt Kevin's words were forced and deliberate. "Hey bro, what's going on? What happened to you?" Lipu, who noticed the problem, asked directly. I'm fine." Kevin looked at Lip's suspicious eyes and stammered, It's not convenient to talk here, let's change places." "Good." Lip kissed Jessica and said, "Wait here for a moment, Kevin and I will go and have a chat alone." "Okay." Jessica smiled obediently. Lip followed Kevin to the back door of the bar. Kevin took a swig of beer. "Brother, are you too nervous? Is it true that you're afraid of marriage?" Let me start from the beginning." After Kevin's explanation, Lip learned that it wasn't Kevin who wanted to marry Veronica, but he was actually forced into it. It turned out that when a girl flirted with him at the bar the day before, he used a temporary excuse to refuse. But Frank overheard and thought he was going to propose to Veronica, so he kept pushing it, causing a scene. Everyone in the bar found out, and Veronica's mother, Carlo, was there too. It spiraled out of control and completely ruined everything. Kevin was then pressured to announce that he and Veronica were getting married. Fuck man. It's all Frank's fault. Kevin angrily smashed the wall. If I had known better, I should have promised that girl to play three-person poker with her and her best friend. Three-person poker? Yes. Brother, you're a classic case of a woman tricking you against your will. Who says it's not? Fuck. Actually, I think it's not a bad thing for you to marry Veronica. You should have given her a status long ago, Lip teased with a relaxed and happy face. You don't know how much our family loves you too, and I sincerely wish you both the best. I know this too, but what's wrong with that? Don't you love Veronica? No. Of course I love her, but I'm already married. What the hell? Lip stared at Kevin in disbelief. Brother, you drank fake wine. Not at all. Kevin raised his head to the sky, then put his hands on his face. God, please save me. Lip stayed stunned for a moment. But when he saw Kevin's confused expression, he decided to help his brother out. The key to this matter still depends on Veronica's thoughts. If she doesn't want to get married either. Veronica wants to be the bride tonight. What? Kevin looked hopeless. She always wanted to get married early and adopt a child to earn the $800 monthly subsidy from the government. Brother, then you're completely hopeless now. Accept your fate. Lip patted Kevin on the shoulder and handed him a Chinese sesame. Yes, since there's no way to escape from the violence of life, I can only enjoy the moment to the fullest. I like your attitude. Lip and Kevin chatted for a bit more. After finishing their drinks, they returned to the bar together. Lip, what did you and Kevin talk about? It's nothing, Kevin just confided some of his pre-marriage nervousness and fears. Haha, is it that fun? After all, it's a big event in life, so it's normal to be a little nervous. Lip, will you marry me? I can. Then let's go get the certificate tomorrow. What? Lip was obviously startled by Jessica's words. Jessica, are you kidding me? I'm not kidding. If I can't be your first girlfriend, I'll be your first wife. Lip looked at Jessica, whose eyes were wide open and very serious. It felt like he had just heard some international joke. He realized he had underestimated Jessica's domineering and possessive nature. Jessica, I've just turned 17 and am still a minor. What are you thinking about riding a horse? Oh, okay. But Lip, you must be the first to marry me when you come of age. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Lip tried to use the drag-it-out tactic. But Jessica immediately used one of her 3 tricks, second trouble. I don't care, you must be the first to marry me. Jessica started acting coquettishly. Why is this little girl always so disobedient? It seems that even if a kidney might be removed tonight, but Jessica must be completely put to sleep. Chapter 59. Lip drank the remaining beer in the bottle in one gulp and then looked at Jessica tenderly. Jessica, let's do this. Let's not quarrel here anymore. Let's go home and have a toss, whoever wins will listen. Just throw it, no one is afraid of anyone. Jessica looked arrogant, while Lip smiled evilly as if his conspiracy had succeeded. How can this little bitch still not know the difference between the big and small kings? This was what Lip thought in his mind. He didn't hesitate, he took Jessica directly and prepared to go home. As Lip passed by Ian, he gave a few words of advice. Once in the car, Lip stepped on the accelerator and said, "Let's go," went down, and the Hummer sped away, leaving sparks and lightning in its wake. More than 10 minutes later, Lip and Jessica arrived home and went straight to the room on the second floor. A battle was inevitable. Half an hour later, Jessica looked at Lip, who didn't seem to be sweating much, and fell into deep suspicion. It was clear that the battle just now had been extremely fierce. Why does this guy look like nothing happened now? Is this really weird? Jessica speculated in her mind. Is this guy really different from ordinary people? Lip looked at Jessica, who seemed confused, and couldn't help but feel amused. Silly girl, you're so confused right now. Still want to break up with me? Humphrey, I took some very strong medicine earlier. Lip looked at Jessica mischievously and said with a bad smile, "Little girl, how are you doing? Are you convinced?" "Not convinced. I didn't perform well just now, so it doesn't count. It's only fair to win 2 out of 3 games." Jessica held her head high, as arrogant as ever. Okay, it's all up to you." After Lip said this, he was about to grab Jessica. But Jessica hid aside in panic. "Are you afraid?" I'm not afraid. But you have to wait until I catch my breath." "Okay, I'll do whatever you say." After a while, the battle started again. But after more than 40 minutes of tug-of-war, Jessica was defeated first. Originally, Lip thought Jessica would calm down for a while, but instead, she lost first. This little bitch actually knew the taste after eating the marrow and insisted on trying again after repeated defeats. As a result, an hour later, Jessica lost all 3 games and lay motionless on the bed. "Have you taken it now?" "Lip, you are simply inhuman." Jessica gasped and said, "I'm convinced, I'm completely convinced." "So, is this the joy of being a woman?" Jessica's inner joy and satisfaction were still filling the air. Lip used comprehensive insight to lock Jessica's loyalty at 100%. Just when Lip was about to get out of bed to take a drink of water, something suddenly clicked in his mind. He remembered that all too familiar gentle female voice. "Dear host, congratulations on successfully completing the hidden task drawing inferences from one instance and receiving the reward accumulated over time. Draw inferences from one example. Within 100 days after crossing and awakening the system, successfully cultivate no less than 3 pieces of land and successfully sow no less than 3 pieces of land, accumulated over time. The host will gain points. When the points meet the requirements, the point small can be opened and redeemed for items of corresponding value. Points can only be obtained through daily check-in, land reclamation, and harvesting results." Additional notes: 1. You can receive random points ranging from 1 to 10 by signing in every day. 2. You can get 10,000 points by reclaiming golden legendary land. You can get 1,000 points by reclaiming purple epic land. You can get 100 points by reclaiming red premium land. You can get 10 points by reclaiming blue rare land. And you can get 1 point by reclaiming white ordinary land. Point small. The points function must be turned on before it can be opened. Activation condition: 100,000 points. Current points: 11,100 points. Woo take off. Lip was very happy because he thought there must be something in the point small that was even more incredible than the various rewards he had already received. It would be awesome if there was something that could live forever or travel through time and space. Lip couldn't help but be shocked. Lip also thought about it seriously. He figured that after gaining comprehensive insight, he could choose to be more proactive and visit places with many women to find targets. From the current point of view, cultivating ordinary and rare land with low level was meaningless. In order to get more points and rewards, he should focus on finding golden legendary lands like Mandy's. But there should be very few golden legendary lands, so he could consider the quantity. There were relatively more purple epic and red premium lands with higher levels. Lip decided in his heart to take a two-pronged approach. On the one hand, he would cast the net widely to discover and cultivate more purple and red lands. On the other hand, he would focus on cultivating and never let go of a golden legendary land. Chapter 60. Lip. Jessica called to Lip delicately. Lip turned his head, surprised. You don't want to fight again, do you? Screw you. I want to discuss something with you. What's up? Just say it. Lip, why don't you set up a game? I also want to meet the two sisters as soon as possible. Jessica, you're not rushing to find help because you can't win, are you? Jessica's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Hee hee, Lip, why are you so smart? Haha, your sister is really something. She wants to deal with me all day long. Then why don't you, your stinky brother, tell me? Okay, it's all up to you. By the way, I have something to discuss with the three of you. Hee hee, dear, you're the best. Jessica hugged Lip with a sweet smile on her face. The two hugged each other and fell asleep, entering the gentle night together. The next morning, Lip woke up early and drove Jessica back to Chinatown. He left, and while at the Szechuan restaurant, Jessica gave Lip a small gift. When he turned back, he saw a black Peterbilt 389 muscle truck parked on the street near his home. Oh, shit. Lip knew it was Monica and her lesbian black husband coming to snatch Liam. Lip quickly parked the car and ran toward home. As soon as he reached the steps, he heard Fiona's loud roar. Stop talking nonsense, you can't take Liam away. Why not? He's not even Frank's kid. Monica's voice followed shortly after. Lip took 3 steps at a time and entered the house immediately. The fact is, Liam is black, and you white people raising black kids is starting to look like a barbaric fashion trend. A black man, dressed in androgynous clothes, was talking seriously. If people don't stop educating black parents about the cultural importance of raising black children, something big will happen sooner or later. Liam needs me, he needs to live with us. Stop wishful thinking. Lip didn't give the black man any shame. If you have the ability, just do it yourself. Don't mess with my brother. Oh, Lip, you're so big. Monica's expression of surprise and joy seemed to disgust Lip, so he immediately shouted loudly, Stop it, don't come over, don't touch me. Oh, Lip, Lebetta just wants to start our own family with me. Haha, that's a nice way to put it. Lip looked at them with contempt, but his words were sharp. Beaky, where did you get the courage to say you want to start a family in front of all the kids you've abandoned? Fiona also angrily said, Why don't you get to know our family first? Are they taking Liam away? Debbie asked with tears in her eyes. As the sister who spent the most time with Liam, Debbie was clearly reluctant to let him go. Yes. Monica said firmly. No one has the right to take anyone here. Lip was full of energy, his eyes sweeping over Monica and Roberta like the cold scythe of death. The two were stunned for a moment and stood there, dazed, not daring to speak. You can't abandon your child and then suddenly show up one day and take him away like you would a dog at the market. Fiona opened her arms like a hen guarding her chicks. It's not fair, damn it. The problem is all yours. Fiona looked at Monica with wide eyes, angry, then pointed at her and said, You abandoned your responsibilities. I sacrificed everything to raise them. Fiona gritted her teeth and pointed at herself. Guess what? I did a pretty damn good job. Debbie is the monitor in her class. She also joined the debate team and will compete in the national competition soon. Lip is #1 in his class, and even in the entire study, an absolute genius. Ian was promoted in ROTC. His English is excellent. Carl's stuff was so cool at the Tech Expo. Guess what? Fiona's expression grew more ferocious. They can achieve what they have today, and you didn't play a single role in it. Because you weren't with us at all. You bastard abandoned us like a deserter. Fiona, I appreciate everything you've done, but now that I'm here, it's time for Liam to be with me, Monica sobbed a little. What are you kidding? He doesn't even know who you are. I'm his mother. You are my mother too. Fiona roared hysterically. Her eyes filled with tears, as if she had poured out nearly 20 years of grievances and pain at this moment. At that moment, Fiona looked like an extremely hurt and scared little girl. Lip immediately ran to Fiona and held her shoulders. Fiona, maybe I'll never have the chance to build a happy mother-daughter relationship with you, but I still have the chance to make it up to Liam, Debbie, and Carl. Monica suddenly ran to Carl and Debbie, squatted down, and said with tears in her eyes, If I hurt you, I apologize. I love you very much. Let me be your mother again. Please. Monica opened her arms, eager to receive a hug from Carl and Debbie. When Debbie and Carl saw Monica's tearful look, they slowly stretched out their hands, influenced by sympathy and a longing for their mother. They prepared to hug Monica. Chapter 61 Debbie, Carl. As Lip shouted, the two of them quickly retracted their hands and hugged themselves tightly. Lip, why won't you let Debbie and Carl forgive their mother? You can't be so unreasonable. Monica couldn't stop crying. Haha, Monica, I don't even want to advise you to be kind, because you don't deserve to be called human at all. Lip's tone was so cold it could freeze someone to death. Put away your crocodile tears. Stop wasting your time acting. Lip, what do you mean? Monica was clearly panicked. Don't you think it's particularly shameless to say nice things in front of the second to last or third to last child just to snatch the youngest one away? To make them forgive you or even support you? I don't. Monica denied it. Are you kidding me? When we were homeless on the streets in winter, shivering in the cold wind, hungry and unsure where our next meal would come from, where were you? Were you busy drinking, taking drugs, or serving someone? And now, you're standing here pretending to be pitiful for a black man who's neither male nor female and doesn't even have a dick. You're 10,000 times more shameless than Frank. Roberta was clearly hit where it hurt. She stood up suddenly, ready to fight Lip. But as soon as she took a step forward, she froze. She saw the black muzzle of a gun pointed straight at her. And it was Lip holding the gun. The weapon was a Glock 17 semi-automatic pistol that Jessica had given him for self-defense when they parted ways. Lip disengaged the safety and loaded the gun in one smooth motion. Now, you have two choices, either get out of this house immediately, or sit on that sofa without moving or saying a word. If you piss me off, I'll shoot you in the head. Lip's tone was icy and fierce. Roberta trembled and fell back onto the sofa. Monica, keep performing. Lip sneered as he glared at Monica. I'm skipping a whole day of class today, just so I can enjoy the show with you and her. Lip, what do you want me to do? Monica sobbed, looking pitiful. In this world, everything is tit for tat. Nobody can commit murder and arson 1 minute and suddenly become a saint the next just by saying they've changed. How can the sins you've committed be so easily erased? Monica stammered, unable to find the words. What's wrong? Didn't expect me to be so tough? Forgot your lines? Lip sneered. I'll give you two choices now. First, leave as far as you can. Live or die, it's none of our business, and we won't interfere. But don't ever harm me or my siblings again, or the only thing waiting for you will be a barrel and bullets. Second, if you really feel guilty and want to make amends, give us money or something tangible. Stop talking nonsense and pretending to care. Oh, and start by compensating Fiona. Without her, we wouldn't even know if we'd be alive today. She's been fulfilling your responsibilities as a mother for all these years. Lip, if I compensate you with money, can I take Liam with me? Ha ha ha. Lip laughed derisively. Debbie, Carl, did you hear that? From the moment she got here, all she's thought about is how to take Liam away. She's like a shameless human trafficker. When lying and stealing didn't work, she finally decided to spend money to buy him. Monica suddenly realized she had been trapped by Lip. No, I don't mean that. I love you. At that moment, the faces of Fiona, Lip, Ian, Carl, Debbie, and even 6-month-old Liam turned cold, filled with disgust and hatred for Monica. Roberta noticed the shift and realized they couldn't stay any longer. She abruptly stood up, grabbed Monica's arm, and pulled her outside. A moment later, the deafening roar of a truck engine echoed across the street. Lip and the others watched the black truck drive away, its roaring engine fading into the distance. Oh my God. Our little boy has really become a man. Fiona said, slapping Lip on the shoulder with a look of pride. Hee hee, I just didn't want to see my big sister get wronged. Lip had a silly smile on his face. Fiona hugged Lip, who was now nearly as tall as she was, tightly in her arms. Thank you, brother. Ian, Carl, and Debbie, who was holding Liam, joined in the hug. After a while, Fiona suddenly realized the time. Oh no, I haven't made breakfast yet. She exclaimed, panicking. No need. I'll take everyone to a restaurant later, Lip said with a smile. Oh yeah, long live Lip. I want chocolate pie. Debbie cheered happily. Got it. Lip ruffled Debbie's hair. Lip, is that gun of yours real? It looks fake to me. Lip smiled without answering. Instead, he walked to the edge of the steps and fired 3 shots into the grass. Bang. 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 Holy crap. That's awesome. Carl exclaimed in excitement. Go clean that up quickly, or you won't have time to eat later. Ian, Carl, and Debbie dashed to their rooms. Fiona, has Steve talked to you lately? No. Why are you asking? Nothing. Lip, you're hiding something. Spill it. Lip now realized just how sharp a woman's intuition could be. I promised Steve to keep it a secret. Fine, keep your secrets. Mysterious as always. At that moment, Fiona, holding Liam, headed toward the black Hummer, passing him the baton Debbie had handed off earlier. While Fiona was distracted, Lip amused Liam and sent a quick text to Steve. The message read, "Dear big brother-in-law, when are you going to fulfill your promise to me?" When Ian and the others climbed into the car, Lip saw Steve's reply, "I was planning on doing it today, but I'm busy picking a gift for Fiona." Lip smiled, stepped on the accelerator, and the Hummer sped off. Chapter 62. After school, the first thing Lip did was find Ian. "What's wrong with you? Ever since I got home this morning, you've been in a depressed mood. Come on, tell me, what happened?" "I'm not you." Ian spoke hesitantly. "Could it be that Monica told you something?" Lip suddenly realized. "Lip, when you weren't home, Monica talked to me alone for a bit. She said I'm not Frank's biological child." Ian covered his face, sobbing softly. That means I'm not your biological brother." "You idiot, you actually believe Monica?" Lip comforted Ian. "Even if, let's take the wildest step back and say Monica's telling the truth, blood doesn't define us. The bond we've had for over a decade is real. You'll always be my brother." Lip. Ian hugged Lip tightly. Lip patted Ian's back like he was soothing a child, letting him vent his emotions. "Ian, did Monica tell you who your biological father is?" "No. She only said she was drunk at the time and did something outrageous with one of Frank's brothers." "Drunk? That's just another pathetic excuse for letting loose." Lip patted Ian's shoulder. "Looks like we need to track down Frank's brothers." Lip didn't know the exact details about Ian's biological father. "Why don't we ask Peggy in prison?" Ian suggested. "That's probably the fastest way." Lip and Ian got into the car and headed to the Chicago women's prison. On the way, Lip asked Ian to use his phone to text Fiona and let her know they'd be home late. It took about 40 minutes, but eventually, they arrived at the prison. After completing some paperwork, they waited in the visiting room. With a bang, the gate separating the prison corridor from the visiting area opened. A gray-haired, wrinkled old lady in an orange jumpsuit waddled in, her large belly making her gait unsteady. Lip immediately recognized her. "She's here," he told Ian. The two of them stood up and approached the glass partition. "Hi, Grandma." Lip greeted first. "Who the hell are you? Have we met?" "Grandma, it's us, Lip and Ian. Frank's sons." Ian added, "Your grandsons." Peggy squinted at Lip and Ian for a long time before nodding. "Oh my God." A joyful smile lit up Peggy's face. "Look at you two. I've never seen such handsome, clever young men." "Haha. Thanks, Grandma." Ian's gloomy expression finally softened into a small smile. "How are you doing in here?" Lip asked, glancing around the visiting room. "Not bad at all," Peggy replied, surprisingly relaxed. "The women in here are pretty great. It's wild how I fit right in." Lip and Ian exchanged a glance, both shocked by their grandmother's brazenness. "Prison isn't so bad. I can have fun anytime," Peggy declared proudly. "That doesn't sound too bad," Lip replied hesitantly. Peggy flashed a wide grin. "But the worst part is they make me clean toilets. I wanted to work in the kitchen, but they wouldn't let me anywhere near it. Just because I made drugs and caused one little explosion, now I'm stuck here." "Grandma, I'm sure the two college kids who died in that fire are still haunting you," Lip teased. "Enough with the jokes, what do you two want?" Peggy asked directly. We're looking for Frank's brothers. There are 3 of them, right?" "Who wants to know?" "Just the 2 of us." Ian replied helplessly. "One of the brothers might be my biological father." "How's that possible?" "Monica slept with one of them," Lip explained. "What?" "Yeah, Monica had a fling with one of the brothers." "Damn it. I never liked that bitch." Peggy spat. She shot Ian and Lip a sly glance. "So, if I tell you their names, how are you going to pay me back?" "Grandma, what do you want?" "Cigarettes. 1 pack a week." "You can hook up with women in here but can't get cigarettes?" "Boy, figure it out." "Fine, no problem. We'll handle it." Peggy nodded, satisfied. "Clayton, Jerry, and my precious son Wyatt, I remember them all clearly. But don't bother with Wyatt. He got injured in the service and lost his abilities." At that moment, a female officer in a black uniform approached Peggy and tapped her shoulder. "Time's up." "Got it," Peggy replied. "Grandma, thank you," Lip said. "Oh, and tell Jerry that if he doesn't pay back the $5,000 he owes me, I'll team up with Ronnie to hunt him down and gouge his eyes out with a spoon." With that, Peggy was led out of the visiting room, the officer urging her along. Lip and Ian exchanged glances. "Grandma's hardcore," Ian said, shaking his head in amazement. "You think? How else would she survive in here?" Lip chuckled. "Don't worry, we've got 2 leads now, A or B. Let's go find your dad this weekend." Sounds good. Lip slung his arm around Ian's shoulder, and the two walked out of the prison together. Chapter 63 Jingle Bells Ding Jingle Bells. Lip and Ian had just walked into the house when the phone rang. Lip, why did you turn on the ringtone? Ian, I've realized that setting your favorite rock song as your ringtone is a terrible idea. After less than a week, you end up hating the song you originally loved. So, you switched to a classic tone? Huh? Lip nodded. What are you two mumbling about? Come on, it's dinner time. Fiona's voice called loudly from the kitchen. The two rushed to the kitchen and found their usual seats at the table. Lip noticed that, besides their family, Kevin, Veronica, and Steve were all there. What's going on? Why is the whole squad here tonight? Ian asked. Fiona said she has something important to announce to everyone, Carl whispered into Ian's ear. Okay, quiet down. Fiona said, her excitement evident. Now that everyone's here, I have an announcement to make. She smiled brightly. Let me introduce my new boyfriend, Jimmy. New boyfriend? Veronica asked, confused. Isn't this guy already your current boyfriend? She's right. Kevin chimed in. And isn't this guy's name Steve? When did he become Jimmy? Jimmy. Fiona shot him a pointed look. I'd like to apologize to everyone. Jimmy stood and bowed. I used a fake name for safety reasons. My real name is Jimmy. Jimmy, are you a spy? Carl asked excitedly. No. Jimmy chuckled, shaking his head. I'm a car thief. Whoa. Cool. Carl exclaimed, even more excited. Like GTA? Sort of. But with a bit more skill involved. Cough, cough. Jimmy cleared his throat. Today, I confessed everything to Fiona, and she forgave me for my lies. But. Jimmy paused dramatically, eyeing everyone leaning in to listen. But what? Jimmy, spit it out. Debbie urged eagerly. Hee. Fiona said if I told her everything, I'd lose my sense of mystery. How do you think I should keep her intrigued? Fiona gave Jimmy a mock glare, though her smile betrayed her amusement. She handed Veronica a plate of food. Buy her flowers. Take her to the movies. Get her a bag. Buy her some lingerie. Everyone took turns guessing and teasing. You'll never guess what kind of grand gesture this guy made to win me over. Fiona said with a sweet smile, looking like a love-struck teenager. Jimmy, what did you do? The group leaned in eagerly, pressing Jimmy for the answer. But Jimmy just smiled silently. This guy bought me a house, right next door. Fiona beamed, her face glowing with joy. Wow. The room erupted in cheers. And you'll never guess what this guy's real background is. Fiona added, Getty. He's a rich kid and a top student at Michigan Medical School. He even had a fiancée back home. Fiona pouted playfully, a mix of teasing and mock annoyance. What? Once again, everyone was stunned. But, Fiona continued, he's broken up with her. And I'm going to meet his family next week for Thanksgiving. Woo. The group felt like they were on a roller coaster of revelations, one twist after another. I've also decided to resume my studies, Jimmy said, his face full of determination. And all of this is thanks to one person, Lip. Why are you looking at me? Lip said, shrugging. Today's stars are Jimmy and Fiona. If it wasn't for Lip giving me a hard time that day, I wouldn't have figured out what I really wanted, Jimmy said sincerely, turning to Fiona. Fiona rewarded him with her warmest smile. Thank you, Lip, Fiona and Jimmy said in unison. Don't mention it. But Jimmy, if you're going back to Michigan, isn't that a long-distance relationship with Fiona? Lip teased. I heard someone say long-distance relationships are like leaves, they're either green or they fall off. Haha. I'll come back every weekend to see Fiona. And if she misses me, she can visit me too. To make things easier, I'm planning to take her car shopping tomorrow. Oh, I want a rich boyfriend to buy me a car and a house. Veronica said, throwing an envious look at Fiona. I've got you, Veronica. Fiona said grandly. Ha ha ha. Kevin's face fell. Lip patted Kevin's shoulder calmly. Kevin, as your bro, I gotta say, your chances of becoming a rich guy in the future are looking pretty good. What? Kevin asked, dumbfounded. Me? Lip, are you joking? Nope. After dinner, I'll explain everything. You'll understand then. Don't look at me like that. Let's eat first, we've got plenty to talk about later. Lip's casual words left everyone even more curious, their appetites peaked to the max. Chapter 64 After dinner, the Gallagher family gathered in the living room. This time, the TV stayed off. Lip, tell me, what is it you want to discuss with us? Fiona asked, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her younger brother, who was growing more masculine and confident by the day. Handsome, is it because Kevin and I announced our wedding that you're inspired to marry one of your 3 girlfriends too? Veronica teased, as usual. Ha ha ha. Veronica, I'd love to, but I'm still under 18. Lip shot back with a relaxed grin. Before we get into the serious stuff, how about we share what's been going on with everyone lately? Lip suggested. If it's something good, we can all celebrate together. If it's bad or tough to handle, we can brainstorm solutions as a family. In truth, Lip wanted to gauge how his enhancements were impacting his siblings. It was critical for his future plans and strategies. I think Lip's right. I'll go first, Carl said eagerly, never one to shy away from attention. These past 2 days, something weird happened. My head, which used to feel all foggy whenever I read, suddenly feels clear. You won't believe it, I actually got a C on a test. Carl grinned, full of pride. Oh my god. Everyone stared at him, wide-eyed in shock. For someone like Carl, whose best grade had always been a D, achieved mostly through cheating, this was no small feat. It looks like our little troublemaker has turned over a new leaf. Lip teased as he lifted Carl off the ground with ease. High five, Carl. That's awesome, Fiona said, bumping fists with him. What happened to you? I'm not sure, Carl admitted, scratching his head. But ever since I woke up yesterday morning, my brain just feels clear. Carl, are you positive about this? Debbie asked, her tone serious. Absolutely. Carl nodded. Debbie's lips curled into a smile as her eyes lit up. Then it's not just you. I've felt the same way. Yesterday, I woke up feeling so free, like something heavy had been lifted off my shoulders. It's like my whole body is lighter. And guess what? My teacher asked me to replace someone on the debate team. I've gone from being a backup to the third speaker. Wow, Debbie. Tell us everything. Fiona was beaming with pride. Well, during practice for the mock debate, one of the main speakers had to drop out at the last minute. The teacher asked me to fill in, and, well, the more I spoke, the more impressed everyone got. By the end, the coach told me I should stay as the third speaker permanently. Debbie, you're amazing. The room erupted in cheers. Fiona pulled Debbie into a tight hug and planted a kiss on her cheek, leaving her sister blushing with happiness. Hee hee, I was going to share my own news, but compared to Carl and Debbie, it seems a bit small, Ian said, his voice soft and a little embarrassed. Come on, Ian. We want to hear it. Lip encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. Well, I got promoted again in the reserve officer training camp. I was a squad leader, but now I'm a platoon leader. And because of my performance, they're recommending me for West Point Military Academy next summer. What the? Lip, caught off guard by the huge development, was the first to react with surprise. Oh my god. Is the Gallagher family going to have a general someday? Kevin joked, throwing up his hands in mock disbelief. Maybe, Fiona replied, her joy and pride almost palpable. Fiona, why don't you share your news with everyone? Jimmy suggested, looking at her with a loving smile. Hee hee, alright. Fiona's cheeks flushed with happiness. With Jimmy's encouragement, I've decided to pick up a pen and book again. Fiona covered her face, now glowing red. Oh honey, it's about time. Veronica said, pulling Fiona into a hug. Thank you, Veronica. Fiona continued, I'm planning to earn my high school diploma within the next year, then attend community college. Eventually, I'll work hard to learn a professional skill. Of course, I'm still the Gallagher parent, nobody's taking that title away from me. To make this possible, I've hired a knowledgeable and experienced tutor. Who is it? The group asked in unison. Lip had a sneaking suspicion of who it might be, but he played along. I'm deeply honored to announce that the tutor is Jimmy. Jimmy placed a hand over his heart and gave a theatrical bow. Fiona pulled him close and kissed him passionately, causing another wave of cheers to erupt from the family. For a full minute, the couple basked in their love, while everyone hollered and teased. When the room finally quieted, all eyes turned to Lip. Their expectant looks seemed to say, your turn. Spill it. Alright, I'll tell you. Lip laughed, raising his hands in surrender. Next summer, as you've all hoped, I'll be attending the University of Chicago, double majoring in computer science and finance. Oh yeah. The cheers this time were loud enough to make the neighbors think the Gallaghers had won the lottery. Also, I'm planning to rent a place near campus. But don't worry, I'll be back on weekends, don't even think about taking over my room while I'm gone. Lip added with a grin. After all, my girlfriends are all here. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, fully understanding the convenience Lip was referring to. Now that we've all shared our recent wins, let's move on to the next steps. The family nodded, anticipation lighting up their faces. Chapter 65. After Lip scanned the room, his eyes filled with gentle resolve, he began to speak. As the eldest sister, Fiona has been the cornerstone of this family for years. I think we can all agree on her dedication and contributions. Everyone in the Gallagher family nodded in agreement. So, let's first talk about how we can help Fiona reclaim what she deserves. The family listened attentively to Lip. Lip, you don't happen to have a time machine, do you? Fiona joked. Sister, have you been watching too many Doctor Strange movies? Of course not. Lip replied with a sheepish smile. I'm just saying we need to figure out who can take on what responsibilities moving forward to lighten your load. Lip, you've really grown up, Fiona said, her voice full of pride and emotion. Sister, I'll be an adult soon. I can't let you handle everything while I sit back and do nothing, that'd make me a giant baby. Lip chuckled. I'll start. I've decided to take responsibility for making breakfast on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. I'll handle Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, Ian quickly chimed in, backing Lip's proposal. I can wash dishes and tidy up the kitchen. Debbie added enthusiastically. I'll take care of cleaning my room and gathering all the dirty laundry for the washing machine, Carl said, raising his hand. Bah. 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 Liam mimicked Carl, raising his tiny hands and babbling incoherently. No one understood what Liam meant, but his cuteness earned smiles all around. I'll take over dinner duties, Jimmy volunteered with a grin. I'm not as good a cook as Fiona, but I'll do my best. Thanks, brother-in-law. Carl and Debbie shouted in unison, earning laughter from everyone. Fiona's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Wow. I've never seen the Gallaghers this united. Is this even the same family I know? Kevin joked. Honestly, this is how it should have been all along, Veronica said, her voice emotional. As family members, we should step up and take responsibility instead of living off Fiona's hard work and expecting everything to be handed to us. Speaking of Fiona, I've got an idea to help her grow, Lip said, redirecting the conversation. All eyes turned to him again. First, let me ask you all, do you think Fiona is beautiful? Lip asked. Beautiful. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Not a single person dissented. Well then, since Fiona's beauty is undeniable, with her angelic face and stunning figure, why not turn it into an opportunity? Lip, what kind of opportunity are you talking about? Jimmy asked, slightly concerned. Simple, she can become an internet celebrity. An internet celebrity? Fiona asked skeptically. Lip, are you joking? Sister, I'm dead serious, Lip said, his tone firm. With technology advancing so much in the past couple of years, laptops and smartphones have become indispensable. People spend hours online every day, consuming massive amounts of content. And that content divides people into all kinds of niche audiences, each with its own preferences. But fundamentally, people are drawn to just 9 things, he added. What 9 things? The family asked in unison. Food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, aging, illness, death, and sex. The family blinked in surprise at Lip's bluntness, but he continued unfazed. The biggest audience is neutral content, things that appeal to a wide range of people. That's where the traffic is. Lip thought back to the thousands of comments he'd seen on fitness influencers, fashionistas, and more before his time travel. Lip, you're not suggesting I become a live-streaming sexy girl like Veronica, are you? Fiona asked, alarmed. Of course not. That's way too lowbrow, Lip reassured her. Veronica, don't take offense, I'm just speaking practically. Fiona looked at him suspiciously. What I'm suggesting is that you start as a blogger who posts beautiful photos online. Over time, you could expand into storytelling videos and even short films. Who knows? One day, you might even land a role in a movie. Lip, let's be realistic here. Even if I agreed, wouldn't I need to hire a photographer? Fiona asked doubtfully. No need to hire one. I'm your photographer, Lip said, spreading his hands. You? Fiona asked, incredulous. I know it sounds unbelievable, but I've got proof. Lip pulled out his Nokia 5230 from his pocket and scrolled to a folder of photos he'd taken of Mandy, Karen, and Jessica. He handed the phone to Fiona, making sure to hide any inappropriate images in a private album beforehand. Fiona examined the photos carefully, with Veronica leaning over her shoulder. Wow, Lip. These are amazing. Veronica exclaimed after the first photo. I didn't know you could take pictures like this. It's not just knowing, it's about being proficient, Lip said, puffing out his chest proudly. As Fiona kept scrolling, her initial doubt gave way to shock and admiration. And these were all taken with a phone. Wait until I get my DSLR this weekend, you'll see what real art looks like. Lip declared confidently. Lip, I had no idea you were this talented, Fiona admitted, her excitement growing. These photos look as good as celebrity portraits. After all, what woman doesn't love to look beautiful? And if that beauty could bring fame and fortune, Who wouldn't be intrigued by the idea? The phone passed from hand to hand around the family, each member impressed by Lip's work. Mandy, Karen, and Jessica looked even more stunning in the photos than they did in real life. Fiona, I already have a theme in mind for your first photo shoot, Lip said. What's the theme? Wedding dresses. Wow. Now, not only Fiona but even Jimmy was brimming with excitement. The whole family couldn't wait to see the photos. Lip, why wedding dresses? Fiona asked, curious. Haha, well. I figured someone's got to inspire you to tie the knot. Lip teased. Thank you, brother, Fiona said, pulling him into a hug. As Lip hugged her, he couldn't help but notice one thing. Fiona's figure, though lovely, wasn't as grand as Mandy's or Karen's. Before he could dwell on the thought, the phone rang. Kevin picked it up. After hanging up, Kevin frowned. What the hell? The Department of Family and Children's Affairs was supposed to come on Friday, but they just called and said they're bringing the adopted child over now. Alright, $800 is finally here. Veronica exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Everyone, hold that thought. We'll continue this later after Kevin and I get back. With that, Veronica and Kevin hurried off, leaving the rest of the Galagers stunned and eager to return to their discussion. Chapter 66. Okay, let's get back to what we were talking about, Fiona. Jimmy seemed particularly invested in the conversation. Hey, why are you so eager to talk about me becoming famous? Fiona teased, slipping her arm around Jimmy's shoulders as she sat beside him. Fiona, I just want to shut my traditional parents up once and for all, Jimmy said, looking at her with tender affection. The two started kissing again, shamelessly showing off their affection and feeding everyone a fresh dose of PDA. Lip nearly burst out laughing. The thought of Jimmy's father, who would be introduced later in the original plot, made him think the word traditional had no place in that family. After a minute, the two finally separated. Lip, I'm really curious about your thoughts on human desires. Can you go into more detail? Jimmy asked with a smile. Alright, let me explain. There's a common saying online these days, it starts with appearance, respects talent, fits with personality, and ends with character. But in my opinion, that's just sugarcoating people's desires. To put it bluntly, it's all about the urge to conquer, possess, and control the opposite sex. After all, humans are just animals at their core. Lip. Fiona exclaimed, slightly shocked. That's so blunt. Reality is blunt, Lip replied, smirking. Desires reveal the weaknesses in human nature, and where there are weaknesses, there are opportunities to exploit them. What's the easiest kind of money to make? Lip asked, looking around at his family. Men spend on lust, women on beauty, children need money to grow, while the elderly seek well-being. The poor want to get rich, and the rich fear death. Which one of these isn't driven by human weakness? Lip paused for a moment, letting his words sink in. Honestly, sometimes I feel lucky to have grown up in a chaotic and shameless family like the Galagers. It made me see the darker side of human nature early on and understand the harsh truths of society. He took a drag from his cigarette and let out a slow breath. From the moment Frank checked out of our lives, I knew I'd have to step up and become just as shameless. Even though I might seem like I have potential now, deep down, I'm still just another piece of scum in this world. If I cling to fairness, kindness, and the rules, I'll just end up being another pawn for the elites who run this game. The rules and systems people preach about? They're just tools to brainwash, trap, and confuse the majority. Everyone stared at Lip, stunned by his candid and biting words. In the future, I'll be worse than the bad guys, meaner than the con artists, and more ruthless than the gangsters, because I'll do whatever it takes to protect my family. Fiona's eyes welled up with tears. Lip. Let me finish, Lip interrupted gently, exhaling another puff of smoke. So, listen to me carefully. Treasure this time we have now. Be brave enough to be yourselves, and don't let people like Frank and Monica drag you back into the abyss. If anyone dares to bring this family down after all the progress we've made, I swear I'll deal with them myself, no matter who they are. His tone was calm, but the intensity in his eyes made everyone feel his determination. In that moment, Lip no longer seemed like the carefree boy they once knew. He looked like a warrior, ready to take on the world for his family. Lip had already realized something important. For a family to thrive, there has to be someone willing to play the villain, to make the hard choices. And he had chosen to be that person. Fiona, Lip said, his voice softening, try to rest these next few days. No staying up late, no heavy drinking. I want you to be at your best, your most radiant, this weekend. Why? Fiona asked, already tearing up. Because you deserve a better life, Lip said matter-of-factly. Lip. Fiona burst into tears, overcome with emotion. She understood that everything he said and did was for her. Alright, no hugs. Lip said suddenly, holding his hands up in protest. Fiona froze mid-step, looking confused. I just managed to deliver this whole speech without breaking down. If you hug me now, I'll probably lose it and start crying. Haha. Fiona laughed, her tears turning to giggles as she playfully swatted him. You brat. Just then, the door creaked open. Hey, everyone, meet my daughter. Kevin announced proudly as he walked in. Adopted daughter, Veronica added coldly, following close behind. Her tone suggested she wasn't exactly thrilled. Why do you have to say it like that? Kevin asked, looking at her with frustration. Veronica didn't respond. She simply sat next to Fiona, crossing her arms. That's when the Gallagher family got a clear look at the girl standing next to Kevin. She seemed to be around 13 or 14 years old. The little girl. Chapter 67. The little girl's brown hair is tied into a bun on the back of her head, which looks very traditional and conservative. He has a sweet face, charming big amber eyes, and a fair and slender neck. Her plump breasts made her light purple woolen coat bulge. A line of light blue skirt leaked out from under the coat, paired with a pair of old-fashioned black ladies' leather shoes. The whole figure and temperament are very good, giving people a sense of classicism and elegance like the afterglow of the 18th century empire on which the sun never sets. But in Lip's view, this little girl is obviously a proper British lily maid. Kevin must be just out of luck. Lip thought in his heart. Kevin, what is your adopted daughter's name? Fiona asked. Ethel. Kevin replied. Ethel and 70 other children were rescued from the religious sect. Li Pu suddenly remembered that this was the little girl who thought she was very pretty when she was watching TV series. Unfortunately, she was abducted by a little nigger in the end. Religious sect? Li Pu asked. The kind of cult. Kevin winked at Lip and said, Brother, do you know what this little girl says most at home? The one who stepped on the horse was actually me not doing any housework today. What has this little girl been through? Lip asked again. When I was a child, my parents sent me to a monastery because there were too many children at home. Ethel whispered carefully, I was adopted by priests and nuns. They told me that the Bible says, housework keeps the soul pure. So I kept cleaning. Everything in the Bible is a liar. Those unscrupulous priests always use that broken book to tell stories, or deceive young nuns, letting them hold the key to God or blow the trumpet to heaven. Until earlier this year, I was arranged to marry a 65-year-old priest named Clyde. What? So old? It's really a flower stuck in cow dung. Jimmy also looked regretful. How old are you? Lip then asked. I am 13 years old, almost 14. Oh my God. Not only Lip, but everyone present was so shocked that he shouted. On the day of our wedding, he suddenly died of a heart attack. As a result, the emergency doctor discovered the secret of the church and called the police, and I was saved. What secret? Clyde had 5 wives and more than 10 nuns, all of whom were controlled and bought and sold by him. Oh, fuck. It's so easy for such a scumbag to die of a heart attack. That is, he will definitely go to hell. Everyone, I expressed my anger one sentence at a time. Debbie got up and walked to Ethel, took her hand and sat back on the sofa together. No one here needs you to do housework all the time, just have fun. Ethel nodded shyly. Lip didn't know why he always felt that the Ethel in front of him gave him an unusual feeling. He wouldn't be so inferior to a beast, right? Lip thought so. He simply used comprehensive insight. But I don't know what I'm seeing at this moment, and I'm jumping at the next one. Ethel is actually a golden legend. Name, Ethel. Level, golden legend. Keywords, perfect maid, loyalty, 0, current status, factory new, pregnancy progress, 0, rewards are stated, 1. Outstanding, 2. Refreshing and legendary lottery draw, outstanding. The level of the fetus you are carrying is not lower than the red top grade and there is a 50% chance of maintaining the same level as the mother. Refreshing. Not only can the host recover 50% of the consumed physical strength immediately after reclaiming the land, but it can also eliminate 50% of the host's negative emotions through kiss at any time. The family's positive and optimistic mental attributes plus 20%. Lip was so excited that he was like 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past. Because Ethel's golden legendary reward looks even scarier than Mandy's. Not to mention how awesome it is to be the first outstanding person to give birth to a golden legendary offspring. Just the second buff made Lip feel invincible. Ethel himself must take this down as soon as possible. But how should you take the initiative to create opportunities? You can't always go to Kevin's house to find Ethel. That intention was too obvious. Wait, can't I just go to Kevin's house to find Kevin? Originally, I wanted to talk to him about the business of what to do with the things he had hidden in the basement of Alibi's bar. You have to hurry up. After all, such a beautiful and innocent little girl is so easy to deceive. Maybe if I didn't pay attention, Someone else would catch me and get scammed. When the time comes, I won't have anywhere to cry if I want to. Suddenly, Lip felt someone's eyes commenting on him. Lip followed his feeling and looked over. Ethel lowered her head for a moment. Debbie next to her seemed to be pointing at herself and talking non-stop. Could it be that this little girl, Debbie, is assisting my brother-in-law? Lip said in his heart. But what he didn't expect was that it was Ethel who took the initiative to ask Debbie about him. After a while, Lip found that Ethel had glanced at him secretly at least 3 times. Is this little girl interested in me? Lip was confused, but this is the first time we've met. What on earth is going on? Lip is puzzled. Chapter 68. After lowering his head and thinking for a while, Lip concluded that it was he who had attracted Ethel's interest and attention. But why? He didn't know. What Lip didn't realize was that Ethel had gathered most of the information about him from Debbie. Hi, Lip, didn't you say that the probability of me becoming a wealthy person in the future should be very high? Kevin asked, his face brimming with excitement. Hurry up and tell me the details. This has something to do with what you were doing secretly in Aleb's basement. Lip stood up and whispered in Kevin's ear. If you don't want Veronica, Fora, and my family to know about this, I suggest we go downstairs and talk alone. Kevin nodded. What are you two whispering about? Veronica asked suddenly. Well. Kevin stumbled, unsure of how to answer. Kevin wanted me to continue filing taxes for him, but he was too embarrassed to let everyone know, Lip said wittily. Why are you whispering? Turns out you're embarrassed. Veronica laughed, obviously buying the outrageous explanation. But I still haven't figured it out after studying for more than half a year. It's really embarrassing to admit. Kevin's face immediately fell, but in his heart, he thought, Humphrey, I'll show you how powerful I am soon. Veronica seemed to realize she'd gone too far and pulled Kevin aside, beginning to talk openly. Just as Lip thought the two of them were cute, Ethel, with Debbie's encouragement, walked toward him. Hi, Lip. Hello, my name is Ethel. Ethel held her light purple coat with both hands, bowed slightly, and curtsied to Lip. Hello, Ethel. Lip clenched his right fist and placed it on his left chest, bowing slightly. Oh my god. Your greeting is so formal and old-fashioned. Ian chuckled from the side. Hearing Ian's words, Ethel felt a little embarrassed, and her face flushed. What can I do for you, Ethel? Lip quickly changed the topic. I just heard your thoughts about the Bible, and I thought it was insightful, so I asked Debbie for some information about you first. Please don't be offended. Ethel nodded again, apologizing. No offense, Ethel. But could you not be so overly polite? Lip smiled, spreading his hands. We're around the same age, and there's really no need for all the honorifics. It's not a big deal, so no need to apologize. Lip, you're so kind. Ethel beamed, her smile lighting up her face. I have to say, there's something beautiful in this world called a girl's smile. Ethel was already stunning, but her smile made her even more radiant. Lip found himself mesmerized by it. Lip, can I ask you some questions? Yes, you can ask anything. I'll answer whatever I know. Lip, I heard from Debbie that you have many girlfriends. What do you think about a man having multiple women? At this point, Lip's mind was filled with alarm bells. He had originally thought that Debbie was helping him, but it turned out she was setting him up. If he answered this question poorly, not only would Fiona need to educate him, but his other 3 girlfriends might punish him too. Ethel, first of all, I don't think women are objects for men, Lip said patiently and gently. I don't agree with the idea of men having multiple women. I think men and women come together because of love. Love is freedom, it's what you want, not what you own or control. Ethel nodded thoughtfully. Lip, what do you think of the Bible? Ethel, I know you've been influenced by religious culture for many years, and I really want to know whether it's good or bad. But I think good and bad are subjective perceptions, not facts. Lip, I don't understand your last sentence. Ethel shook her head, confused. Let me give an example. What's this banana? Lip pointed to a banana on the table. Is it the truth? Great. What if I think the banana is spoiled and can't be eaten? That's subjective consciousness. Ethel, let me ask you, why did God create the world? Ethel's face began to show suspicion. Ethel, let me ask again. What do the people who wrote the Bible and those who believe in it think? Why did God create the world? It's subjective. Ethel's suspicion deepened. Ethel, I think you've started to realize that these religious texts are full of things that blur the line between fact and subjective consciousness. Lip continued patiently, normally, that would be funny, but why do churches and missionaries still promote this so strongly? Because the goal is to confuse people's minds and thoughts. When you can't judge for yourself, that's when you're most likely to trust others. That's when you're easiest to brainwash and control. Ethel's eyes widened, as a sense of enlightenment began to dawn on her. Her thoughts were starting to unravel bit by bit with Lip's words, and slowly, they began to disappear. Lip, thank you. Ethel's eyes became clearer and brighter. Bang, 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 everyone applauded Lip. Lip, why don't you become a teacher? Fiona teased, laughing. I've heard that you're quite handsome when you talk seriously. It seems like in order for Ethel to become a normal child soon, Teacher Lip needs to give her more lessons, Kevin said, touching his chin. Kevin, it's not impossible to teach. Just tell me how much an hour costs. What? Are you really asking me for money? Brothers, let's settle the score. Oh, man, don't be so obsessed with money. Ha ha ha, I'm not kidding, I'm teaching for free. This is getting interesting. Kevin playfully punched Lip on the chest. Lip secretly glanced at the beautiful Lolita, Ethel, and thought to himself, I'm so clever. Approaching Ethel now was just perfect. He was about to win this perfect Lolita maid, and it was just around the corner. Chapter 69. Since there's no problem in contacting her every day, it'll be just around the corner to get this cute little Loli. Just as the corners of Lip's mouth curled slightly and he was lost in thought, Ethel slowly sat next to him. Lip, can I ask you some more sacred knowledge? Sacred? Lip frowned slightly, a questioning expression on his face. In fact, he felt guilty. If Ethel asked about some deep, complex religious topics, he might not have the answers. But as Ethel blushed, her little face soft and sweet, she whispered in his ear, Lip, I want to ask, will a man and a woman be happy together? Lip froze, confused. Ethel, what do you mean by being together? It not only means staying together and accompanying each other, but also exploring the mysteries of life together. Ethel's ears turned red, and she lowered her head shyly. Lip couldn't help but remember a scene from the novella The Sorrows of Young Werther by the German writer Goethe, a classic line, what 17-year-olds are not passionate, and what girls are not pregnant. He calmed himself and held back his restless heart. Ethel, I'd better take this bit by bit. Lip explained patiently, nothing in this world is perfect. Men and women can be happy together, but it can also be painful. So what exactly is happiness? Or pain? This. I can't give a 100% correct answer. Every couple's feelings and experiences together are different. Lip, I still don't understand. Ethel waited, staring intently at Lip with her big, bright eyes. Lip swallowed hard and quickly picked up his water glass, taking a sip. He thought to himself, no wonder they say a girl's innocence is deadly. I thought it was just casual talk, but now I see how powerful it really is. If I were a virgin, I'd be defeated by this girl's pomegranate skirt. Don't be fooled by her innocent appearance. But sincerity is always the best option. Ethel, actually, I'm confused too. I really can't explain it in detail because the relationship between men and women is like drinking water. Only the person involved knows if it's cold or warm. If you really want to experience it, I suggest you find someone to have a serious relationship with, instead of fantasizing and analyzing it here. Oh, I understand. Ethel nodded seriously. Lip breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the cup and took a large gulp, trying to calm his unsettled heart. Lip, are you willing to fall in love with me? Ethel's face turned pink, and her voice was so soft that if Lip hadn't been sitting next to her, he might not have heard it at all. PFFT. Lip was about to swallow a large amount of water, but Ethel's question startled him, and he spit it out. Oops, Ethel hadn't expected Lip to spray her directly, and she screamed in surprise. What's the matter? What happened? Fiona and Veronica quickly asked. When they saw Ethel's face and chest covered in water, and Lip looking embarrassed, they probably knew what had happened. Lip, can't you drink water more slowly? Fiona criticized, exasperated. Cough, cough, cough. Lip coughed, then immediately began apologizing to Ethel. I'm sorry, Ethel, I didn't mean it. He smiled awkwardly, scratching his head. Lip, I don't blame you. I was just too eager to know the answer and asked too anxiously. Ethel said, smiling. Looking at Ethel's expression, Lip felt even more guilty. Debbie, take Ethel to your room and get her changed into some clean clothes. She'll catch a cold if we don't hurry. Okay. Debbie quickly took Ethel upstairs. She didn't forget to give Lip an apologetic look. It's obviously my fault, but Ethel. Hey, this girl is really heartbreaking, Lip thought to himself. Yes, it was a desire to protect her. This feeling of wanting to protect her was so strong, it couldn't be ignored. He decided then and there that he must pull Ethel into his arms as soon as possible and take care of her. Brother, you didn't do it on purpose, did you? Kevin teased from the side. How could I? Kevin, stop talking nonsense, or I'll sue you for slander. Lip replied, feeling guilty. Haha, who knows? You've been acting like a wild dog in heat lately. In just 2 or 3 weeks, you've managed to get 3 girlfriends. More impressive than when I was in school. Kevin laughed, pointing at Lip. Brother, I see you're envious and jealous. You're framing me on purpose. Lip smiled wickedly, pointing back at Kevin. Ouch! Kevin instantly yelped as Lip pulled his ear. You still have the nerve to talk about studying? With your brain, you can't even count money. Veronica said, clearly a bit annoyed. What happened to Kevin? Fiona asked Veronica. Yesterday, he miscalculated and undercharged by $200. Veronica tightened her grip again. Kevin quickly broke free. Fiona shot him a "you deserve it." Look. Veronica didn't pursue it further. After all, she didn't want to embarrass Kevin too much. Meanwhile, Ethel was changing in Debbie's room and soon returned in fresh clothes. Ethel, what did you just ask my brother? Why did he react like that? Debbie, I just asked Lip if he wanted to have a relationship with me. Oh my god. Debbie was shocked and stunned. Chapter 70. Ethel, you don't have a crush on my brother, do you? Debbie spread her hands and stared at Ethel with wide eyes. Lip, he's really great. He's handsome, well-built, and most importantly, he's gentle and tolerant, with a great personality. The more Ethel spoke, the redder her face became. Actually, the first time I saw Lip when I walked in, I couldn't help but feel an indescribable curiosity toward him. There's a kind of divine brilliance about him. But did you know my brother already has 3 girlfriends? Debbie asked calmly, waiting for Ethel's reaction. And from what I've observed, it seems those girls were the ones who made the first move. Wow. Ethel clearly hadn't expected Lip to already be surrounded by girls. Doesn't that mean Lip is a really great guy? Otherwise, how could so many girls be chasing after him? Yeah, you might be right. Debbie fell into a moment of self-doubt. Actually, having multiple wives or concubines isn't that uncommon, whether in ancient or modern times. Ethel continued. Look at the old priest Clyde from our sect. He's over 60 and still has 4 wives and over 10 mistresses, including me. Debbie felt her worldview shatter. She had been wondering, as Lip's sister, should she want him to be liked by more girls, or should she wish the opposite? But hearing Ethel speak so openly made Debbie feel like her mind was about to short-circuit. Debbie shook her head. I don't want to think about this anymore. Ethel, let's go downstairs quickly. You can talk more or confess to Lip if you want. Debbie hurriedly shook her head and started down the stairs. She tried to comfort herself, thinking, Ethel must have been brainwashed by some cult to be so bold and carefree. After a short while, Ethel followed Debbie downstairs. Lip stood ahead, and it was undeniable that Ethel was quite the beauty. After changing into a pink hoodie and jeans, she looked even more girlish and cute. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little dazed when they saw her. She now looked like the sweet little sister next door. Once they got over the shock, everyone resumed their own thoughts. After chatting for a bit, Ethel ran to Lip's side. Ethel, do you have more questions? Well, there's one thing. What is it? It's kind of embarrassing. Ethel's face turned bright red as she spoke softly. Embarrassing? Lip, come with me, Ethel said, grabbing his hand and leading him quietly to the kitchen, near the washing machine. Lip could feel how warm Ethel's small hand was, almost like holding a hydrogen balloon. The sensation was unexpectedly pleasant. Lip, just say what's on your mind, don't be afraid. Lip encouraged her. Though Lip had no idea why Ethel led him there, he still felt a little uneasy. A girl who had been so deeply influenced by religion acting so boldly was quite puzzling. Lip, I want to know if men and women are truly happy and comfortable doing this together? Ethel asked, blushing deeply, raising her hands in front of him in a clear gesture. As an experienced person, Lip instantly understood what she meant. But something felt off to him. For a girl so young to be asking such questions was strange, especially considering the conservative sect she came from. What had Ethel experienced? What was happening to her? Lip's mind raced with questions. Should he use Lucifer's gaze to uncover the painful truth behind her curiosity? But then he hesitated. Using it on such a young girl, especially one who had already been through so much, felt wrong. It would be cruel. He decided to smile at Ethel and ask gently, Ethel, why do you want to know this? Lip, I never thought about this before, but since my first period earlier this year, the nuns knew about it. They seemed to be treating it like an achievement, Ethel said softly, not daring to meet his eyes. What happened after that? After that, Clyde would take me and the other young nuns to his bedroom every night outside the chapel, where we would wait and admire. What kind of admiration? Clyde said that for the stability of heaven and prosperity of the world, he fought a battle every night to suppress hell, Ethel continued, explaining in detail. Whenever he called someone, they had to go in and help, obeying his every command. Lip felt disgust rise in him. He knew exactly what Clyde was up to. Ethel, did he ever ask you to help? No. Ethel replied, looking up. Many of us younger nuns were made to stand in the outer hall and simply watch. Watch? Clyde called it the most beautiful symphony. Ethel's voice lowered. But after hearing those strange sounds, I felt so hot. She blushed deeply. I would toss and turn for hours before I could fall asleep. Was your first period reported to Clyde? Then what happened? He summoned me in front of everyone and announced he wanted to marry me. After that, several older nuns explained the feelings between men and women to me. Clyde. That bastard. Lip cursed, fuming with anger. I hope he's cut into pieces. These experiences have been like nightmares, haunting me. So you just want to find answers quickly, right? Lip finished for her. Ethel nodded. These feudal, backward ideologies and a stupid church are so damaging. Lip cursed bitterly. Lip looked at her sympathetically. Ethel, you're searching for answers because you were misled. But there's a better way. I feel like you're different, Lip. There's a kind of divinity in you that attracts me, Ethel said directly. Divinity? Right. It's something based on animal instincts but transcends human nature in a way I can't yet explain. Lip felt a bit bewildered. Ethel had been thoroughly brainwashed. Before he could ask more, Kevin's voice rang out. Ethel, where are you? We're going home. Lip, thank you. Goodbye. Ethel smiled. Okay, goodbye, Ethel, Lip responded with a smile. As he watched Kevin's family leave, Lip fell into deep thought. How can Ethel regain her normal view of the world? Lip had his own philosophy on love. He didn't have a virgin complex, but it was better to grow in love, from unfamiliarity to familiarity. He wanted to love and care for every woman he was with, not out of mere desire, but with genuine connection. Lip didn't want to be ruled by base instincts. I don't want to be a rutting dog who just chases after every pretty face, he thought. He wanted to be a man who was romantic but not vulgar, passionate but not sentimental. After watching Ethel leave, Lip realized that some things had to unfold naturally. He shifted his focus and returned inside, where he found Ian slouched on the sofa, looking down. Ian, what's wrong? Lip sat down across from him, concerned. Ian blinked, a little lost in thought, before responding, nothing. Nothing at all? Lip raised an eyebrow, sniffing the air. If you say so, but someone clearly enjoys their lovesick pain. Lip turned to leave, but Ian looked up, his expression full of longing. I miss Mickey. Lip chuckled, shaking his head fondly. It seemed he would have to help these two lovers find their way to each other soon. Chapter 71. Ian, tell me what happened, Lip said, smiling as he patted his younger brother on the shoulder. Ian sighed, his face full of sadness. Lip, Mickey got shot in the thigh by Cash. But somehow, Mickey ended up in juvie and got 6 months in detention. Lip raised an eyebrow. Wait, who's Cash? And why did he shoot Mickey? Cash owns the convenience store where I work, Ian explained. Oh. Is he the guy I met that day when I came looking for you? You two came rushing out of the warehouse in such a panic you even wore mismatched shoes? Yeah, that's him. But why did he shoot Mickey? Lip asked, curious now. Ian hesitated. It's a long story. Do you have time? Of course. I'm your brother. If you've got something to share, I'll always make time for it, Lip reassured him with a grin. But this living room doesn't seem like the right place. Let's head to our room. All right, Ian agreed. Before leaving, Lip turned to Carl, who was sitting nearby. Hey, Carl, take over the living room for now. Play some GTA, all right? Sure, Carl replied, confused but compliant. Once in their shared bedroom, Lip handed Ian a cigarette and lit it for him. Cigarettes, he thought, always seem to pair well with heavy conversations. Ian exhaled a long puff of smoke and began, Lip, the main reason I stayed working at that store, aside from the decent pay, was Cash. So, what's your relationship with him? Lovers? Ian shook his head. Not exactly. At most, we were friends who helped each other out. Helped how? Lip teased. You know, just passionate stuff, Ian muttered, clearly embarrassed. Got it. You mean friends with benefits. Why not just say so? Lip chuckled. Fine. Yes, we were friends with benefits, Ian admitted, smiling bitterly. At first, things were fine between us, but then Cash started catching feelings. Lip's eyes widened. Wait, what? Isn't Cash married with kids? Exactly. His wife, Linda, started getting suspicious. She installed 4 hidden cameras in the store while we were both away. Lip groaned, don't tell me she caught you too. Ian nodded. She did. And after seeing the footage, she confronted Cash. She demanded to know why he hadn't touched her in half a year. And Cash? Did he confess? No. He denied everything until Linda reviewed the surveillance. That's when she fired me from the store. Fired you? Why? Could she really tolerate this situation? Ian sighed. Apparently, yes. Linda told Cash to focus on her and have another child. She only asked him to stop seeing me. At least until she was pregnant. Lip looked incredulous. And Cash agreed to this. He had no choice, Ian replied with a bitter laugh. But then, Mickey showed up. Mickey? What does he have to do with this? Lip asked, leaning in. It's complicated, Lip. Let me explain, Ian said, taking another puff of his cigarette. After Linda laid down her rules, I started losing interest in Cash. But Cash wasn't ready to let go. One day, he brought me to his house while Linda was out. I couldn't stand the suffocating vibe of his place, so I left. Ian continued. Then, 2 weeks later, Cash invited me to the store's warehouse to rekindle things. Just as we were about to. You know. Mickey barged in. Lip smirked. And Mickey joined the party? Ian shook his head. No. He just smiled, grabbed a bunch of snacks and beer, and walked out. But after that, Mickey kept coming back to steal things. Let me guess, shopping for free? Exactly. Even I couldn't stand it, but Cash just let him do it. And Linda? Did she find out? Ian nodded. Of course. Linda noticed the inventory didn't match the sales. She checked the cameras again and realized it was Mickey. So what did she do? She was furious. She wanted to call the cops but backed off when she learned Mickey was a Milkovich. Instead, she got herself a pistol. A pistol? Lip exclaimed. Yes. One night, Linda took Cash and me to an empty lot under the train tracks to practice shooting. Ian paused to take another puff. Linda told Cash to scare or shoot Mickey if he ever showed up again. Cash was hesitant, but Linda pressured him. And Cash actually shot Mickey? Not right away, Ian said, shaking his head. There were more complications. Last week, Cash was upset because Mickey stole his gun and the store's cash register. I tried confronting Mickey but didn't get anywhere until I found him at home. And? Ian blushed slightly. We fought. Then. I got him. Lip stared at him. Wait, what do you mean, got him? I mean, I slept with him, Ian admitted, his face turning redder. Lip laughed. I knew it. With your charm, of course, you'd be the dominant one. Ian grinned sheepishly. After that, Mickey and I grew closer. We explored our feelings in a lot of places. Okay, I get it. But what happened next? Last Tuesday, Mickey and I were messing around on the shelves at the convenience store when Cash walked in. He looked stunned at first but didn't say anything. Mickey, being Mickey, decided to provoke him. He grabbed a Snickers bar, took a bite, and said, "It's sweet," right in front of Cash. Lip burst out laughing. Classic Mickey. Ian sighed. Cash snapped. He grabbed the pistol and fired 3 shots. Thankfully, his aim was terrible. He missed Mickey's head but hit his thigh. And then? The cops were called. After reviewing the footage, they arrested Mickey for robbery. Now he's in juvie. Lip put a comforting hand on Ian's shoulder. Ian, I've never seen you this upset. Do you really love Mickey? Ian nodded, tears brimming in his eyes. I think I do, Lip. I can't stand the thought of him being locked up. Lip smiled. All right. I'll help you get him out. But on one condition. Anything. Ian said eagerly. If I succeed, you have to bring Mickey over so I can meet him. Deal. Ian agreed. Lip chuckled and fist bumped his brother. Now, let me talk to Jessica. She might be able to help. Ian looked surprised. Jessica? The Dragon Kingdom girl? Isn't she part of the Hongmen? Yep, Lip said confidently. And if anyone can help, it's her. Though Lip seemed calm, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Jessica was no ordinary woman, and dealing with her always came with complications. Chapter 72. After returning to his room, Lip immediately tried calling Jessica. He let it ring a few times, but no one answered. Frowning slightly, Lip muttered to himself, "What's up with her today? She never ignores my calls." Just as he was about to hang up, the call finally connected. Hello? Hello? Lip responded, his brows furrowing at the unfamiliar female voice on the other end. He quickly pulled the phone from his ear to double-check the caller ID. It was indeed Jessica's number. Who is this? Lip asked cautiously. You must be Lip. I'm Jessica's sister, Julie. Julie's voice was soft and melodic, like a lark's song in early summer. Oh, hi, Lip replied. Jessica's in the shower right now. Why don't you try calling back in a bit? All right. Thanks. No problem. Bye. Bye. Lip placed his phone on the table, stripped down to his boxers, and flopped onto his bed. A quick nap sounded perfect while waiting to call back. Ah. Lip yawned loudly as he closed his eyes. But barely a minute had passed when his phone buzzed again. Sighing, Lip got up to check. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number. Lip hesitated but ultimately declined the call. Before he could lie back down, the phone buzzed again. Annoyed, Lip picked it up and answered. "Who is this?" he asked sharply. "Lip, it's me." Jessica's cheerful voice rang out, catching him off guard. "Jessica? But Julie said you were in the shower." She was right, Jessica giggled. "As soon as I heard it was you calling, I couldn't wait to talk to you. So I used the cordless phone in the bathroom." Lip laughed softly. "Oh, I see. Hee hee, did you miss me?" "Not at all." "Liar. You're terrible at hiding it," Jessica teased playfully. "Jessica, I need a favor," Lip said, shifting the conversation. Her tone turned mock offended. "Oh? Is that how you ask for help? No sweet words to butter me up?" "Sorry, it's kind of urgent," Lip admitted. "Alright, fine. What do you need?" she asked, her voice tinged with mock frustration. "My brother Ian's boyfriend, Mickey, is in juvie. I need your help getting him out." Jessica laughed mischievously. "Your brother's boyfriend? Wow, Lip, you really know how to drop a bombshell." Lip sighed. "Can you help or not?" "Well, Hongman has pulled people out of Fox River Prison before, but those were our members. This Mickey guy is an outsider. I'll have to check." "Thanks, Jessica. I owe you." "Humphrey, a simple thank you won't cut it. If you're asking me for this big a favor, you'd better come and see me," she said teasingly. "Let me guess, you want me to pay with my body, don't you?" Lip retorted, rolling his eyes. "That's one form of payment. But don't worry, I'll leave it up to you," Jessica replied, her voice dripping with amusement. "Jessica, I think you're just begging for a spanking," Lip warned, his tone playful yet stern. Jessica giggled. "If you think you can handle me, Lip, come and prove it." Lip glanced at the clock. It was just before 8 p.m. He sighed and said, "Fine. Send me the address." "Yay. I'll text it to you right now. Don't keep me waiting." Lip shook his head, a wry smile on his face as he hung up. Moments later, a message popped up on his phone. He opened it to find an unfamiliar address. A quick search online revealed it was in a wealthy area north of downtown Chicago, near Northwestern University and the Botanical Garden. "Huh, I always thought Jessica was just a gangster. Turns out she's a rich gangster," Lip muttered to himself, amused. He got dressed, went downstairs to tell Fiona he wouldn't be home that night, and set off in his Hummer. About 40 minutes later, Lip arrived at a large villa. Or rather, a full-blown estate. A middle-aged Chinese man, who looked every bit the professional butler, was waiting for him by the gate. The man climbed into the passenger seat and directed Lip to the garage. Inside, the butler escorted Lip to a room on the third floor. With a polite bow, he gestured for Lip to knock before quickly disappearing. What a pro, Lip thought, impressed. He knocked on the door. "Lip. You're here." Jessica's voice came from inside, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. The door swung open, and before Lip could say a word, Jessica grabbed him by the wrist and pulled him inside. Bang. The door slammed shut behind them. Jessica had him pinned against the door, her arms wrapped around his neck, her face inches from his. She was dressed in a black lace slip that left little to the imagination. "Did you miss me?" she purred. Lip smirked and scooped her up in his arms. "Yeah, I missed you." Jessica giggled, wrapping her legs around his waist. "I knew it." They shared a heated kiss before Jessica pulled back, resting her head on his chest. "All right, Jessica. Let's talk business," Lip said, trying to shift gears. "What business? Isn't this what you came for?" she teased. "I'm talking about Mickey." Jessica pouted. "Oh, that? It's already taken care of. He'll be released in 3 days." Lip blinked in surprise. "That fast? Are you serious?" Jessica grinned smugly. "Lip, don't underestimate Hongman. We're low-key in Chicago, but our power is no joke. It took less than 10 minutes to make a few calls." "How?" "I contacted the Hongman boss in Chicago. He reached out to some city officials. Problem solved." Lip shook his head in disbelief. "Wow. Hongman really runs deep, huh?" Jessica nodded. "Of course. We've got our hands in both gray and legitimate industries. Governments, political parties, they're all part of the game." Lip sighed. "I knew there was no white without black, but hearing it like this is still shocking." Jessica beamed at him. "You're so smart, Lip. That's why I like you." Lip chuckled. "By the way, you've been holding out on me. I thought you were just Hongman's Chinatown princess, but you're basically royalty for all of America." Jessica laughed. "Hey, you never asked." She leaned closer, her eyes sparkling. "So, now that I've helped you, how will you repay me?" Lip smirked. Guess I'll have to repay you. Like a loyal servant. Jessica's grin widened. Good. Then start serving me now. Lip swept her off her feet and carried her to the bed. The night stretched on as the two got creative. Chapter 73. In the morning, Lip woke up under the teasing warmth of the sunlight. Opening his eyes, he saw Jessica cuddled up beside him, arms wrapped tightly around herself like a little girl, sleeping soundly. He couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how wild and bold this seemingly innocent girl had been last night. As he gently brushed his fingers over Jessica's face, lost in thought, a familiar sound chimed in his mind. Ding ding ding. Lip immediately recognized the system notification. Another task completed. Could it be Jessica's pregnant too? His sharpshooting skills must be top tier. Lip laughed inwardly, marveling at the accuracy of his bullseye hits. After a brief moment of reflection, he understood. The effects of the Like a Dragon and the Tiger capsule had not only boosted his stamina but also heightened his physical capabilities overall. His height had recently surpassed 180 centimeters, and apparently, his little soldiers had also become livelier. Curious about his reward, Lip focused on the notification. Dear host, congratulations on successfully completing another land reclamation. You have been rewarded with the skill Silent and an epic draw. Silent skill, the host can choose one of the following 3 epic abilities. A. Harrisbarot's stealth techniques. B. Vasily Zaitsev's sniper skills. C. Kevin Mitnick's hacking expertise. I choose C. Lip decided instantly. Being a thief or a sniper didn't appeal to him, those roles carried too much risk. Instead, mastering cutting-edge technology like hacking promised a prosperous future. After all, the rise of VR, and other innovations was undeniable. Congratulations, host, on acquiring epic-level hacking expertise. Would you like to use your epic draw now? Yes. Lip confirmed. Congratulations. You have obtained the Quantum Computing Notebook, Neo. Quantum Notebook Neo provides real-time quantum-level calculations, analysis, and functions tailored to the host's needs. Lip's jaw nearly dropped. A quantum computing notebook? That was practically an artifact, a tool capable of breaking through all limits of conventional computing. The name Neo brought a grin to his face, an obvious nod to the Matrix. With his newfound skills and this god-tier device, Lip felt unstoppable in the virtual world, destined to rule it. He leaned down to kiss Jessica's forehead gently. She was still fast asleep, undoubtedly exhausted from her relentless antics the previous night. Lip smiled at the thought and quietly slipped out of bed to get dressed. After leaving the villa, he drove his Hummer toward the school. A few blocks from the campus, he parked in an underground garage and continued on foot. His phone buzzed just as he stepped outside. Hi, Karen. Missing me already? Hee, of course. I'm almost at school. Me too. I'll be waiting for you at the gate, with a special breakfast just for you. Alright, see you soon. Lip hung up, only for his phone to buzz again. Hi, Mandy. Hi, Lip. Have you had breakfast? I'm grabbing some. Want me to bring you something? I haven't eaten yet. Sure, thank you, dear. As he hung up Mandy's call, Lip sighed, realizing he was in for a feast this morning. When he reached the school gate, he saw Karen on the left with a cloth bag holding a food box, while Mandy stood on the right with a brown paper bag. This feels like a multiple-choice question, Lip thought, suppressing a laugh. Resolving to choose both, he walked straight down the middle. Karen and Mandy spotted him simultaneously and ran over. However, upon noticing each other, Karen's eyes filled with hostility, while Mandy's expression remained calm, though Lip could sense a subtle tension in the air. To diffuse the situation, Lip smiled and led them both into the school, introducing them to each other along the way. But Karen's annoyance was clear. As the bell rang for class, Lip bid them goodbye, took their breakfasts, and hurried toward his classroom. Karen huffed indignantly before heading to her class, while Mandy smiled knowingly. She had already decided to have a chat with Karen during the break. As the school's top student, Lip enjoyed a few privileges, including the ability to eat breakfast quietly in the back of the classroom. It took him nearly 10 minutes to finish the 2 large meals. Afterward, he began tinkering with his new quantum laptop, immersing himself in a hacking test. Just as he successfully entered the Pentagon's systems, a group of large boys walked into the classroom. Hey, Lip. We need to talk, said Wade, the leader. Hey, Wade. What's up? Lip replied casually, shutting his laptop. Not here. Let's go to the men's room. Alright. Lip slipped his laptop into his bag, stashed it in the desk drawer, and followed Wade and his 4 friends. Despite his confidence, Lip remained cautious. His recent fight with Pete had taught him to stay alert. In the restroom, Wade's gang made sure the area was clear before speaking. Wade then hugged Lip with an enthusiastic grin. 1870 points. That's amazing. Wade exclaimed. Pretty good, Lip replied, though he wasn't entirely sure what Wade meant. Thanks, man. This guarantees us a spot in the top 10 league. No problem. Glad to help. Wade handed Lip a thick envelope. Inside was at least $2,000. What's this for? Lip asked, puzzled. Part of it is for your martial arts class. The rest is a token of appreciation. Wade winked. Lip tried to decline, but Wade insisted. Just take it, buddy. Treat yourself to something nice, or someone nice, he joked. With a laugh, Wade left, leaving Lip shaking his head at his friend's odd logic. Tucking the envelope into his pocket, Lip returned to class, a sly smile on his face. Chapter 74. Lip returned to his seat but decided against reopening his laptop. He realized something important. Despite his small savings, he had a lot of looming expenses: college tuition, living costs, buying a house near the University of Chicago, and even future costs like Karen, Mandy, and Jessica having kids. Add to that the unexpected unknowns, and the few $100,000 he had now wouldn't cut it. Bitcoin won't be valuable until 2016 or 2017, he muttered. For now, I need to figure out ways to make more money. Looking back on his past, Lip recalled earning extra cash through tutoring, completing homework, and writing papers. But those tasks were time-consuming, labor-intensive, and barely profitable. Thinking about Wade earlier, he considered the idea of taking exams for others. It paid decently, but the risks outweighed the rewards. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Why not sell answers instead? If he sold answers, particularly for ACT and SAT tests, the American college entrance exams, he could make serious money. These exams played a crucial role in university admissions and scholarships, and a vast number of students needed them to succeed. The ACT, easier than the SAT, was mandatory in Illinois, where Lip lived. The SAT, on the other hand, was broader in reach and globally recognized. With multiple exam dates each year, the demand for high scores was endless. Lip's first thought was to target students like Wade, talented athletes with poor academics. But most of them, like Wade before his windfall, came from average backgrounds and couldn't pay much. It seems I need to target rich kids who have bad grades, Lip murmured. Oh? Whose Bayfume are you eyeing now? Startled, Lip turned to see Jessica smirking at him. Without warning, she plopped into his lap, wriggling slightly. Come on, spill it. Which little fairy caught your attention this time? She teased, running her hand along his cheek. Besides you, little troublemaker, I haven't had any wild thoughts, Lip replied, smirking as he retaliated by tickling her. Jessica burst into laughter, catching the attention of their classmates, who stared in awe and envy. All right, what brings you to me today? Lip asked, raising an eyebrow. Jessica grinned mischievously. I came to share the spoils. My team and I just took down Wang Teng. Thanks to your key photos, I was able to take control of his assets. Fair's fair, you deserve half. What's my share? Lip asked, half joking. Not much, Jessica said casually, just around $1 million. Lip froze. $1 million? Here he was racking his brain to earn money, and Jessica had casually handed him a fortune. He couldn't help but marvel at her. No wonder men lined up to woo wealthy women, it saved them decades of hard work. For a moment, Lip considered relying entirely on Jessica. But his pride refused. I have a system backing me up, he thought. Jessica may be rich, but tonight, she's still calling me daddy. Be honest, Jessica, he said slyly, are you just trying to keep me around with all this generosity? Maybe a little, she replied with a playful smile. Ha. I knew it. You're just after my body. Jessica's cheeks turned scarlet, but her playful demeanor didn't falter. Anyway, I overheard you talking about targeting rich kids. Don't tell me you're planning kidnappings now. Nothing like that. Lip laughed, then shared his plan to make money by selling answers to wealthy, underperforming students. Jessica, scraping money from poor folks won't work in America, especially here in South Chicago. They simply don't have it. Jessica tilted her head. Then who's your target? Whoever does have money, Lip replied confidently. Jessica chuckled, her inner businesswoman shining through. Lip, let me teach you something. Poor people might not have much individually, but collectively, they're a goldmine. Business is about targeting them as a group, using clever tactics to extract money. Jessica leaned in, counting off tips on her fingers: create an enticing image, control costs, increase profit margins, beautify packaging, market aggressively, and attract investors. At its core, business is about fooling ordinary folks into paying for things they don't need. Lip whistled. That's cold. Effective, but cold. It's just reality, Jessica replied. Well, I'd rather stand tall and earn my money, Lip declared, tapping his temple. I'll use my brain to make this happen. Jessica raised an eyebrow. Alright, show me what you've got. Grinning, Lip opened his quantum laptop. Within seconds, he hacked into the American Educational Testing Service database, pulling up ACT and SAT test answers. Jessica gasped, quickly slamming his laptop shut. Lip, you're insane. But wow, that's amazing. Lip smirked. Middle-class families can't afford million-dollar donations to get their kids into Ivy League schools. But they'll gladly pay $20,000 or $30,000 for a better future. And that's where I come in. Jessica's eyes sparkled with admiration. You're brilliant. What's the plan? Lip outlined his strategy. He'd create a website to sell test answers via limited auctions. Lower accuracy answers would be sold earlier for a smaller price, while near-perfect answers would go up for auction days before the exam. Jessica clapped her hands. You've really thought this through. But how will people find your site? That's easy, Lip said with a confident grin. I'm a hacker, remember? Jessica smiled warmly. I can't wait to see what you do next, Lip. Speaking of next, Lip added with a mischievous look, what's your real reason for finding me today? Jessica laughed. I'm taking you, Karen, and Mandy out for lunch. Lip couldn't help but laugh. Whatever Jessica had in mind, he'd deal with it, one fiery encounter at a time. Chapter 75. At 4 in the afternoon, a black Hummer sped down the road. Lip was driving 3 girls to the Amen Hotel by Lake Michigan, a location Jessica had booked. But the atmosphere in the car was awkward and stifling. Since leaving the school over 10 minutes ago, apart from a brief introduction, the 3 girls had maintained an uncomfortable silence. They say 3 women make a lively scene, so why is it so quiet here? Lip thought to himself. Determined to break the ice, Lip decided to rely on his skills as an experienced driver and storyteller. He cleared his throat dramatically. Ahem. Jessica in the passenger seat, and Karen and Mandy in the back seat, all turned their eyes to him. Since you're all pretending to be cold and aloof, I'll take the liberty of telling a story to liven things up, Lip said, glancing at Jessica before shifting his gaze to the rearview mirror. It's about a young couple who moved into an apartment near Lincoln Park in Chicago. Madly in love, the husband got a promotion and decided to buy his wife a car. But the wife, being naturally timid, kept failing her driving tests, which made her anxious. Not wanting to give up, she practiced driving obsessively, even at home. 2 nights before her exam, she went to bed with her husband after a long evening. Only to start practicing driving in her dreams. One night, her husband woke up suddenly to find himself lying on the floor. Confused, he turned to see his wife muttering in her sleep while baring her teeth. He was almost scared to death. Lip grinned. Guess what happened? The 3 girls exchanged confused looks and shook their heads. So, the husband woke his wife and asked what she was dreaming about. She admitted to practicing driving. He then asked her to demonstrate. She did, saying, start, turn the wheel, shift gears, accelerate, and brake. The husband quickly realized, she had been using him as the brake in her dream. His reaction? You're lying on the bed. How can you brake like this? Lip burst into laughter, proud of his story. But the girls' faces remained blank. Lip, that wasn't funny at all, they said in unison. It should be funny. Lip muttered. You didn't get a deeper meaning? Jessica deadpanned, it's just a story about a wife who kicked her husband in her sleep because of nerves. Not amusing. Karen nodded. Exactly. Mandy, blushing, said quietly, I think I understand what Lip meant. Mandy, explain it to us. Jessica and Karen pressed. Mandy hesitated, but eventually shared her interpretation, adding some suggestive gestures. The realization hit Jessica and Karen, and their faces turned bright red. Lip. That's so inappropriate. Jessica scolded, flustered. You're awful, Karen added with an embarrassed smile. Lip smirked. As they say, bad boys are irresistible to good girls. He turned to Mandy and Karen. By the way, do either of you have a driver's license? They shook their heads shyly. Well, I could teach you, Lip offered mischievously. Absolutely not. They protested, laughing. The icy atmosphere in the car melted away, replaced by laughter and playful banter. Even Jessica joined in, scolding Lip alongside Mandy and Karen. By the time they reached the hotel, the mood was lively. After checking into the restaurant, Jessica turned to the group and said, So, Mandy, Karen, I wanted to meet here today to discuss how we should divide and share Lip. Lip, who had been busy cutting his steak, nearly choked. They're treating me like a public utility, he thought. The girls laughed at his reaction. After the meal, the 3 of them went shopping, leaving Lip behind to prepare the room. When he entered the suite with the key Jessica had given him, he found a note labeled for Lip. Honey, it read, I booked this couple's suite to make our first gathering with Mandy and Karen perfect. You'll handle the final details. Love you. Muah. Seeing the lipstick mark on the note, Lip couldn't help but smile. Jessica really knows how to plan, he muttered as he began setting up flowers, candles, and fragrances. Meanwhile, the girls were at a lingerie shop, whispering and giggling as they shopped. Half an hour later, as Lip finished the arrangements, the doorbell rang. The girls returned, carrying shopping bags. "What did you buy?" Lip asked curiously. "It's a secret," Jessica teased. Inside the suite, the girls gasped at the romantic setup. White rose petals paved a path, lined with light blue candles. The blue roses are called Ice Beauty, symbolizing miracles, and the white ones are Snow Maidens, representing purity, Lip explained proudly. In the bedroom, a large bed was surrounded by pink roses. "These are Juliet roses." "Their meaning?" "You're my favorite girl." The girls were clearly impressed. "Wow, Lip, you're so romantic," Karen and Mandy exclaimed. "Thanks to Jessica's guidance," Lip said, grinning. After some more banter, the girls sent Lip to the living room, saying they had something to do. Half an hour later, Jessica called him back to the bedroom. The moment he stepped inside, Lip knew the night ahead would be unforgettable. Chapter 76. Lip wasn't sure how long he had slept, but he felt rejuvenated. His body had recovered to its peak condition, a testament to his remarkable ability to adjust and recharge. The sense of deep rest left him feeling refreshed and alive. As he opened his eyes, the warm glow of sunlight filtered through the curtains. It was a rare sunny day in winter, yet something felt off. Why was the sun already in the west? Lip blinked, then instinctively reached to his left and right, searching the bed. The other side was empty. Where did those three girls go? He muttered groggily, scanning the room. He pulled the blanket aside, but no one was there. Seriously? Did they just up and leave after everything? He frowned in confusion. Grabbing his phone, he glanced at the time, 3:00 p.m. Lip scratched his head, trying to piece things together. As he was about to shout for them, a faint sizzling noise caught his attention. It was followed by the rhythmic thud-thud-thud of chopping. The sound was coming from the suite's small kitchen. Curious, Lip shuffled to the glass partition between the bedroom and kitchen. The transparent glass revealed the scene clearly. The three girls were busy cooking breakfast. Jessica, clad in a sleek black silk nightgown, stood by the stove, frying something in a pan. Karen, wearing a striking red bikini, was washing vegetables at the sink, her hips swaying in time with her movements. Meanwhile, Mandy, dressed in a matching nightgown, was slicing fruit at the counter, her long legs elegantly poised. The three girls were chatting and laughing, their voices blending harmoniously as they worked. Lip leaned back on the bed, his arms crossed behind his head, watching the scene with a lazy smile. This was truly a feast for the eyes. After a while, he reached for his pants, searching for his Marlboros, but remembered he'd smoked the last one yesterday while studying hacking techniques. "It'd be perfect if I had a cigarette right now," he sighed, before muttering mischievously, "The view from the back is nice. But I wonder how the front looks." At that moment, Mandy seemed to sense his gaze. She turned around, catching Lip admiring them unabashedly. A knowing smile spread across her face as she whispered to the other two. Jessica and Karen turned in unison, their eyes locking on to Lip. The view from the front is better, Lip thought smugly, grinning at their surprised expressions. The three girls laughed, clearly unbothered by his boldness. Lip couldn't help but feel blessed. Waking up to such a scene was pure bliss. After a while, the girls brought out breakfast, setting the table with a variety of dishes. Lip joined them, stretching casually as he sat down. "Lip, why didn't you sleep a bit more?" Mandy asked gently. "And why didn't you call us when you woke up?" Karen added. Jessica smirked, leaning closer. "So, Lip, do we look good?" "You're all stunning," Lip replied with a wink. "So gorgeous, it makes my heart flutter." Their cheeks flushed red, and they giggled. The group chatted happily while eating, the atmosphere warm and light-hearted. Suddenly, Jessica's eyes lit up with a mischievous glint. She asked in Chinese, "Lip, do you know what day men fear the most?" Lip raised an eyebrow. He knew she was testing him, but he wouldn't back down. Pretending to ponder deeply, he caught her smirk and answered confidently, "January 30th. Jessica's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, you actually know that." But Lip wasn't done. He grinned slyly and asked, "Do you know what day women fear the most?" Jessica frowned, thinking hard, but eventually shook her head. "December 1st, Lip said, emphasizing the pronunciation of a certain word in Chinese. Jessica's face turned scarlet as she realized the innuendo. Karen and Mandy, clueless, turned to her for an explanation. When Jessica whispered the meaning, they blushed even harder, covering their faces in embarrassment. After breakfast, the group left the suite, ready to head home. However, as they walked through the hotel lobby, Lip froze. There, sitting casually at a nearby table, was a man in a black mask, Lip recognized him immediately. It was none other than Bill Gates. Lip couldn't believe his eyes. The billionaire who had topped Forbes' wealth lists for decades was right here in Chicago, chatting animatedly with a stunning woman in a mask. Jessica noticed his astonished expression. "What are you staring at so intensely?" she asked. Lip motioned subtly toward the man. Jessica glanced over, then gasped. "Oh my God. It's Bill Gates." She covered her mouth in surprise, then leaned closer to Lip, whispering, "Wow, he's uglier in person. And isn't he known for being a playboy? Who's that gorgeous woman with him?" Lip studied the woman for a moment. "If I'm not mistaken, that's Charlize Theron." Jessica's jaw dropped. The South African goddess? Why on earth would she hang out with him? Lip chuckled. "Think about it. Do you think she's drawn to his looks, or his money and connections?" Jessica rolled her eyes. "Ugh, money really does buy everything." As Lip watched the interaction, he couldn't help but feel a pang of realization. In the eyes of ordinary people, someone like Charlize Theron was an untouchable goddess. But to the ultra-rich, she was just another option. "Jessica," Lip asked suddenly, "does Microsoft have a presence in Chicago?" Jessica thought for a moment. "Yeah, they have a data center here." A sly grin spread across Lip's face. Perfect. He'd just gotten an idea for his next move. Chapter 77 Lip, I want to sleep at your house tonight. As soon as Jessica got in the car, she grabbed Lip's hand and acted coquettishly. "We want to stay too." Karen and Mandy shouted from the back seat. "You don't even know how small my room is or how tiny my bed is. How could all of you possibly sleep there?" Lip shook his head and added, "You three only know how to create trouble for me. Can't you give me a break for at least one day? But we'll figure something out." Jessica pouted. "All right, we'll talk about it when I can afford a bigger bed," Lip said with a sigh. The three girls looked disappointed. Before Lip could say anything to comfort them, his phone rang. "Hello, Fiona." "Lip, if you're not busy, go to Carl's school now," Fiona said, her tone urgent. "What happened?" "Carl's teacher just called and pointed out all kinds of issues with him. They even said he might be expelled." "What did Carl do? Why would they expel him?" "I just got the call. I'm heading to the school now." "Okay, don't worry, I'm on my way." Lip hung up and turned to the three girls. "Carl's in trouble. They're threatening to expel him, so I need to go to his school. We'll come with you." "All right." Lip made a sharp U-turn at the intersection and sped toward Carl's school, taking a detour from his original plan of dropping Jessica off. Soon, Lip arrived at the school. After parking, he rushed inside, followed closely by the girls. In the building's lobby, Lip saw Fiona pacing anxiously. She looked like she was barely holding herself together. "Fiona." "Lip." Fiona threw herself into his arms. "If Carl gets expelled, it'll be all my fault. I'm such a failure." "Don't worry, I'm here," Lip said, patting her back gently. "Now tell me what's going on." "Okay." Fiona began explaining, "Today was Carl's parent-teacher meeting, and since I'm listed as his primary contact, the school called me. But the meeting required a legal guardian, which made things complicated. I didn't want them to know about Kevin, because he's an addict." Lip interjected. "Yes. If they find out, they'll use it as an excuse to put Carl in foster care," Fiona said. "But just as I was figuring out how to handle it, the teacher called again to say they're planning to expel him. That's when I panicked." "Don't worry. We'll handle this." "You're right," Fiona nodded. "Let's talk to the teacher and find out what happened." Lip turned to Karen and whispered, "Take out your phone and start recording before we even step into the office. Make sure to get clear footage of the teacher and Fiona." "Got it," Karen replied, taking out her phone. In the teacher's office, Fiona greeted a blonde woman in her 30s. "Hi, I'm Fiona, Carl's sister," she said politely. "Are you his legal guardian?" the teacher asked, raising an eyebrow. "No, but, then you don't qualify to speak for him," the teacher interrupted. "Mr. Monroe," the teacher said, addressing a stern-looking man nearby. Lip glanced at Monroe and immediately got a bad feeling. "Where's the paper model?" Monroe asked. The teacher handed Fiona a piece of cardboard. The students were asked to create paper models of their favorite things. "This is what Carl made." Fiona looked at the black object glued to the cardboard, confused. "What is this?" she asked hesitantly. "It's a piece of poop," Monroe sneered. Lip stifled a chuckle. Classic Carl, he thought. He just has a unique sense of humor. Fiona said, forcing a smile. "It's not funny at all," the teacher snapped. "Through Carl's artwork, we see a grim future for him, a path leading to delinquency." "You're being dramatic," Fiona said, trying to stay composed. "We need to talk to Carl's parents," Monroe interjected coldly. Lip's expression darkened. And what exactly will you tell them? That you're punishing an 8-year-old for a joke? That instead of supporting your students, you tear them down over harmless fun? Monroe's lip curled into a sneer. You galagers. Always trouble. I've dealt with so many of you, and I've never met your parents once. Who even raised you? Lip's jaw clenched. Where's Carl right now? He's in the reflection room, the teacher said nervously. Lip stormed over to the small room and found the door locked. Without hesitation, he forced it open. Inside, Carl immediately jumped into his arms. They locked me in here for 2 hours just because I accidentally saw them doing something weird in the office. Lip's expression turned icy. Don't worry, Carl. I'm here now. Let's deal with these clowns. He carried Carl back into the office and fixed his piercing glare on Monroe and the teacher. The air grew tense as Lip's cold smile made the two adults visibly uneasy. Now, Lip said, his tone sharp, let's talk. Chapter 78. Monroe and the female teacher were so terrified that they hugged each other tightly. At that moment, Lip seemed even more terrifying than a lion in their eyes. I heard Carl say he was locked in the dark room because he interrupted your good deeds. I'm curious, what exactly were you two doing at that time? Lip smiled coldly, his gaze penetrating. No, we were just discussing how to better educate the students in class. It's just that many of the teachers have a headache over Carl, the female teacher added. Oh, you have a headache? You siblings have no idea how troublemaking Carl can be at school, she began her sarcastic lecture again. Carl not only used the locker door to clamp a classmate's head, but he also caught bugs and threw them into the girls' clothes. The most outrageous thing was that he ran to the principal's office and attacked the principal's favorite plant by peeing on it. Carl is the worst troublemaker in our school, Monroe said, certain of his statement. Let me ask you two something. Have you ever asked Carl why he did any of this? Lip locked eyes with Monroe and the female teacher. Well, the two were momentarily speechless. Carl, tell me, why do you do these things? Okay. The reason I clamped Tom's head in the door was because he was bullying Adele. I warned him many times, but he didn't listen. I also told Mr. Monroe, but he didn't care, Carl explained patiently. I didn't know until later that Tom was Mr. Monroe's nephew. As for catching bugs and throwing them into the girls' clothes, I'm sorry, but that wasn't me. It was that boy from Poppy who framed me. And because he has good grades, the teacher believes him, not me. As for peeing on the principal's plant, I did that because he was a pervert and harassed Mrs. Susan. Carl had always been brave, daring to punish evil and right wrongs. Mr. Monroe, do you know all this? Or are you just now finding out? I had no idea, Monroe admitted. Then you're making assumptions and wrongfully accusing an innocent child. I know. Then you're pretending to be selfish, covering up for your own interests. Monroe suddenly didn't know how to respond. Mr. Monroe, I think you still haven't told me what good things you and the female teacher were doing in the office, Lip said, using his Lucifer's gaze on Monroe. Monroe seemed to fall into some kind of trance, unable to break free. His eyes grew distant, and then he began to speak freely. I'm a sex addict. I feel horny all the time. Whenever I see Susan's large breasts, I get unbearably lonely. Even though I know she's average looking, she's the biggest in the school. Oh, when did I become so obsessed with European style? I have to think about that. No one knows this, but the terrapin ornaments in my office are related to Grateful Dead. The kids call them Mr. G's turtles. Shit, these annoying brats don't even know what Grateful Dead is. Oh my god, the summer of 1979, the best summer of my life, traveling the Midwest with a band and making a living selling grilled cheese sandwiches in parking lots. The band's music is like a drug, attracting a large group of female fans who smell of patchouli. They get so enthusiastic and uninhibited in the music, welcoming anyone who comes. They see the white lines around them, and they all want to find a dark corner to try something new. I've never enjoyed being sought after like that, never tasted so much attention in one sitting. Those turtles were a gift from the first girl in Stockholm who wanted to get to know me. She had the same pride as Suzanne. What a nostalgic time of youth. Monroe, you bastard, you treat me like a substitute, go to hell, fake squid. The female teacher yelled loudly. Teacher, what about your story? Lip turned his Lucifer's gaze on the female teacher. Under Lip's gaze, the female teacher seemed to fall into a trance as well. Her eyes glazed over, and she began to spill her secrets. I'm a slut. My husband is a freight driver who's gone all year, so I have to endure the loneliness of not being able to see him. I've had close encounters with all the male teachers here, but I still like Monroe the most. Not just because he's black, but also because he's the dean of students. He can give me fewer classes and more bonuses. If Carl hadn't caused trouble, I would have spent the lunch hour asking Monroe to give me a bonus, so I could buy that designer bag I've been dreaming about. But Carl keeps ruining everything, preventing me from getting the full bonus, so I have to make him disappear completely. I'll encourage Monroe to fire him. So this is what's going on. Lip withdrew his gaze. Oh my god, what did I just say? The female teacher was stunned, clutching her head and beginning to cry on the desk. Lip, can you not expose me, for the sake of what I taught you? Monroe's eyes were full of fear and pleading. Lip sneered. This teacher, full of righteousness and virtue, is probably more of a beast than any of the students. Then it depends on your performance. No matter what you ask, I will agree. I promise not to embarrass or fire Carl. Monroe immediately promised. From now on, both of you need to take care of Carl like he's your own son, in both studies and life. Okay, no problem. Carl's tuition until high school? I'll pay it. Carl's usual pocket money? I'll give it. Well, Mr. Monroe, I'm quite satisfied with your performance. I won't pursue your actions for now. But if I ever hear that anyone is bullying Carl, I'll make sure to handle you within 24 hours. The self-confession video you just made will be spread all over the education portals in the United States. What? Mr. Monroe, I forgot to tell you, I had my girlfriend record it. Karen smiled, holding up her phone and showing a 2-second clip of the video. Monroe slumped in his chair, his face pale, and his pants wet instantly. As for this female teacher, Mr. Monroe, you should deal with it yourself. I don't have time to waste. Lip ignored Monroe and the female teacher, picking up Carl and walking out. Fiona looked pleased, admiring Lip's actions. Jessica, Mandy, and Karen were not surprised. Brother, why are you and Fiona so good to me? Fool, because you're our cutest little brother, and we need you to be with us. Oh my god. Lip, you've never said such gentle and romantic things to us. Lip turned around and gave Jessica a wicked smile, exchanged a look with Carl, and continued walking forward. Chapter 79. As soon as the Lip family left the school, they saw Jimmy running toward the school gate in a hurry. Fiona, what is Jimmy doing? Asked Lip. What can he be doing? He's busy working as a supervisor in the house next to ours all day long. Fiona smiled happily. Guarding the decoration? Huh. Fiona nodded. Seeing Fiona and Lip, Jimmy ran excitedly and rushed to Fiona, taking 2 quick steps. The two kissed. How about it? Asked Jimmy. With this guy here, everything is easy and simple, Fiona proudly pointed at Lip. I should have thought of it sooner. Jimmy's face showed realization. Let's go home, it's freezing outside. Fiona shivered and dragged Jimmy to his car. Lip carried Carl and got into the Hummer with the 3 girls. As soon as they got in, the 3 girls couldn't stop fussing over the handsome and cute Carl. They took turns touching his head and pinching his face. They bombarded him with questions and kept talking non-stop. After returning home, Fiona and Jimmy started preparing dinner, while Lip and the 3 girls were surrounded by Ian, Carl, and Debbie, all vying for his attention. The 3 of them seemed to have endless questions for Lip, Karen, Mandy, and Jessica. Of course, Ian's biggest concern was when Mickey would be released. After learning that there were still 2 days left, Ian's sour expression lifted, and he even began to smile. Carl was more concerned about how to pick up girls like Karen, Mandy, and Jessica, the ones with hot bodies. When Lip told him that there would be no shortage of girls when he grew up, Carl looked happy and excited. Debbie had a more exciting question. She asked Lip when he planned to get married and have kids. She even offered to help take care of the child. Lip, of course, answered directly when he could, but played it coy with the questions he couldn't answer. Lip was no fool when it came to playing with brains. While the family laughed and chatted, Lip realized there was an immediate issue. Through the system, he learned that Karen, Mandy, and Jessica were actually pregnant. But there were no early pregnancy symptoms yet. Once they appeared, he would be very busy. The time commitments of the 3 girls worried him. Jessica's situation was manageable. With her family's favorable conditions, it would be easy to find an experienced nanny. Karen didn't need to worry too much either, especially with Sheila around to support her. Lip was most concerned about Mandy. Her family's situation was much worse than even the Gallagher families. After thinking about it, Lip decided to give Mandy extra love and care. Since this was still the early stage of pregnancy, ensuring a smooth, safe pregnancy became Lip's top priority. He decided to hold a small meeting with his 3 girlfriends after dinner to discuss the matter. Meanwhile, Fiona and Jimmy had become increasingly like a couple. They chatted while chopping vegetables, mixing meat, and dressing food, kissing each other frequently. Lip once bumped into them and silently chose to retreat. Half an hour later, Fiona and Jimmy called out together, "Dinner's ready." Everyone gathered around the dining table. The dinner was delicious. Looking at the steaming barbecue and smelling the mix of onions and jalapenos, everyone's appetite was piqued. As Fiona and Jimmy sat down, everyone began eating, enjoying the meal. Let's go to the open space to warm up by the fire after dinner, Carl suggested, biting into half a sausage. I agree, we haven't grilled yet today. Debbie also chimed in, her eyes sparkling. I'll get the wood, Ian volunteered. Okay, we'll warm up by the fire later. Fiona approved. Oh, Carl and Debbie cheered excitedly, and Liam raised his meat slices, shouting, EA. Is that a fire? Lip looked at Jessica in surprise, feeling incredulous. This little girl had never even roasted marshmallows? But then he understood. Jessica had grown up in a rich family and been pampered. She had probably never seen an open flame, not even a fire at home. Jessica, warming up by the fire is a common way to spend winter in the South, Lip patiently explained. The South doesn't have the steady cold of the North. Sometimes the gas gets cut off, too. On days without gas heating, we usually light a big bonfire in the yard as a family and burn it for hours. We all gathered around, drank beer, and chatted happily. Once we were warm, we'd go home and go to bed. Wow, that sounds fun. Jessica seemed intrigued. You're just curious about things you've never seen before, Lip gently teased, scratching Jessica's nose. After dinner, the family gathered in the open space next to the house. Lip found the iron frame from previous years. Ian, Carl, and Jimmy brought loads of wood. After a while, Lip lit the bonfire. The fire blazed brightly, radiating warmth and bringing comfort to everyone. The flames flickered, rising and falling, while the smoke billowed up and down, sometimes thick, sometimes light. A gust of wind blew, shrinking the flames, and the smoke twisted like unruly hair, filling the air. Snap, snap, snap. The crackling sound of burning wood echoed, and sparks flew upward, lighting up the dark night. Lip, this flame is so beautiful. Jessica exclaimed. Yeah. Lip echoed her sentiment. The flames danced, their red glow fading into yellow outlines on the edges. Even an artist couldn't replicate such a beautiful color. Kevin, carrying a retro square tape player on his shoulder and holding Veronica's hand, joined the fun. Fiona and Debbie also came out with theirs in hand. As Kevin pressed play, everyone started drinking and dancing around the fire. Lip sat on a shabby sofa closest to the fire with the three girls, soaking in the warmth. How do you feel, Jessica? Mandy asked, smiling. Very cool. Jessica replied excitedly. I used to hide inside in the winter and never thought it could be this fun outdoors. Then enjoy it more. Karen said, pulling Mandy and Jessica into a dance, wiggling their hips. Lip smiled contentedly, watching everything unfold. In this moment, the cold winter and the dark night seemed to vanish. Chapter 80. After about 2 hours of jumping around and playing, Lip returned to the room with Karen, Mandy, and Jessica. See, I didn't lie to you. They were lying on the bed, with their calves still covered. At first, I thought the bed was just a little too small, but I didn't expect it to be this small. Jessica was the first to complain. It's just that now I can't even turn over, let alone 4 people playing games together. What game? Asked Lip. Lip, have you forgotten that we were cosplaying at the Omen Hotel that day? Jessica played the stewardess, Karen played the nurse, and I played the bunny girl, Mandy explained, blushing. Oh, I remember now. But I think it's better not to play that here. The space is too small, and you can't really move around. Karen continued to complain. 3 people, 7:30? Lip, didn't I just make a huge sum of money? Let's buy a house. Jessica suddenly sat up, looking at Lip. Because of the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis, housing prices are still low. You can definitely buy one now. Yes, how could I forget the subprime mortgage crisis? Jessica, thank you for the reminder. Lip sat up too, taking a deep breath and holding Jessica. Then, he quickly got out of bed, opened his school bag, pulled out his notebook, and began searching for housing information near his home. Oh, buy it, it's so cheap. Lip exclaimed. What's going on? Mandy saw Lip's shocked look and came over to the computer. The house next door to mine. But it's only $30,000. Lip, is that cheap? Karen asked. In January 2008, I saw a for sale sign in front of the house that said it cost $10,000. Wow, 20% off. Karen immediately said, noting the house had depreciated by 80%. Lip, I think the price of $30,000 is negotiable. Maybe even lower, Jessica suggested. That makes sense. I'll ask tomorrow. If we can, we'll try to get it as soon as possible, then our family of 4 will have our own little nest. Lip happily hugged the 3 girls. Lip, you're not an adult yet, are you? Jessica suddenly asked. Yes. Jessica, you reminded me again that I cannot buy or sell real estate as a minor. Lip just realized. Well, I'll buy the house, and you'd better send Karen and Mandy to school tomorrow, Jessica said understandingly. Thank you for your hard work. Lip smiled affectionately. Lip, we are all family now. It will be my home in the future. Just think of it as my contribution to the family in advance. Jessica held Lip's hand and rested her head on his shoulder with a sweet smile. In truth, Lip felt a little conflicted inside. He could see that these women were doing their best to plan for him and their future, but he was still hiding things from them. It made him feel pretty shameless. Mandy noticed the hesitation and inner turmoil on Lip's face and asked, Lip, do you have something on your mind? Is it hard to talk about? Lip, no matter what it is, you can discuss it with us. Karen stared at him with her big, cute eyes, looking at him tenderly. Dear, we're all family. Jessica's words touched Lip's heart. It's said that behind a successful man, there's always an excellent woman. Sorry, but I have 3 of them. And there may be more in the future. I'd better get used to it and aim for the best. Then I'll tell you the truth, all 3 of you are pregnant. Lip said, meeting the expectant eyes of the 3 girls. What? The 3 girls stared at Lip, dumbfounded. The loud shout echoed throughout the Gallagher house. Lip, are you kidding me? Mandy looked incredulous. I would never joke about something like this, Lip said, his tone sincere and calm. Oh my God. I'm going to be a mother. I'm still happy. Mandy hugged Jessica with a smile. Silly girl, we 3 sisters are going to be mothers. Jessica also looked happy. Why are you so happy? Why am I a little scared? Karen looked nervous. Jessica and Mandy each held one of Karen's hands, saying gently, Karen, we are with you. Karen nodded. By the way, you're not opposed to having children, are you? Lip asked weakly. Don't reject it. The 3 girls said in unison. Lip was deeply moved. The 3 girls were still very young. If they said they loved children from the bottom of their hearts and wanted to have kids at such a young age, Lip wouldn't believe it. But it seemed they really loved him a lot. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. Lip opened it, and Fiona immediately put her head in. What happened? Fiona widened her almond eyes, scanning the room. Fiona, we're going to be mothers. Jessica shouted excitedly. What? It's just us. Who else is pregnant? We're all pregnant. The 3 girls said in unison. Oh my God. Fiona looked at Lip, her eyes practically murderous. Lip. Fiona yelled impatiently. What did you promise me? Fiona, plans can't always keep up with the changes. I now have the money to raise my children. No matter what you say, the Gallagher family's bottom line cannot be breached. Fiona said firmly. What about the $10,000? No. What about $38,500? This. What if it's $100,000? If you really have it, then. Fiona hesitated. What? Just treat what I just said as nothing. Hey. Thank you for your understanding, sister. Lip instantly felt that what he just said was true. Many troubles in this world only happen for one reason, not enough money. Although Fiona curled her lips and poked Lip's head with her finger, her expression had calmed. Lip looked at everyone in the house with a silly grin. Ian and Carl exchanged glances, as if to say, brother, you're awesome. Jimmy gave a thumbs up. Debbie was so shocked that she stood there with a confused expression on her face. Of course, the 3 beautiful girls were holding Lip with happy, smiling faces. Chapter 81. It was a cold night, and Lip and the others were tightly squeezed into a medium-sized bed, relying on each other's warmth, which allowed them to get a decent night's sleep. Oops. Who was touching my nose? Lip suddenly woke up, feeling a foreign object poke into his nostril. At first, he thought it was one of the girl's fingers, but when he opened his eyes, he saw it was Jessica's little toe, sprawled out as she slept, accidentally poking him. What's going on? Jessica asked, confused. Look for yourself. Lip replied. Oops, sorry. Jessica said with an apologetic smile, quickly retracting her foot. Not feeling sleepy anymore, Lip got up, dressed, and went downstairs to make breakfast. Jessica followed him shortly after. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Lip asked. Hee, I just wanted to be alone with you for a while, Jessica replied, hugging him. The 2 of them shared a moment of affection before separating. Let me make breakfast for you. Jessica said. Oh, you can cook? Lip asked, surprised. Don't underestimate me. I've learned a lot from Dragon Kingdom restaurants, Jessica responded confidently. Okay, so what will you make for me? Respectfully, Yanjing's Asian noodles. That sounds great. Lip replied, smiling as Jessica searched the fridge for ingredients. Fortunately, most of the ingredients were there, except for the noodles. In the end, she had to make do with instant noodles. As they began preparing breakfast, they chatted. I'm curious, Lip. What do you think about the relationship between men and women? Jessica asked. Well, there's a saying in the Dragon Kingdom, food and sex are the same. I think that's true. But for me, it's not about fulfilling desires, it's about emotion driving our nature, Lip explained. What do you mean? Jessica asked. Let me give you an example. You know about Sleepy Joe, right? Lip asked. I know. He's the old man who became Obama's vice president this year. Jessica responded. Yep, that's him. But what's interesting is his complicated family life, which shows how many people in this country are driven purely by desire. Jessica raised an eyebrow. Do they have any big scandals? Lip nodded. Yes, his son, Hunter, has quite the reputation. Not only did he have a long-term affair with his ex-wife, but he also had an ongoing relationship with his sister-in-law. Wait, what? Jessica was shocked. Yeah, and it doesn't stop there. Hunter also had inappropriate relationships with Obama's daughter's secretary, a South African model, Hollywood stars, and even a bunch of Victoria's Secret models. Jessica gasped. Oh my god. Some people really are just animals driven by lust. You're right, Lip said. No matter how successful or noble people seem, some are just shameless. I'd call them scumbags. Jessica agreed, indignant. Exactly. And aside from these people at the top, there are scumbags everywhere. That's why I'm thinking about how to protect you three. You're very special now, Lip said. Jessica smiled. Don't worry. My dad has probably secretly filmed many people to protect me. But I think you should focus more on Karen and Mandy. You're right. I'm planning to bring Mandy to live at my place. The Milkovich family is just too much, Lip said, briefly explaining the strange dynamics of the Milkovich family. Yeah, I agree. It's better for Mandy to stay with you. She doesn't know what could happen if she goes back to that bastard, Jessica said thoughtfully. That's what I was thinking too, Lip agreed. I'll talk to her when she comes down. After making the decision, Lip and Jessica continued preparing breakfast. As they ate, Lip shared his plan to let Mandy stay with him, and the decision was communicated to Mandy and her family. Mandy shyly and happily agreed, and Fiona and her family were supportive too. Over the long winter that followed, Lip became very busy. He first got Mickey out of juvenile detention, explaining his relationship with Mandy. After demonstrating his strength and support from Ian, Mickey fully backed him. With Lip and Mickey's pressure, the Milkovich patriarch had no choice but to agree. Next, Lip found a cheap, empty factory near the school and started his own Bruce Lee martial arts class. To his surprise, it became very popular, and his initial plan to charge $10 per session led to more than 80 disciples and over $10,000 in tuition. Lip selected 15 of them as core disciples, who had influence not only in school but also throughout the South District. Lip's power grew through these disciples, and even the top local gang leader, Brother G, now treated him with respect. His auction plan for answers was progressing well, earning him over $100,000, and his hacking skills earned another $200,000. Lip made a lot of money over the winter, all while taking care of his 3 wives, who were 2 months into their pregnancies. The most unexpected news came when Lip received an early acceptance notice from the University of Chicago, meaning he no longer needed to attend school. Meanwhile, Fiona had become somewhat of an online sensation. As winter passed and spring arrived, Lip and Kevin began expanding into new business. However, the weather this year was strange. Spring seemed to jump straight into early summer. And with the new season, many new stories would begin. This revision keeps the original content intact but adjusts some of the phrasing for smoother readability. Let me know if you'd like any further changes. Chapter 82. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the sun had risen. After Lip kissed Mandy and Karen's foreheads, he gently got up. The 2 girls had become increasingly lethargic since early March. Jimmy and Fiona had come over from next door early and started working on breakfast. Debbie had also been up for a while. As some parents who worked morning shifts dropped off their children at daycare, Debbie was busy as usual, being a primary school teacher. Lip, on the other hand, grabbed his Garfield mug, filled it with coffee, and leisurely walked over to Kevin's house. On one hand, he continued to discuss their small business with Kevin. On the other, of course, it was also to spend more time with Ethel. Lip was eager to be with Ethel again. He had consulted the obstetrician and gynecologist, who advised waiting 4 to 6 months after pregnancy and until the fetus reached the 2-3 stage before engaging in intimate activities. It had only been 2 months, but Lip was nearly going crazy. He felt like if he had to wait that long, he'd explode. Although the 3 girls used other unconventional methods to satisfy him during this time, it didn't address the root cause. It was just a temporary fix. After a while, Lip arrived at the vegetable garden behind Kevin's house. He saw Ethel wearing a sun hat and focused on digging the soil. Lip admired her deeply. As their communication grew more frequent, he noticed that Ethel began looking at him differently too. "Ethel, you're amazing. Your garden is looking great," Lip said as he approached her with his coffee. Of course, he didn't forget to sneak a glance at her figure. Ethel was wearing her usual outfit, a light blue dress with a yellow plaid apron on top. She looked better than ever. Lip watched her bend over to hoe the soil, noticing how her curves had become more pronounced, her plump, perky buttocks, slender waist, and full breasts. The weather wasn't cool to begin with, and the more Lip looked, the hotter he felt. Hee, thank you, Pooh, but I think it's the planting knowledge and fertilizers you shared. My live redworms are working overtime this year, Ethel said with a smile as she turned around to face Lip. The Lord's gift will not be wasted. Lip nodded and smiled back at her, though his mind was racing. Did she mean that as a pun, or was she just being playful? As Ethel returned to her work, Lip moved forward. "Hi, Lip." Kevin greeted him. "Hey, Kevin. Well-informed college student, what's going on with the weather this year?" "It's only early March, but it's so hot," Kevin said, wearing a black tank top and shorts, with a Marlboro in his mouth. "Maybe it's a severe El Nino effect," Lip replied, glancing at Kevin. "Oh, this damn El Nino," Kevin muttered. "Action tonight?" Lip asked. "Do you think that thing will still work?" Kevin handed him a cigarette, then replied calmly, "Probably not, but you're here." "Huh? You can think of anything with your brain and fix anything with your hands." "I'm not worried at all." Lip hadn't smoked in a while, especially since he was thinking about the health of his wife and children. He took Kevin's lighter and lit it skillfully. His few after exhaling, Lip said slowly, "You were born to be a boss." "Yeah," Kevin said proudly. "What are those big, round green things in the back?" Lip asked, pointing to something behind Ethel. "Haha, genius, you don't know? That's a tomato." Kevin laughed. "Haha, so that's it." Lip laughed. "Ethel is so virtuous," Lip remarked, watching Ethel's beautiful figure. "I think so too, but this girl is too virtuous," Kevin replied. "Isn't that a good thing? Do you know? As soon as Wei and I get up, I can see her working non-stop. Doesn't it seem like she's our adopted daughter? She's basically a servant," Kevin added with a chuckle. Yo. Look at how sly you are. Even though she's cheap, she's still doing well," Lip teased Kevin. "If you really care about your daughter, you should give her some time off and take her out to have fun. I'd rather enjoy the comfortable life of a family of 3. But hey, didn't you find me such a profitable business again? I'm free, you know." Kevin laughed. Okay, if you can make money, enjoy yourself," Lip said, looking at Ethel's figure with a dazed expression. "Okay, stop staring. You've got your eyes fixed on Ethel. If it doesn't work, just accept her. Veronica and I won't object," Kevin teased. Don't you think Ethel is beautiful? Like a medieval oil painting?" Lip asked, still captivated. "Like Lady Godiva on horseback?" Kevin joked. "Shut up. How would you, a bigot like you, know about that famous painting?" Lip teased back. "Another fake decoration hanging in my house." Kevin laughed. All right. Let's deal with that old guy first," Kevin said. "Okay," Lip replied. Lip and Kevin set out on foot together, heading toward a wasteland behind a parking lot. They removed a large piece of old, stitched plastic sheeting to reveal an old-fashioned ice cream truck. "Lip, look at this. It's still so charming," Kevin said, excited. "Yeah. But have you been tinkering with that stuff since last summer?" Lip asked. "No," Kevin replied. "How's the planting of that going?" Lip asked. "Thanks to this damn weather, the temperature and sunlight are strong, so the harvest should be ready soon," Kevin answered, carrying a large piece of car parts. "But I'm still a little worried." "What's worrying you?" "Worried about making less money." "No, but since the weather warmed up, there seem to be more police officers in the park than last year," Kevin said, his tone serious. "Yes, I'm having my boys check it out," Lip said, opening the hood of the truck. "Lip, I'm going to get the mice out of the freezer first," Kevin said, picking one up excitedly. "Hey guys, haven't seen you for a year, miss me?" Kevin grinned, tossing the mouse into the truck. Lip shook his head and smiled at Kevin's bad taste before turning his attention to the machines and circuits in front of him, working carefully and seriously. Chapter 83 Woo done. After Lip shouted, he collapsed on the ground, sweating profusely in his rough clothes. "Oh my god. Lip, you actually installed this antique in just 2 hours." Kevin was stunned with surprise. "We can earn 2 more hours of tickets." Kevin, so excited, hugged Lip and kissed him. "Fake squid. Kevin, you're not worried about being thought of as a faggot at all?" "Haha, there are no people here, what are you afraid of?" Cough cough cough. Before Kevin could finish his words, Ethel's cough interrupted. Ethel? Don't get me wrong, I was just once again shocked by Lip's clever mind and super hands. Kevin explained while instantly jumping far away from Lip. Ethel covered her mouth and smiled. Kevin, don't worry, I won't tell Veronica. Wow, Ethel is actually teasing me. Kevin, please don't make a fuss. It's like hearing a baby call you daddy for the first time. Lip, I haven't been a father yet. Kevin gave Lip a big eye roll. A cock, I forgot. You and Veronica are an edgy dink duo. Kevin, Lip, I brought you cold beer. Ethel placed a plastic bucket on the ground, opened the lid, and took out 2 bottles of beer. She handed one to Kevin, who came over, then held the other bottle towards Lip, who was sitting on the ground. Ethel knelt down next to Lip and handed him the beer. Thank you, Ethel. Whoever can marry you will be really lucky. When Ethel heard Lip's words, her little face turned bright red. Lip, look, you're sweating profusely, let me wipe it for you. Ethel took out a silk scarf from her pocket and began to wipe Lip's forehead gently. Lip was stunned by Ethel's sudden tenderness and care, frozen in place, staring at her. Ethel smiled and blushed even more. Kevin, not far away, was also dumbfounded. What's going on here? Is our Ethel also captured by that brat Lip? Kevin's head and heart were full of question marks at that moment. However, he soon had another thought. Well, only a boy as outstanding as Lip is worthy of my Ethel. What if Ethel and Lip have really become a couple, so I'm afraid Lip won't be my father-in-law in the future. I have to say, Kevin's brain circuit has always been a little strange. Ha ha ha. Kevin couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Lip calling him father-in-law. Just when Kevin was about to go up and joke about Lip and Ethel, his phone rang. What? Is Stan going crazy on the phone again, calling names and promoting racial discrimination? As soon as Kevin heard the content of the phone call, his face fell instantly. Okay, I'll be right back. Hi Lip. Kevin hung up the phone and shouted to Lip. What's the matter? Stan is in trouble again. I have to go back to the bar first. I'll call you when I'm done. Kevin said loudly. Ethel, you play with Lip for a while and then go home by yourself. Okay. Ethel and Lip responded in unison. After Kevin got the affirmative answer, he hurried home, planning to drive his pickup truck to the Alley Ibo bar. Lip and Ethel watched Kevin leave slowly. Lip, can I? Ethel whispered with a blush on her face. Lip understood immediately and encouraged. Ethel, just say it boldly if you want to do anything. I want to learn how to kiss. Ethel's ears turned red. This is not difficult, let me teach you. After Lip finished speaking, he hugged Ethel and started teaching her. Ethel didn't understand anything at all and completely let Lip guide her gently. Lip was also very patient. After more than 10 minutes, Ethel slumped in Lip's arms. It turns out that what those nuns said wasn't all lies. Ethel said delicately. What did they say? They say a kiss with the man they like is sweeter than honey. Ethel shyly crawled into Lip's arms. Lip stood up, holding Ethel, and took a quick kiss on her forehead. Ethel, you know what? I was attracted to you the first moment I saw you, but at that time, I wasn't sure whether it was love or not. What about now? Now I'm 100% sure it's not love. Oh, Ethel's eyes suddenly dimmed, and she thought, Lip really just wants to teach me, not like me. Ethel thought about breaking away from Lip's arms. Fool, I haven't finished speaking yet. Then. You say it. Ethel turned her head to one side, not looking at Lip. Of course, I am 100% sure that I don't just like you. I've fallen in love with you a long time ago. Lip looked at Ethel with a gentle, affectionate smile. Ethel's eyes widened in surprise and joy. Seeing Lip's teasing smile, Ethel realized, Lip was just kidding her. Lip, you're so bad. Ethel said coquettishly. Lip didn't respond but hugged Ethel tighter. Ethel also held Lip tightly. The two of them kept hugging each other under the fierce sunlight, feeling each other's heartbeat and breathing. Suddenly, Ethel stood on tiptoes and whispered something in Lip's ear. Lip's eyes widened in shock. This little girl loves learning so much. Lip was also shocked but remained unfazed by desire. He stroked Ethel's face softly and said, Silly girl, how can you learn so much in one day and digest all that knowledge? I can. Ethel stared at Lip with her big, cute eyes. At that moment, Lip's phone rang. Kevin, what's going on? Lip, I think we need to buy something bigger in advance. Aren't we selling Dama cigarettes all the time? This time it's different, I'm talking about selling it directly. What happened? I couldn't explain it clearly over the phone. I'm already driving over to pick you up. I'll be there in 2 minutes at most. Alright. Lip hung up the phone. What's wrong, Lip? Kevin will come over right away to pick me up. He's got something to take care of. I'll contact you after that. Okay. By the way, Ethel, do you have a cell phone? Ethel smiled and shook her head. Hee hee, you'll have one soon. Lip nibbled on Ethel's face again. Ethel's blushing face turned even redder. Wait for me. Ethel smiled and nodded. Lip ran out of the parking lot. Chapter 84. As soon as Lip ran out of the parking lot, he spotted Kevin's red pickup truck. He waved and greeted, "Hi, Kevin." "Hey, get in the car." Kevin waved his hand and urged. "Is it really necessary to rush?" Lip asked, frowning slightly. "I don't want this either." But Stan seems to have questioned the electricity bill for the building. Electricity bill? Stan said he's been running a bar for 40 years, and his bill has never exceeded $1,000 a month. How much is it now? $8,700. Oh my god. How could you use so much power? The electricity consumption is higher in winter, and to make the money-making plants grow faster, I've kept the fluorescent lights on 24/7. Oh, Kevin, you're so dumb. Who told you that 24 hours of light would make the plants grow faster? 70 or 87? What else? Why didn't you ask me first? Lip was truly heartbroken, knowing Kevin's efforts had been wasted. Lip, what do you mean? Under light, plants do photosynthesis and reduce respiration. But in darkness, they increase respiration, which is essential for their growth. Both processes are necessary for their metabolism and energy transformation, allowing them to grow. It's like a child, if you never let them sleep, they won't grow properly. Understand? Fuck. I spent so much money, it'd be better if I didn't spend it at all. Kevin slapped himself on the forehead. So now what? I can only hope we can sell for a good price. Lip reassured. He'd originally wanted to help Kevin and Veronica because they'd helped his family over the years. But who would have thought Kevin would mess it up so badly? Seems like that's the only way. Kevin hit the accelerator, and they quickly drove toward the bar. A while later, they arrived, but not at the front entrance. Kevin pulled in through the back, hidden in an alley. Lip, there's something you should know. Kevin hesitated before speaking. What? Ethel's been helping out. Remember those conversations she had with you about the bugs when she was growing tomatoes? Of course I remember. Lip rolled his eyes. But you're the adoptive father, and I feel like killing you. What happened? You let a teenage girl treat you every day. What if she accidentally gets attached? Oh my god. Why didn't I think of that? Kevin's eyes widened, and he looked at Lip helplessly. I promise, I won't let her get involved in the business again, Kevin promised. The two of them continued their conversation as they walked down a flight of stairs to a small door, barely wide enough for one person. After checking that it was safe, Kevin took out the key and opened the door. Once inside, he carefully shut it behind them. They went down a long flight of stairs, and Kevin spoke again. But let's face it, the stuff Ethel taught us is really useful. We're using it for the big plants we've planted this year. Kevin sounded excited. Stopping in front of a thick iron door, he added, remember when I used to grow just a little to get us through the summer? Yeah. Lip replied. Well, it's different now. Kevin opened the door. Holy shit. Lip was stunned by what he saw, a tree, as tall as a person, planted in a pot. There were at least 1,000 of them. Kevin, I never thought you could hide this well. When did you become such a big-time independent tycoon without making a sound? Lip joked. Lonely? Have you ever heard of a tycoon worried about an electricity bill? Kevin smiled wryly. I need to pay at least $9,000 in electricity bills this week, or they'll cut off the power. $9,000 isn't a lot. Lip stroked his chin. Man, my whole body's worth less than $100. Kevin pulled out his empty trouser pockets. Where's your money? What about the bar's earnings? Most of it goes to drinks, and some to selling seeds. Kevin, I'm seriously impressed. Lip was speechless. Do you still consider me a buddy? Why didn't you talk to me about this? Lip, I'm grateful for you showing me a way to make money. Kevin looked apologetic. I didn't want to bother you, seeing you enjoy the small world life with a few people. I got you. Lip patted Kevin's shoulder. Thanks, bro. Not a problem. How much space do you have here? About 1,800 trees. As for the finished product, I don't know, but it should be over 100 pounds. Wow, considering the current market price of over $180 per pound, your crop is worth $30,000 to $40,000 this season. Yeah, Lip. I've started processing, but I'll only make around $1,000 by Friday night. Have you thought about selling some of these giants directly? How many should I sell? Maybe 5 or 6, maybe 8 or 9, no more than 10. Lip, who here can afford more than $2,000 for one? I might be able to find 1 or 2 buyers for you. If Vi knew about this, she'd kill me. Kevin exclaimed. I think if you put the money you make in front of her and cut back on her live streaming, You and Veronica might have a baby. What? Is that possible? Great effort can create miracles, who knows? Well, if it's possible, I'd be willing to sell the whole thing. Kevin sighed. Wei and I promised not to sell more than 4 trees this year. Hey, I thought you meant Veronica didn't know you were growing this stuff. Turns out it's just that she won't let you sell it. Makes me worry for nothing. Do I look like the type to hide things from her? Alright. Lip shook his head with a smile. Kevin, usually I just scatter a bunch of seeds, pick the best, and throw the rest away, but not this year. This damn weather made them all grow well. I can't do it. It's like raising a baby with my own hands. I've developed feelings for them. Okay, Kevin, stop being so dramatic. I'll help you with this. Oh my god. Really? Lip. Kevin was shocked and speechless. Lip nodded seriously. Thanks so much, brother. Kevin gave Lip a big hug. Chapter 85. However, as your partner, I need to know all the information. You can no longer hide anything from me, your good friend. Li Pu said seriously, staring Kevin in the eyes. Absolutely not. I promise. Kevin vowed, patting his chest. I'll do my best to send you $10,000 before 10 a.m. on Friday, and I'll treat it as my investment. Kevin, hearing Lip's words, wanted to hug him again. Stop it, let's talk business first. Okay. You said you're processing large products. What's the finished product? Show me. Kevin turned around, ran to a locked cabinet, grabbed a package, and quickly returned to Lip. Lip opened it, examined it, then asked, the processing you're talking about is roasting these large fruits and grinding them into powder? Yes, what else? My dear brother. Out of all the methods, you chose the crudest, most primitive, and least profitable one. Shit. I really should have told you earlier. How many finished products like this do you have now? It's not too many, just 10 packs. Looks like we'll have to deal with these 17 stocks first. Kevin nodded seriously. From now on, no more 24-hour fluorescent lights. Only turn them on for 2 hours before sunrise and then turn them off. When there's no sunlight in the evening, turn them on for another 2 hours, then off again. And if possible, use natural light. Got it. The top floor of this building is empty. I'll quietly move some of the big ones up there one night. Good. Li Pu nodded. Lip, there are a lot of coupons everywhere now. These finished products won't be easy to sell. I've looked into it, and it seems to be related to security during the recent state elections. Don't worry. Li Pu spoke calmly. I've been tinkering with a few police locators over the past few days. What's a police locator? It's a GPS locator that uses police and FBI frequencies to determine their location anywhere by converting them into coordinates. Wow, this sounds tailor-made for us to sell Dama cigarettes. I was originally preparing for the business we were going to open. Lip, you're a genius. Kevin was overjoyed but quickly asked, aren't you going back to school? I've already got an acceptance letter and a full scholarship to Chicago. No point in going to school anymore. Where are your 2 girlfriends? The school's protected by my disciples and gang members. Gang? What's it called, and how many people? Zilong Gang, about 100. Wow, brother, you're getting more and more impressive. Yeah, I hope you get even better. Thanks. It's great having you. What's next? Go buy the 10 cheapest Marlboros and bring them back. What? We're not selling handmade big cigarettes anymore. We're going to buy special Marlboros with gradients. Special Marlboros? Yes, use your 10 packs of finished product as guinea pigs for the experiment. Guinea pigs? Special offer for grade A Marlboros, containing 1% tobacco powder, priced at $1 each. Grade B Marlboros, 3% tobacco powder, priced at $3. And grade C Marlboros, 5% tobacco powder, priced at $5. Are these amounts too small? Kevin was confused. Brother, with this amount, even if I slap them in front of a cop, he won't do anything. But if we still use 30%, 50%, or even 90%, like before, we'd better bury them now. Li Pu didn't mention that this was the optimal ratio he calculated using a quantum computer. It's neither addictive nor very effective. Okay, Lip, it's all up to you. I'm going to buy the Marlboros now. After Kevin left, Lip went to the blind spot between 2 doors and took out several small machines from his space bracelet. He didn't want to touch those handmade cigarettes anymore. It was exhausting and inefficient. Soon, Kevin returned with 10 Marlboros. How much? $300, on credit. Don't I usually buy a pack for $5? Why so cheap? Hey, don't I have a wine supplier? The store across the street is his, so of course, he gave me the inside price. Alright. Kevin, have you calculated the cost per gram of your finished product? Vi calculated it. It's about 20 US cents per gram. Li Pu started to calculate. A pack of Marlboros costs $3, with each stick priced at 15 cents. The tobacco weight per stick is about 1 gram, and even the special C grade only uses 0.03 grams. This cost is negligible. In other words, the cost of a special Marlboro stick is at most 30 cents. That's a profit margin of 70%. Lip, what's this? Kevin asked, pointing to the small machines at the door. A second-hand small cigarette-making machine and a second-hand small cigarette remover, Li Pu explained patiently. Together, they can roll over 300 cigarettes an hour, about 17 or 18 packs. Wow, last year, we couldn't even make 100 sticks a day. Yeah, it got sold out in the end. Others wanted it, but we couldn't make enough. Alright, stop being negative. Time to work. Okay. Kevin seemed more focused, his movements quicker than usual. Li Pu watched Kevin's silly smile and couldn't help but smile too. Suddenly, a strange thought crossed his mind. More than a month later, on April 20, 2010, in Colorado, USA, 12,000 to 15,000 people would commit suicide at 4:20 p.m. in 2012, the 64th Amendment passed, significantly relaxing marijuana regulations. This would lead to marijuana becoming a legal recreational drug, like tobacco and alcohol, opening the door for its mainstream sale. Kevin would never have imagined that his fate was about to change, beginning this morning. By consulting Lip for guidance on major decisions, he was destined for a future far from ordinary. 3 years later, Kevin became known as Chicago's Mr. Big Brother, a respected figure in the underground world. Woo! Kevin tied up his long hair, wiped sweat from his forehead, and grinned. Lip, 180 A grade, 100 B grade, and 100 C grade are all done. Okay, let's go. Go? Where to? Of course, my silly brother. We're going out to sell them. Oh, Lip, can we take a break first? I'm exhausted. Alright, take a break. Li Pu smiled at Kevin. After all, rolling cigarettes wasn't easy for such a big brother.